Well. Good evening. Greetings and salutations to all. Welcome to Blitzball Champ Gaming here on the U to the Tube, Twitch, and Facebook. I am your host, Blitzball Champ Jason Ingram. It is Thursday, May 11th, 2023. Hope everybody's been having a good week so far. Hope everybody's staying safe, positive, productive, all of the above. So, tonight, the NFL 2023-2024 season schedule is now live. So, we're going to go through for the Carolina Panthers and check out each scheduled game and pretty much give my thoughts on it. Let's break it down and, see just right off the bat what games look like will be wins and what would probably look like losses and kind of stir our brains. And if all goes well, I have a special guest for this live stream. So as a matter of fact, let me go ahead and send him the Zoom link. And hopefully we will get started soon. But hope everybody's been doing well. Hey, David Screws, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. How you doing? Love the schedule. Apparently the word is that we got the fourth weakest schedule. So, yeah, well, we gonna dive in. We're gonna definitely dive in. Let's see. Okay, I just sent my special guest the Zoom link. So hopefully he should be hopping on soon. But yeah, we're definitely gonna dive in to the schedule because I'm very curious. Very curious. Pardon me. And from what I've peeked at so far, this looks like a pretty decently manageable schedule. Ah, here he is.
Hey guys, sorry I'm late.
No, you're actually just in time. Can, can,
I've had all manners of craziness happen today, so
it's all good. It's all good. Ladies
you
and
know how it is.
yeah, I do. I do. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome my special guest, the man behind the Keep Pounding YouTube channel, that's Keep Pounding in all caps, as well as Shadow Warrior Gaming, my new friend and partner, Corey. Welcome to the
How's it going,
stream.
guys?
It's going really good. How have you been? Thank you for being here.
I'm going good. Busy. You know how it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Me as well. But yeah, you're just in time. Just got on here. We got ourselves a pretty decently manageable schedule to go through and break down.
Looking forward to it.
So, without further ado, let's go ahead and take this from the top. So, and I'll also, oh, okay, I still have the comments going. Okay, so 3 preseason games, as usual, at least for the last couple of years. And we know that those opponents are the New York Jets, the New York Giants, and the Detroit Lions, which we know for sure the Detroit Lions game is assigned for August 27th at 8 p.m. Interesting choices for preseason games. What are your thoughts on those?
I think with the two New York teams, that's kind of a warm up for us to kind of figure out who's who, during preseason. The Detroit Lions is going to test everybody though, you know,
Hmm.
and we're going to find out who what strengths people have, what weaknesses people have, and with the way that they're doing cut downs on the rosters, it's pretty much it used to be three-part cuts to where you had I forget what the specific cut down numbers were. Maybe you do, but
So it's what, 72 and then 53?
that's what it was, and now it's just all the way down to 53. It's 90 to 53. That's what
Oh,
I'm hearing now,
gotcha. Gotcha. Oh, wow.
and I'm not in favor of that because I like the process of vetting these guys out and just giving some of these guys more of a chance over time. If we felt like during the first cut they weren't working out, give them a little bit more time to dig into the training camp system and see if we can find good products out there, that will maybe be a good fit for the 53. But with the 90 to a 53, automatically it's just like boom, it's like 0 to 60 in in point 0.5 seconds. It's like you can't. I don't like that.
It's definitely quite a big, like, room for, like, just cutting. I mean, from 90 right down to
Yeah,
53. That's not easy.
that's what I'm hearing it is now. Can anybody confirm that in chat?
And
Because
heads up, David Screws is in. He says, props to both you guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
appreciate it, David. Thanks for coming in.
Indeed, indeed. Um, it makes me kind of wonder, that first game, uh, are we even gonna see Aaron Rodgers? I doubt it, but
I doubt it too. Um, you may only see him for probably the first quarter, and then they're going to rest him.
yeah, I think you're right. I definitely hope this will be the time we get to see as much Bryce Young and Matt Corral as possible.
Right.
So I'm gonna have like an imaginary set of extra eyes on those two.
Mm-hmm.
But and then closing out with Detroit, interesting choice of game to close out. And as a matter of fact, I don't see it showing as whether these are so two homes and one away. So the Jets and the Lions are home games. The Giants is an away game. So well,
Which
usually,
makes me think that we're probably going to be joint practicing with the Lions or the Jets. I
yeah.
doubt the Jets, but probably the Lions. That's typically how that's gone. If the last preseason game is at home, then it's typically a joint practice. Um, my thing is typically they cut off the training camp about week 2 now with
Okay.
the last couple of years. So we may or may not have it. We'll see how that goes. We'll just have to keep our eyes out for the training camp schedule.
Yeah, definitely. Good point. It's a good thing you mentioned that because it's weird. Like I'm so used to there being like we usually have more away games than home games, especially when they went to 3 preseason games as opposed to the previous 4. So this is interesting.
Yep.
But that's pretty much the miscellaneous stuff. Let's dive into the meat, the actual season schedule, and
I am looking forward to this.
me as well. So
I've been getting reports like all day of just schedule leaks, and like I want to see if any of these are actually true.
Yeah, me as well. So without further ado, let's dive right on in. Week 1, we will open up on the road against a division rival that we've had a history of losses in their arena. We will open up on the road against the Dirty Birds, the Atlanta Falcons. Um, Now, of course, 2 seasons ago, we were able to beat them in Atlanta, but then again, we couldn't protect home field at the time. Now, we came really close last season. Of course, the pretty much one of the best Hail Marys I've ever seen thrown in PJ Walker, up into the ridiculous penalty call on DJ Moore removing his helmet despite outside of the end zone
Mm-hmm.
that potentially robbed us of that victory. So,
And a playoff spot as well.
yes, indeed, because we were that close. But
Mm-hmm.
we got a chance to start the season off early to get some revenge. So, open up on the road against the Falcons. Any opening statements on that?
I want to follow up on what you were saying with just one point.
Hmm.
Um, Before I get into the meat of what this Atlanta game is going to be.
Go for it.
Need to remind you, the one game we lost in 2015 was Atlanta. In Atlanta.
Yep.
That kept us from a perfect season.
Yep.
So there's that. All right, so let's get into the meat of what we're looking at here with the Atlanta Falcons. Um,
So September 10th, 1 p.m.
it's a typical 1 p.m. start, East Coast time, um, which is not unusual.
Hmm.
What I'm concerned about is that running back that they drafted.
Bijan Robinson.
Let's start there.
Okay.
Um, and I kind of want to quickly pull up the draft picks for this year for Atlanta so I could just take a look at them. Um,
Okay.
Starting from what I know so far, you've got a, a fairly good secondary that got even better when they added Chark Phillips III
Okay. Right on.
from Utah. Um, and I did some scouting on this corner, and he's really, really good. And they also added DeMarco Helms from Alabama, the safety.
Okay. Yep. I see.
So defensively, they've gotten better. They got Zach Harrison as well from Ohio State. Now, many people know if they were watching my streams, this dude was heavily on my mock drafts and on my board. So we're gonna have to deal with him twice a year now, and I don't like that much. Really not happy with that. All right, so the running back in question here is Ben Robinson. I think I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah, it's
I'm
like
pretty for
Bijan
mispronouncing
Robinson.
names, so don't get mad at me if I get it wrong. But and please do correct me in chat if I do get it wrong. But he's a running back from Texas,
Hmm.
and he is a solid running back bruiser.
Yeah,
So what you're dealing with,
top rated running back out of the draft.
yeah, what you're dealing with is a 5'11", 215-pound bruiser,
Hmm.
and um, they say he transcended his positional value, which is interesting to me.
Oh.
That's the first thing I noticed when I was reading his scouting report here, post draft.
Hmm.
Uh, and he'll have this subtle juke, and he'll make people miss. He'll find lanes, and he's very, very dangerous. So our defensive tackles better be up to the challenge.
Yeah, it is very necessary. And
Correct.
I know that we have had our woes before in stopping the run, and it makes me kind of concerned, especially being that we're switching to a different base defense.
Mostly the ones that were hurting us the most were the draws and the ISOs.
Right.
Not so much the sweeps because we had people out there to handle the sweeps. Uh, Not that they did a spectacular job with it, but they got the job done and it was effective.
Hmm.
But the ISOs and the draws hit us for like 5, 6 yards a carry, and it was just you can't have that
Right.
if you want to try to get your defense off the field and win a game.
Now, how do you feel about the receiving room? I
So
know.
our defensive tackles, we're looking at Shy Tuttle, we're looking at a few other guys that have to be up to the challenge.
Right. Agreed. And, some, of course, a couple of them are, new to the team, or at least, playing for our team for the first time, whether rookie or
Mm-hmm.
veteran. So,
Playing
yeah,
under a new system.
exactly. Exactly. Um, how do you ultimately feel about their receiving core? I know for the longest time we've had to deal with a lot of Julio Jones, the Calvin Ridleys, stuff like that, but it's kind of undergone quite a change. I mean, I know Drake London's really the only one that stands out to me, and then of course, tight end Kyle Pitts. How do you feel about this receiving core that we could potentially be going up against?
That's a good question. Let's see. Uh, Frankly, we don't have Ridley to deal with anymore, so I'm feeling a lot better about that.
Hmm.
Uh, Let me check their depth chart real quick. Let's see, let's see, let's see.
And I'm also reminded they did get Taylor Heineke. I forgot about that.
Ooh, interesting.
So, but I
Uh, they do also have Cordell Patterson while we're talking about running backs too.
yeah, I expect there to be probably a mix between him and B. John Robinson if everything goes according to their plan.
Uh, on the Falcons website, they did start changing stuff around on the depth chart, so you're seeing some gaps on here.
Okay.
Uh, if you go on there right now, but there's Drake London, there's Frank Darby,
Hmm.
there's Cadrell Hodge. Those are the guys that are on there right now. None of those guys scare me at the moment.
Okay.
But again, this could be not completely updated yet.
True. True.
So let me check their roster. Maybe there's some names on here that haven't been put in there yet.
Um.
Uh, let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
Oh, I forgot they got Jonnu Smith,
We got
which
Rashawn Henry too.
Rashawn Henry, Mac Hollins.
Harry Hart, Kalon Harris.
So I mean, for the most part, they got a pretty young wide receiving core.
Yeah, Jared Burnett, Josh Ali. Some of these guys won't see playing time, but um, at least half of these guys will not see playing time. They have Scott Miller from Bowling Green,
Hmm.
Justin Marshall, Xavier Malone, Mac Hollins. Mac Hollins is a local North Carolinian, by the way.
Yes, that is correct.
6'4", 221. Oof. What I'm noticing is you got about three, three or four of these guys that are 6 foot and above, about 6'4", 6'3" or 6'4",
Yeah.
200 pounds plus, and they're fast. That's that's really the main thing I'm noticing so far. Um, the wide receivers have given us trouble because of our linebacking coverage issues over the middle. It's been soft.
Hmm.
And I've had issues with Shaq because of that before last year. But now I feel like Shaq is, doing better, and he did improve last year under Wilkes.
I'm really curious to see who, which I'm assuming is probably going to be him, but who is going to match up on Kyle Pitts?
Uh, that's a good question because I'm not fully versed on what the 3-4 defense is yet that we're building.
Same.
Uh, um,
Let's
right
see.
now, if I had to guess, probably Shaq or uh, hmm, good question.
Yeah. So,
Because most of these guys are going to be up on the line.
exactly.
So where does that leave our soft underbelly coverage wise? Again, are people going to drop back? What are we doing? Out of pressure from the 3-4 pressure.
Perhaps Chin?
Yeah, they moved Chin up to linebacker. That could be possible.
Yeah, I just thought
He's
about that.
free to do whatever he wants, really.
Yeah.
Out there in the middle of the field. He doesn't just have to stick linebacker duties. He could help out with nickels. He could help out with corner. He could help out anywhere.
Hmm.
So he's kind of free with that speed to kind of move around.
Yeah.
And that's one of the advantages of moving him up to linebacker is having that ability and flexibility to do that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Um, they did touch up their O line a little bit because remember they drafted Matthew Bergeron. They got Jake Matthews.
Mm-hmm.
They
Mm-hmm.
which is understandable being that they drafted the best running back coming out of the draft. So they did
It's mainly going to be run blockers, I feel like, to support the running back
exactly.
versus pass protection.
Kind of similar to what we had in a sense when we had the 1-2 combination with um Chuba Hubbard and Deontay Foreman. So uh,
Mm.
it makes sense. Uh, how are you feeling about Falcons defense?
Well, first of all, when you start with the Falcons defense, you have to start with their secondary because their secondary has been very good and
Yes.
challenged our wide receivers every year. Of course, DJ Moore found ways around that defense a lot
Yep.
and still managed to get his yardage. But the rest of them had trouble because they were going up against the likes of AJ Terrell, which I'm very familiar with as a Clemson man.
Hmm.
Um, and I was very unhappy when he got drafted to Atlanta. By the
I
way,
can I can imagine. And
oh man,
um oh, and they also did pick up Jeff Okuda via trade.
yes, they did. They did, and they drafted a edge rusher as well.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. It was
Uh,
Oh, was it Zach Harrison? Zach Harrison out of Ohio State, right?
that's correct.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And oh yeah, I forgot they got Calais Campbell. Jeez.
Yep.
Ooh, and him,
Yep.
shoot, probably him teamed up with, Eddie Goldman, David Onemata. Ugh, that D line. And Grady Jarrett. Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Okay, defense might be a battle. That that looks like that's going to be a battle.
Yeah, I'm mainly concerned with Zach Harrison because of how aggressive of a pass rusher he is
Hmm.
and how quickly he can get into a backfield. After watching the film study of him, that's going to be a problem. If we have any holes in that O line, if anybody from the starting five goes down, that second string has got to step up and shut him out early. And judging by our injury history, we've had issues with injuries on the starting five and versus division opponents when we play them early.
Hmm.
That's not good. Stay healthy, boys.
But I think we have a shot on offense because I mean when you look at it, we don't really have like a particular weapon that just stands out over all of our weapons on offense. So I expect the ball to be spread out pretty evenly and, maybe
Mhm.
a little more with the folks that really, step up and become the playmakers. Because, I mean, our offense roster, especially weapons wise, has changed quite a bit. So I'm very curious to see how we'll match up against their secondary, especially in the passing game. Um,
Mhm.
in the run game, like I said, as long as we keep that synergy at the O line, which I just saw that we did bring back Michael Jordan on a 1-year deal. Like we've really been stacking up on our depth on O line, and I really think that's gonna be enough to hold us together with the O line and the run and pass blocking. It just really comes down to chemistry and execution.
I agree with you. I kind of want to make some points on Michael Jordan now. Okay, I've got kind of a bone to pick there because I've been frustrated about him all year long under Matt Rule. This
Hmm.
dude did barely anything when we put him in during the Saints game and allowed a lot of pressure.
Hmm.
And I don't want him anywhere near that starting line. If we're bringing him back, he better be here for pennies on the dime, and either third string or or practice squad as a camp body.
So pretty
Just
much,
bring these guys.
you're saying Chandler better beat him out cleanly.
Absolutely, which I know he will. I know he will. I've been watching Taylor for long enough now that Taylor's been on my radar since I was watching Icky. Since we drafted Icky, that was pretty much it for me. I started watching him and learned about him, and he's a solid guy. I think he'll be a solid part of that line. Now, my concern is when you start breaking up that starting five that we had last year that had excellent chemistry, and you start moving Brady Christensen around because we have a lack of tackles.
Hmm.
I was informed we have 7 guards now and 3 tackles with the signing of Pat F. and Michael Jordan now.
Wait,
The re-signing of.
we did bring back Pat F-line?
Yep.
What? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I didn't even know that.
Yep. I'm not a fan of that signing either.
He was better at center.
However, I
Uh.
however I'll take that signing over Michael Jordan any day of the week because Michael Jordan was. I'm not ready to say the L word, but when you look at that Saints game last year, when Corbett went down, you do the math.
Fair point. Fair point.
That was
Um,
not good.
we got a question from David Screws. He says, between you two guys, do you think Bryce Young starts week 1?
You want to start this one off, or
Whew. You know what? I'm gonna be bold and I'm gonna say yes.
I'm gonna say that it depends on training camp. It depends on training camp, and it's the coach's final decision, and it's Scott's decision ultimately because he controls the 53-man roster.
Yeah.
So, the whole purpose of Andy Dalton being here is to train him up, and if he's not going to, if he's immediately going to be thrown into the fire without any training, then what's the point of getting Andy Dalton unless you want him at second string? That's a
Yeah,
lot of money to pay somebody that's just going to sit at the bench. You know, it's a veteran like that that has that much talent.
yeah, this is true.
And I mean, we've had so many bridge quarterbacks over the past like 5, 6, 7 years. You know, it, our management missed the point of what a bridge quarterback is.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it's so frustrating to watch that because it's just mismanagement over and over and over again. So now that we've got proper management in place that really knows what they're doing, half these guys are Super Bowl winners. The other half have either seen the Super Bowl or sniffed it, you know,
yeah,
so in our staff. So we should know what we're doing by now. So there's no excuse for bringing back somebody like Michael Jordan, who you can't tell me these guys haven't watched that tape of the Saints game countless times, you know, and realized that this was a problem.
yeah,
Come on.
and
And you're still going to sign him back, and you're not going to give Deontay Brown any snap counts at all? No training whatsoever?
yeah.
Help
Hopefully,
me figure this one out, folks. Please.
hopefully,
Please.
some way, somehow, he gets inserted early into preseason to get reps in. One thing,
But
one thing I will say, as far as Andy Dalton, like, definitely was not my first choice, but when you think about it, we are talking about somebody that was a three-time Pro Bowler and has been to the playoffs, something that Sam
mhm,
Darnold has never done. So,
that's true.
I
I feel like
mean,
Bryce is just going to start when he's ready, you know? And Scott feels the same way, and that's why he brought Andy in. So we'll just see what happens in training camp, and we'll follow it from there. And if they feel ready to put him in, they'll put him in.
yeah,
I
exactly.
will say this: he does have that Peyton Manning type intelligence, so it may not take him long. His intelligence will get him there faster than his body.
Yes, that is correct. Um,
That's why
so
you don't want to rush it.
So David says, I feel like Bryce is so intelligent. That's why I'm asking. Also, Dalton started week one, I think, right? He started week one when he was with the Bears. He started the first two games. Um,
Yeah.
but but last season he didn't start until week four with the Saints.
Hmm.
So yeah. But when he was with the Bears, he did start the first two.
And I'll let you guys figure out why he wasn't successful in Chicago. I mean, come on, it's the Bears.
Yeah, I mean,
Come
uh,
on, nobody's successful in Chicago. Well, I won't say nobody because you did have Cedric Tillman that came from there. You did have a few others that came from there. Greg Olson came from there. So I won't say nobody, but in
true.
recent memory, I mean, who's come from Chicago that's really been that spectacular? So he
Yeah.
wasn't in the right environment for his skill set. Now he is with proper protection and proper coaching. This should be fun.
Yeah, most definitely. So, week one, win or loss?
Win.
I'm going win as well. Um, oh, David was saying he was talking about as a rookie. Did he start week one as a rookie? Uh,
I'm not sure actually. I think he did sit on the bench for about a year with Cincinnati. I'm not
so
100% on that though.
he started,
Good question.
his first regular season start came on September 11th, 2011. Wow. On 9/11. Wow.
And he
Um,
was drafted which year?
he was drafted 2011.
Hmm.
So yeah, he did start. Uh, but then
That first year, yeah. But it was way late in the year.
okay. So Yeah, but of course we all know that pretty much Cincinnati was where he had his best years. Um, but yeah, we're in agreement. Coming off swinging with a win to open up the season.
Definitely. I think our pass rushing is going to have a massive effect on Atlanta's O line. It's going to put a lot of pressure on them. That
Hmm.
quarterback's going to be scrambling, and we're going to have them on the run early. We just have to keep that leverage up through four quarters. You
Hmm.
know, force him to make bad passes, force him to throw it into our secondary. You know,
Hmm.
make him do things that he would not normally do, and focus on the run after that. Shut down those screen passes, and we got it covered. Just let the offense do the rest.
I like it. I like it. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
um. Oh.
Whether you have Andy Dalton in there or Bryce, we're still going to win.
David asks, what do you think of our coach comparing Bryce to Peyton Manning? I'll let you go first on that.
I think it's an interesting comparison, but you also have Peyton Manning comparing him to Joe Burrow. So
Yeah.
there's that too out there. I found that interesting.
Um.
Intelligence wise, I would say yes. Physicality, I don't know. I'd
Yeah.
like to see what he could do in a Panther uniform before I'm ready to start comparing him to people.
I
I know what
one
he did in Alabama, but I want to know what he can do in a Panther uniform.
Yes, I 100% agree. Do I believe he's intelligent? He definitely has the evidence to back that up. As far as comparing him to Peyton Manning, I think that's superbly jumping the gun. But I hope,
Who knows?
I hope we can get a Peyton Manning type player, Joe Burrow type player out of Bryce Young. But
Mm-hmm.
I think the coach is jumping the gun just a little bit. Let's see what he can do in the pros, because
Yeah, it's a
college.
little early on that.
Yeah. Okay. Week 2, September 18th at 7:15 p.m. We got our first home game of the season against the New Orleans Saints, which that is Monday Night Football.
Dun 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 dun.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah,
So,
this is an opportunity for us to make a major statement.
yes.
In our own division, our first opportunity, real one, on national television, where people are paying close attention to us.
Dude, when was the last time we had a Monday Night Football game?
It's been a minute, man.
Like, not since Cam, right?
Uh, I don't remember actually, to be honest with you.
Or at least not since Cam the first stint. The first stint.
Right.
Oh, got a question from Tito Z. What's good, champ? It's been a minute, but the middle run defense has has been weak for years. Thoughts if you think this year we can fix it? Uh, I have hope, being that we did get a defensive coordinator that coached the number 7 ranked defense. Personnel wise, I'm curious and anxious of how we're gonna look when it comes to run defense, because I know we've had issues with run defense in the past. But I think with the talent combined with a coach that knows how to coach defense, I have hope. What you got, Corey?
Being that we don't know what this 3-4 defense is going to really look like right now, and I've got shaky confidence in the defensive tackles right now, besides Derek Brown.
Okay.
Um, I will vouch for the one that came from Houston, McCall, but because he's a former Clemson Tiger,
Oh,
and
oh,
I am
Marquand
familiar
McCall.
with him.
Hmm.
Um, and I followed him since his days in orange and white. But the rest of these guys that came in here, I'm not as familiar with, and I've got to take the time to really learn who they are as a Panther, and you know that's how I judge these players is who they are as a Panther. Not who they were before they came here, who they are as a Panther. If they continue the same work they did before they came here, excellent. That's
Indeed.
who you are. If you drop off the map, that's who you are. So I want to know who you are before I could really make an accurate judgment on what we're doing with the defensive tackle right now. Now the linebackers position has been shaky as well.
Hmm.
We with the exception of Frankie Luvu, of course, and Shaq playing better. He's still not breaking that glass ceiling, Shaq, but he's close. You know, to where I believe he's got a little bit more in it. He
Right.
hasn't reached the peak yet.
Right.
So my question is, did we do enough in this draft and free agency to seal up that last spot at linebacker, you know, um, to play alongside these guys, um, to make sure that we cover our ground here in
Hmm.
the pass coverage game? We know we can stop the run. That's not a question. We got enough people on the line, we can stop the run. Because if you've got that many people on the line, they're going to stop all those gaps. Now, my question is, can we stop the underbelly passing routes? And when you're
Oh.
dealing with some of these tight ends in the league that are huge guys,
Hmm.
I mean, you're talking the Zach Ertz types. Once you get down the road, these guys are going to be deadly. If you even get them a 5-yard pass, let them do the work for you. They will blow past at least 2 or 3 defenders. They are that strong and
Yeah.
that elusive. So luckily, we've kind of caught a break on that where we haven't had many of those to deal with this year.
Hmm.
But it could be dangerous as far as slot receivers because the slot receivers are even worse
Oh,
if they break
yes.
tackles, and that's why the tackling is so important when you're getting free agents, when you're getting draft picks, when you're putting together your 53-man roster.
Hmm.
If I'm putting together a 53-man roster, if you can't tackle on my defense, you're done automatically. I
That's
want
true.
you're done automatically. Move on to the next team.
Um, we got a comment.
I'm not even gonna bother with you. And that's why they hit these guys so strongly.
Hmm.
Is even just the wrong angles during training camp can get you cut.
Yeah,
It's going to be
that is
that tight
true.
this year, and that's what we want. We're getting back to that 14 and 15 vibe where we're just getting down to the real nitty gritty basics and the details that are going to matter.
Hmm.
So
We got another comment. David Screws says, I really think DJ Johnson is going to be nasty. I had to watch film and sleep on it, but I was highly upset trading up for him. But when you dig deep, I think he might be an exceptional player. Shoot, he better be. Being
he
that we,
better be
when we
for what
traded
we
up
did.
for him, he better be.
All right,
Saints.
let's dig into him because this is going to matter towards that Saints game.
Alrighty.
We're going to need to put pressure on these quarterbacks. We're going to need somebody that can be adaptable at defensive end and linebacker. And I'm throwing the tight end part out because that really doesn't matter. That's what third string tight end. That's emergency backup. So we're just basically looking at linebacker and defensive end at this point
Hmm.
because those are his primary spots. Um, my main concern, number one, when we drafted this man, is we drafted him as a linebacker,
Yep.
not as a defensive end. And when you watch his highlights, he's a defensive end. Maybe I have a lack of knowledge on the 3-4 here, but when you're drafting somebody as a defensive end, you're drafting him as a defensive end. If you're drafting somebody as a linebacker, you're drafting him as a linebacker. And that's not necessarily so anymore with all these hybrid positions. and it's getting confusing, folks. I feel your frustration on that. If you're confused by that, and on paper it looks like, oh well, we got the wrong position. Well, did we? You know, were we trying to address a pass rusher in that pick? That's
Although,
what got me thinking.
although to be fair, he did get 8.5 sacks his last year at Oregon. So
Right.
that is kind of that does catch my eye. That does catch my eye. So, like I said, I'm not sure what type of defense they ran at Oregon, but being that he got 8.5 sacks, that
I would think a 3-4.
yeah.
Most
Coach,
of the guys that come out of that Oregon defense are 3-4.
apparently Coach Avero likes him like a lot. So
That's maybe a good sign? Question mark. I mean, I'll have to check him out in training camp to find out, and I'll be there in person 6 days out of that training camp. To check these guys out. I'll be posting my schedule on my page when the training camp schedule comes out. But addressing the draft picks on this is where it gets a little bit hairy. So you guys will have to follow me on this. All right. And it involves that other pick too in the second round. So when you go back and you look at what picks were made in each one of these positions, wide receiver and defensive end, um, the wide receivers, there were only 3 wide receivers taken in that first round. Yes, they were good ones, but are you in a rush to go after a wide receiver at that point? No. Should you go after a defensive end? Yes. The
mhm.
reason why? There were 5 of them going off the board in the first round in a deep defensive end class. And that pretty much sends a red flag. The defensive ends are flying off the board in the first and second and third rounds. That's an immediate red flag. If you have a better defensive end than what you're thinking about
Mhm.
in the fourth and fifth round, get your defensive end at 39. Don't wait. Get him then. Sit on that spot and grab him. Now, with that being said, if you and you can't tell me there aren't better defensive ends than DJ Johnson out there on that board at 39. I refuse to believe it. That run 3-4.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
So we jumped the gun on that. Now, go down to spot 80 where we traded up, right?
We were at spot 90. Spot 90.
Spot 90 where we traded up. Okay. Look at how many of these pieces at wide receiver were still on the board, at 80.
Oh, I'm
So if
sorry.
you
I'm
were to,
sorry. You are right. We went from 93 to 80. I'm sorry. You were
right,
right.
right. So look at how many of those wide receiver pieces were on the board at 80. With a little bit of sacrifice at wide receiver, we might have lost Josh Downs. We might have lost a few of these guys, but you could still get like an A.T. Perry. You could
Yep.
still get somebody really, really solid
Mhm.
at 80. If you trade up then and get your wide receiver, I'm fine with that.
Mhm.
Go for it. I mean, are we that sold on Mingo that we're not willing to make that sacrifice? That's
O-
what concerns me.
only
You
thing
know,
I really have on that was Steve Smith picked.
yeah, and I mean that's all well and good. If Steve Smith says that,
You're right.
you have to listen to him, but you don't always have to take his advice.
Yeah. And after all, he's a wide receiver. Nothing else but a wide receiver.
I mean, he's
Um.
a very, very intelligent wide receiver,
Right. Right.
and
Uh,
there's certain things on the board that he's not looking at, such as what positional picks are going off the board versus which ones are not. If you see a hot trend going on, you got to jump on it.
yeah. Exactly. Two
He's not
things.
as much focused on that, but he's focused on the physical player's abilities. All right, go ahead.
So two quick comments. David Screw says, in regards to DJ Johnson, he's a jack of all trades at defensive end, linebacker, tight end. He better be
Mhm.
worth it. Um, Corey,
Agreed.
Corey, you got a question from Tito Z. It
All right.
says, Corey, you should be in politics. That answer about our run defense was long and deflected. In what recent years have we stopped or shut down the run? Just asking.
All right. To be fair, I was trying to give you a detailed answer to your question, um, because that's kind of what I do. I get down to the nitty gritty, and I've got a good focus on these players, um, and who they are. But these new defensive ends and these new defensive tackles and linebackers, I have no idea who they are as Panthers. I have no idea what we're dealing with yet. So I can't accurately answer that question, to be fair, until I've checked them out in camp. I mean, some of these guys, I've heard a couple of these guys' names, but I don't know anything about them. So I have no way of knowing whether we can really stop the run, against such running backs as the Saints running back and the Falcons running back that they just picked up in the draft. I have no idea yet. Shy Tuttle is kind of a new name for me. I don't know much about him. So I'm just kind of learning about him, with all these off-season pickups.
Mm-hmm.
So I apologize that I can't accurately answer your question right now, but ask me that question again in my chat in July when we're doing training camp, and I may have a better answer for you at that point.
Fair enough. Um, David says lots of Ole Miss receivers have been legit in the NFL, and he can grow with Bryce. In regards to Jonathan Mingo,
Mm-hmm.
let's see. Off the top of my head, who is it? AJ Brown, Mike Wallace. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Yeah.
Dante Moncrief. I mean, I
Mm-hmm.
I know the name. I mean, really, the only two names that jump off are AJ Brown and DK Metcalf. So,
Right.
I mean, how do you feel? I mean, there's a few. I don't know if I'd say a lot. And I mean, you know, we did have, our very own uh Wesley Walls that played
Right.
with Ole Miss. But, well, I don't know. How do you feel? Like Ole Miss wide receivers in the NFL.
Thus far, it depends on what system they go to. Some of them are a good fit for some of these wide receivers, some of them are not. Depends on what talents they're good at, when they're being drafted. Does that fit what the team is needing? You know, Such as, we were looking for a deep route guy, when we got Mingo. Does that fit our needs? Yes. You know, for another team, no, it doesn't. They're looking for a slot receiver, but they get a deep receiver route guy. Wrong system for that wide receiver. You're battling for a number one job, you know?
Although I will say Mike Wallace, AJ Brown, DK Metcalf were Pro Bowlers. So,
That's true. But there's this stigma around the NFL. You don't immediately have to start these guys if you draft them round one.
true. It's
Yeah, you don't have to. You can let them learn a little bit before you put them into the fire. And I mean, there are certain emergency situations like the Colts where you have to put the quarterback in because it's such a bad situation,
mhm.
or certain teams really desperately need a wide receiver and they have to put him in right that year. Otherwise they're really in trouble because they're that thin at
Right.
that position. But otherwise, you generally want to let these guys sit for about however long it takes them to learn, and each guy's different about how they learn and how quickly they learn. But eventually, when they're ready, they start. You know,
Yeah. Agreed.
that's 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 generally the rule of thumb that you would like to see happen in an ideal NFL world. But it doesn't happen that way, unfortunately,
Yeah. Very, very well. Very.
because some of the management doesn't really know what they're doing in some of these teams,
Yep. And
including ours for a short amount of time.
Oh yes, you beat me to it. You beat me to it. Um, so okay, Saints week 2, first home game. Looking at the Saints offense, of course, they got new guy in Derek Carr. Um, now their offense, couple of names. I mean, now the whole Alvin Kamara, that we still don't know what the legal situation is with him, so
True.
that's still up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Um, let's see. They did get a Kendry Miller, running back out of TCU. They did get
Yep.
Jamal Williams, who was with the Lions. Um, so that running game already looks scary.
Mm-hmm.
Wide receivers, who now they did get a Keith Kirkwood, and they still have Michael Thomas, but health wise, there's some uncertainties there. Not to take anything away from Michael Thomas,
Mm-hmm.
because when he's healthy, he's a beast, but he hasn't really
Yep.
been healthy in a couple of seasons, so
Yep.
I'm not too worried about that. Although they do have Chris Olave, they drafted A.T. Perry,
Mm-hmm.
so they could still do a little bit of damage. Taysom Hill at tight end, they still can do some damage in the receiving game. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but that potential 1, 2, possibly 3 combo at running back does scare me a little bit.
I agree with that. And people should recognize the name Keith Kirkwood because he's been through our system a lot.
Correct.
That's the first name that popped off to me in that wide receiver core.
Now, I know I know Saints fans are gonna go be all well, whatever. I know Derek Carr is a multi-time Pro Bowler. I get it. But he's not what threatens me. In all honesty, I gotta keep it a buck. Derek Carr does not scare me.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all can keep that in the bank. Um, defensively, well, actually, no. Let's backtrack to O line. I
You
remember
got Landon Young, you got Ryan Rajic at tackle.
yep, veteran tackle. Um,
I'm kind of going down this roster here.
did
Uh,
did Trevor Penning improve?
I'm not sure.
Okay, because I know he kind of had some rough patches starting out, but I don't know if he ended up working out well with
I
them.
never heard how that went.
Because I know that was a offensive lineman mentioned in a couple of different people's mock drafts, for two
Mm-hmm.
two seasons ago. So,
Mm-hmm.
um,
For those wondering, he's a 6'7", 325-pound guy from Northern Iowa.
yep,
And typically, these guys that come from Northern Iowa are big gentlemen. So, you know, big muscular gentlemen. And I
yeah,
say gentlemen because off the field, they're just the kindest, warmest, give you a hug type people. They'll be the first ones to do it.
hmm.
And it's awesome.
Now defense. Whew. Um,
Yeah, let's get into that.
Cameron Jordan. I mean, that's already by the start. They drafted an Isaiah Foskey. They drafted a Brian Breesy. Um,
I see a name on here that bothers me. Tyron Matthew.
oh, Honey Badger. Ugh. Ugh.
That
Yeah.
name bothers me a lot. If you've been watching Tyron Matthew over the years, this guy is a problem.
Yeah.
Do not throw that ball anywhere near this man, or he will pick it off.
As a matter of fact, dude, look at their secondary. Marshawn Lattimore, Bradley Roby,
Oh my god.
Justin Evans, JT Gray, Tyron Mateo, Marcus May.
Oh,
Ugh.
that's not good.
Yeah.
That's really
Mm-mm.
not good.
And Demario Davis at linebacker. Ugh.
And that defense only got better with that draft.
Oh, they went in the offseason on defense.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what?
Is that Winston I see as a backup quarterback to Carr?
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
but at the same time, we did sweep the Saints last season, even with busted up Baker Mayfield. We did sweep the Saints.
Yeah.
That's pretty much his only real credible win last season was against the Saints. But
Wow.
uh,
Pete Werner. Pete Werner is one of those guys I'm centering in on. 6'3", 242-pound guy from Ohio State. He's been in the league for 3 years, but he's already made a big impact.
yeah, that's a good point. Um,
55 solo tackles last year and 2 forced fumbles. And need I remind you, forced fumbles change the course of a game.
yes, they do. Those takeaways. Bro, bro, I don't know. I mean, I know this is the first meeting home game. Oh man.
And DeMarco Jackson's one of those guys from Appalachian State. And if you guys have been paying attention to Appalachian State, I've been a Furman fan for a number of years, so I'm very familiar with Appalachian State, even before they beat Notre Dame and got on the map at Division One. So it was Appalachian State and Georgia Southern running that SoCon division, and they ran it with an iron fist. Nobody could touch them, and it was just the two titans battling each other before Appalachian State eventually took on Notre Dame and won.
Mhm.
Everybody was shocked. I was not. I expected it because I knew that was pure raw talent coming out of Appalachian State, and it's still pure
Mhm.
raw talent coming out of Appalachian State, even 7 or 8 years later.
Ye-
That coaching staff really knows how to develop these guys.
Yeah, that's definitely a school you don't want to sleep on.
Georgia Southern's running that SoCon right now. For anybody wondering,
I'll say this. I think if we can win this game, I think that really speaks volumes of how we'll potentially do in the NFC South.
measuring stick.
I really think so. And I know that's only week two, but I mean, two back-to-back division games to kick off this season. We're gonna be tested early,
Mm-hmm.
early, early.
But the
So
advantage is we're going to have a full deck of cards going in to both of these games. We're going to have limited injuries. So this is good on that front.
and
We're going to have everybody on the field that we need.
and we do have a long week, being that this is a Monday night football game. So man, that's even more added pressure. Second game of the season is a Monday night
Wow.
football game. Jeez.
This is going to be a big one. That really, I think if we can put pressure on their offense and shut down their offense and put them on defense for a long amount of time on the field, we can
Hmm.
start to take advantage of it and find holes in that defense. It's going to take a while with that secondary being what it is.
But you know something? Interesting stat. We are 10-7 on Monday night football games.
It's true. It's true. I was at one of them in 2015. Colts game, I believe.
Ooh,
Rainy hurricane day. All the way from South Carolina to North Carolina, all the way through the game and overtime and all the way back. I will never forget that.
if I remember correctly, that wasn't
Horrendous day.
wasn't that the
Been a
game
while.
that wasn't that the game that Luke Kuechly got the interception that put us in position for the field goal victory?
Yes, it was.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
thought.
A nasty weather game. Oh my goodness. That's a reminder to everybody. If you're going to these games, check the weather report. Double check
Indeed.
it, triple check it. You don't want to live through a monsoon. for 4 hours. If you paid 100 something bucks, make sure you check it. Oh
Indeed.
man,
But but yeah,
this Saints team. My concern again is that 3-4 defense. In pass coverage because we don't know what that's going to look like.
mhm.
And Frankie Louvu can only do so much out there. Shaq can only do so much. He's limited. So with all these other people coming up, at linebacker, who's filling the positions at other spots? And we filled in the safety spots, we filled in the defensive end spots. It's like, okay, well, now what? What are where you're moving the pieces around, but what are you doing with them, Najaro? Let's keep it a buck. What are you doing with them?
Um oh, David Screws has a comment. Oh, he was also at that game, that Colts game. Cool deal. Uh
Very cool.
Says, do you think we will acquire Jadeveon Clowney? No, not Matt Rule. Clown this clown. Will make players look like clowns. I would love.
I
I mean, I would love
love
to.
how you worded that. That was great.
I mean, I would love to have Jadeveon Clowney.
um, the first question you have to consider is he a 3-4 defensive threat? Threat, yes. Is he 3-4? Questionable. That I don't
Uh,
know. In most major paperwork, he's listed as a 3-4, so I don't know, but he can shift around.
hmm
Um, do we have the money for him? Yes. Are we going after him right now? No, we have not met with him. So as of right now, I would say don't hold your breath.
Fair point. Okay. Saints, win or loss?
I'm leaning 60-40 percentage wise towards a win. This is a tough one for me because again, we don't know what that defense is going to look like.
hmm
Um, but if it pans out the way Ajaro had it in Denver, let's just say it does. For scenario's sake, let's say it does, and we're ranked up there in the top 10 at this point. And everybody's working out just fine.
hmm
Then yes, I would call it a win because we have to keep their defense on the field for as long as possible so we can wear them down. Which means we have to shut down their offense and give them a short field, keep them off the scoreboard.
You know what?
That means a lot of pressure, and that means we've got to cover our ground in the short coverage areas.
Yes. I'm going to say for now, and I'm just basing this for now, because this might
Mhm.
change come week 2 preview of this matchup.
Okay.
Based on history, I'm going to say a win for now. Because while we did sweep them last season, we have done better on Monday Night Football win to loss ratio.
And we have a history of splitting with the Saints.
Yes. So
Bad history
I'm gonna say win for now.
of it, dating back even as far as John Fox.
And yes, all the way back to John Fox. Okay. And then because we have a short week, with the Monday Night Football game, going into the next game on the road, September 24th. This is a 4:05 p.m. game against the Seabirds, the Seattle Seahawks, who we did beat,
Oh,
who we did beat last season in Seattle.
ooh, this one's in Seattle too.
Yes.
Ooh, that's a tough one. That stadium is one of the toughest stadiums to play in. I remember dating back to 2015 when we had to go out to Seattle. That intimidated a lot of us because even with our fully decked out team that we had in 15, it was still very very intimidating.
Right.
And
Indeed.
you knew you were getting the full kitchen sink and the backyard, the whole business from Seattle when you went in there. It's not the same Seattle team anymore, but they still got some weapons. And Pete Carroll's still there coaching. Don't forget that, folks.
Yes. And it looks like how they did in the draft and off season, they may have gotten even better. Of course, Geno Smith coming off his first Pro Bowl. Like, I know it's late in his career, but
Mm.
the man did the do. He did the do. And honestly, I got to give him credit. I got to give him
What
credit.
happens when you're in a good situation and good coaching?
I mean, look at this dude. Pro Bowl, NFL Comeback Player of the Year, NFL completion percentage leader, all last
Mhm.
season.
Better situation.
That scares me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't sleep on Geno Smith, y'all. This is like the second coming
Mm-hmm.
of somebody that barely got any attention throughout the first half of his career. I mean, I know he's 32, but he's starting to blow up. And they say
Yep.
the 30s is what? Their prime? Whew.
Mm.
Dave, see, David Screws says, no Russell Wilson though. Geno is good, but he's not Russell Wilson. I'm gonna have to. Now I understand that he doesn't have a championship or anything, but my friend, don't sleep on Geno. Don't
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 sleep on him.
don't do it.
Don't sleep on him.
I know we beat him last season, but
Gino's better than Russell right now.
this dude set did three big accomplishments last
Mm-hmm.
season. I mean, setting the leaderboards in completion percentage, not to mention had his first playoff start.
Yep. Good for him, man. I'm
Like,
happy for him.
and then he didn't turn around and got paid 3 years, $75 million deal. Shoot.
That man has earned his bag. He has earned his bag. He is better than Russell Wilson is right now in his career. You know, for the last few years.
Davis says, I'm not sleeping on Geno, but I'm not as scared. I'd rather play Geno than Russell. Russell is in a garbage trash system in Denver.
Yeah,
Um,
he here's the thing. Russell Wilson is in the wrong system for him. And
agreed. Agreed.
they're trying to turn him into a pocket passer, and he is not that. And they did the same thing to Cam when we had bad management come in here, and it didn't work. It just did not work under the West Coast. So I'm wondering if Sean Payton is just gonna take the leash off the dog, or what's gonna happen there. Because we know he's still got the talent. He's just in the wrong place.
Yeah, agreed. Um, looking at the Seahawks roster, I mean, Geno, like I said, re-signed for 3 years, 75 million. He's gonna be there for a while. Um, they did pick up. They draft. Now they got a young running back core now. So that's one thing to keep an
Hmm.
eye out. They did draft Zach Charbonnet out of UCLA. They have DJ Dallas. I mean, they got a lot of rookie uh running backs. Um, so the oh yeah, that's right. They also got Kenneth Walker the third. So I mean, they got a young running back core.
Hmm.
But secondary, beware. We got a potential three-headed monster, technically four-headed monster when you think about it, in tight end Noah Fant, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and then newly acquired JSN, Jackson Smith Jigba.
Hmm.
So I don't think they will have lost much of a step in their offense, especially in the passing game. especially in the passing game. So passing game is what's really going to stand out to me. And there's no particular name that really stands out on the O line. I don't know. Anything you want to add to the Seahawks offense?
Give me 1 second. Let's see. What are we doing with here? I'll be able to tell you in a second.
Hmm.
Jackson Smith Nigma is a very, very dangerous wide receiver. You know, judging by what I saw in the scouting report and on my film studies on him.
Hmm.
Uh, Metcalf, we already pretty much know who he is.
Yep.
Tyler Lockett's really dangerous too if you let him out.
Right.
He's very quick and very effective. He's got a quick edge to him at 5'10", 182, you know, so you can't just let him roam free and do whatever he wants.
Hmm.
And that's one of the issues I saw the last time we played against him was we let him do whatever he wanted to do and he ran circles around our corners in secondary. And I was like, what are y'all doing? Lock him up. You know, we got Cade Johnson, um, South Dakota State. That's the new rookie. Let's see here. Noah Fant, Iowa.
Hmm.
He's been around for a while. I'm looking to see what other names stand out to me. Kenny McClintosh from Georgia was on my radar late in the draft, running back.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
But the problem with Kenny McClintosh is he did get in trouble with the law. So
Oh, oh,
that's what dropped him so far down the list. But he has so much hidden potential there. So watch out for him. Don't sleep on him.
so you see a lot of potential in this young running back core, eh?
I do, and it could become a problem for us. Bobby Wagner has always been a problem for
Oh
us
yeah, he's
for
back.
years. For years, this dude has been a problem.
Oh
He's part of
yeah.
the Legion of Doom from the old days.
Yep. Um.
Scott's party actually drafted him.
Yep. Sure did. Sure did.
He
Um.
wasn't ever GM, but his grouping of management put together that terrifying Legion of Boom.
Yeah, and they've definitely fine-tuned the defense. Bringing back Bobby Wagner, Tyreek Woolen, Jamal Adams, Quadre Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
Um.
You got Tyreek Smith, the linebacker from Ohio State, second year man.
Nick Bellor out of
Yep.
Central Michigan.
Yep.
Uh.
Ooh.
Overall, I mean, defense will be an issue. I'm more like their offense really, like with the passing game and just how much Geno Smith has improved. And we're playing in Seattle. Oof.
I see two names that pop off to me at guard, and that's Damian Lewis and also who was it? Who was it? I just saw him. Anthony Bradford from LSU, the new rookie. Those two
Ah,
stand out to me at guard.
okay. Interesting.
You got Cameron Young from Mississippi State at defensive tackle. That's a big name that just came in.
Okay.
Let's see. Desert Witherspoon, corner. Hmm. Ray Brown could be a problem in the future. Right
Gotcha.
now, I don't think he is, but if they develop him correctly, oh yeah, that's an Oklahoma product. 5'10", 185. He's got the
Ah,
speed, but right now his technique is a little bit lacking, and that's why he's so far down on the depth chart.
I see. I see. I mean, with this being the third game, um, to be
We have
honest,
got to lock up these wide receivers. We cannot let them get out. That means Dante and JC Horn, be aware. We're looking at you right now.
and they're gonna want revenge after last season. So
That's true.
I hate to
True.
say this, but this might be the first loss.
It's possible, yes.
I'm I hope to change my mind, but for now, bro, I'm going to say an L.
This is, to me, a trap game because of Geno Smith and all the weaponry that Seattle has. A lot of people in the media are going to paint this as, oh, well, the Seahawks aren't that good, when you look at them, on paper. But look at the names and look at what those names have done. You got a problem. Don't
Yeah.
fall into the trap. That's your first trap game.
Um, David says, I will say this. I love that our bye week is week 7.
We haven't got that far yet.
Yeah. But we will definitely get to that.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So so I went with a loss. Did you have one or
Me
you
too.
okay. Gotcha.
We
Uh,
have rarely come out of that first month ever beyond 3-1.
right.
It's rarely ever happened where we've gotten 4-0. We've lost to somebody that first month every year.
Yeah. That
I
is
would rather it be the Seahawks team in Seattle than I would the Vikings coming up after that.
speaking of which, that shall segue into week 4. Week 4, Sunday, October 1st, the very first day of October, first Sunday, 1
Oh
p.m.
my goodness.
It will be a home game against the team that has beat us for 2 straight seasons in a row, the Minnesota Vikings. Oh man. Uh okay. Um well, starting off,
Let's
just
get set up here.
one name to start off with. I'm going to go ahead and just jump right into it. Justin Jefferson.
Yep. Same name I was thinking of.
Justin Jefferson and Justin Jefferson and oh yeah, Justin Jefferson. Whew.
Oh yeah, this dude is a beast. You can't let him out.
This man legit almost got 2,000 yards receiving last season.
Oof.
If that doesn't scare y'all, something is very wrong. This man finished first in catches and first in receiving yards last season. Now, let me remind y'all, on at least 2 occasions, we have let a wide receiver burn us for at least 200 yards receiving in a game, i.e., Mike Evans and Julio Jones.
Ooh.
Keep that in mind. So
Hmm.
I if their running back gets 150 yards rushing, so be it. So be it. Do not let this man get hardly anywhere over 125 yards because I can see he'll still get 100. I'll give him that. But anything beyond that, that is a no-no. You cannot even give this man. If we had anything
Fact.
like what happened against Tampa Bay last season, but with Justin Jefferson, and we had two different
This ain't
people,
it, y'all.
uh,
This
um,
ain't it.
I'm
You
telling
got
you,
to contain him.
I'm telling y'all, keep pounding nation. If if Justin Jefferson eats, you can kiss any opportunity of this being a win goodbye.
That's a fact. That's what makes this a major trap game right here.
Because
And
I'm sorry, getting almost 2,000 receiving yards in a season is not normal.
yeah,
And
I'm
not
with you.
and not to mention first in catches, he had 128 catches.
Yep. This man was eating last year.
Whoo, Lord.
Straight up eating. And I'm not just talking about them McDonald's Happy Meals, man. This man was eating out there.
Secondary, if even one of y'all gets even a sniffling of being beat off the line or on your routes, immediately yell as loud as you can, help, for extra support on this man, or else he will burn you.
Mm-hmm.
If you got to take away from the other guy, so be it. So be it. But
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
this is not a man that you want to have a great game with.
Mm-hmm. Keith Taylor,
Period.
we're looking at you. Keith Taylor, we're looking at you, man. Pay attention, bro. yeah, we know about you, CJ Henderson. We're looking at you too.
And I'm gonna tell you this right now, and David, I'm gonna get to your comment.
Calling y'all out.
I haven't forgotten this. I better see J.C. Horn on him. Dante Jackson, you better not even dare touch him with
I agree.
as much as you have gotten beat deep. I coach
Fact.
Coach Avero, I better not see you put Dante Jackson on him
Facts. If you have to switch sides of the field, do it.
immediately.
Yep.
I better not see Dante Jackson anywhere. I don't care if he has 14 interceptions. I better not see Dante Jackson on no Justin Jefferson.
Facts. Don't pass go until collect $200. Don't move them.
Hmm. Yeah, I just
Both of us are going to be angry at that one.
I I'm gonna read this comment, then I'm gonna give you the floor because I had to get that out. Um, David says, I told Corey this: wear a leprechaun suit to a game and hold a sign that says "I want me trophy." What the heck, man?
We're
Oh
all
man,
dead.
I'm gonna let you have that one. Oh, oh man,
I mean,
that's
that's
crazy.
great. That's great. Go for it. He might even sign it though, because honestly, these players look for the craziest things to sign. So you never know. Trying to get a front row seat, he might sign it.
Oh man, that's wow.
oh my gosh, that's funny. Get
That's
like a fake pot
hysterical.
of gold.
Yeah, yes, yes. That is very necessary.
a bag of Skittles. Taste the rainbow.
Oh man, shoot,
yeah.
you might have beast mode poke his head in and be like, somebody say Skittles.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, oh,
That's incredible.
that's great. Um, okay, so we address the elephant in the room. So
yep.
Kirk Cousins. There's still, I think there's still up in the air about whether Dalvin Cook will be on this roster by by the season start, because word is he may be getting released.
Hmm.
Um, let's see.
I heard this rumor as well.
Um, David Screws says put Von Bell on him. I could see him bringing over the top safety help,
Yeah,
but
but himself, no.
I think we gotta go JC on Justin
Right,
Jefferson.
right, right.
But
Dante Jackson with Von Bell help ain't going. That's not it. That's not it. Plus, with Dante Jackson's low tackle uh, tendencies, where he goes for the ankle. There's a
mhm,
number of times where he misses and it leads to touchdowns. Like he gets roasted. Don't do that to Justin Jefferson.
right.
For the love of everything green on this earth, do not do that, or we will come find you and we will give you a bag of Skittles.
Yeah. Now, thankfully, we don't have to worry about Adam Thielen. We have Adam Thielen now.
Yep.
Um, they did get Jalen Rager. I'm not sold on him, but I'll keep an eye out, but I'm not sold on him. Um, Now they got a Cephas Johnson the third, rookie out of southeastern Louisiana, and that is a big body, 6'5", 220.
Mm-hmm.
Whoo, yeah, that's a big body. Um, other
I do want to point out that the Vikings do play the Eagles and the Chargers before they face us.
Oh, so they're gonna have some tough games to start off. Okay,
That's correct. And that Eagles game is a Thursday night too, by the way.
okay, gotcha. So they got a short week. Um,
That's
oh,
in Philly.
oh, that's in Philly. Oh, gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
um,
That Chargers game will cause a lot of injuries because the Chargers, go head to head with everybody and hit hard. So
gotcha.
there is a scenario where you could have one of these guys come in here injured, like Justin Jefferson or somebody like that typically doesn't have an injury history. Because week 3 is generally where you start seeing a bunch of injuries happen. And we're gonna have our share of them as well. Um, they'll show up with like foot injuries, ankle injuries, you name it, on the injury chart, but
Hmm.
nothing long withstanding. At week 3. But at this
Gotcha.
point, we know who these players are. Um, we've seen the patterns. We understand who they are,
Hmm.
and
Um. Oh yeah, they drafted Jordan Addison out of USC. I forgot about
we
that.
also know who they aren't at that point and what they can't do.
True.
Where our weaknesses show up after that point. Patterns are everything
Hmm.
at this point.
Um. Let's see.
So taking that into account, that's probably going to be a loss for the Vikings coming out of that Chargers game because
Hmm.
the Chargers have not slowed down. They are stronger than ever. Same with
Right.
the Eagles.
Oh yeah. Agreed. Agreed. Um.
So they're going to come at us hard in Charlotte. We've got to be ready.
Indeed. Um.
They're going to be angry.
I know they got a tight end core in Johnny Mund and T.J. Hawkinson. Uh. Let's see. Jordan Addison was their wide receiver draft pick out of USC. Um,
Right.
O line, Chris Reed, um, Christian Darrisaw. I remember he was one of their draft picks a couple of seasons ago. Um, if anything, pressure on Kirk Cousins, I think, is going to
Uh,
be a big key in this game, because if we can fluster him, he is at his worst when he throws like multiple picks
yeah.
in a game. He has his occasional big yardage games, but when he's plagued by turnovers, it shows and it affects in
Ooh.
his gameplay for the rest of that game. So, um, defensive side. Uh,
And I want to automatically jump off the gate with is Cameron Bynum, safety from California. Dude's been in the league 3 years, 6 foot even, 200 pounds. He's fast.
ah, Speedy. Okay, yeah, yeah, I see who you're talking about. Um,
That's somebody you don't sleep on.
let's see. Oh, they got former Carolina Panther Kalen Barnes. Oh, I forgot they
Did
got
he?
him. Yep, they sure did. um, Zadarius Smith at linebacker. That's a name to look out for. Danielle
Yep.
Danielle Hunter at linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Hicks. Oh yeah, they did draft.
Marcus Davenport.
Yep.
I'll point out Davenport because he's. Am I right about this? Was he? Let me see something.
He used to be with the
Um.
Saints. He used to be with the Saints.
Yeah, I thought I recognized that name.
Yeah.
12 solo tackles and a half a sack last year. Didn't get much time, but he's 6'6" and 265 pounds, and he's from Texas, and he's not to be trifled with.
Yeah. Quick comment from David Screws.
Okay.
Bryce Young just saying shortest quarterback drafted in the NFL history, and if he goes off and does well, it's great for our franchise and the organization and the record books. Just being hopeful. Well, I mean, anything's possible. I mean,
Anything's possible.
I didn't
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think I know this guy's bigger. I didn't think Cam Newton would open up his rookie season throwing 4,000 yards passing. So
I mean, I,
any
I sort of did because of the success he had in LSU. I knew he was going to carry that up to the next level and fix his mechanical problems once he got up here.
mhm.
And then it was just a matter of letting him be him, you know, and whatever numbers popped off, you know.
But
However, he gelled, and
right. But I will say about Bryce Young, he gets it. He gets that he has to earn it. He's ready to learn and do what it takes, and he gets it. He doesn't put himself above anybody. He's like, "Hey, I'm new here. I'm the guy. I'm going to do my part, but I'm going to be as coachable as possible, and I know I got to earn my spot."
I
So,
love that. I love guys like that want to earn their spot instead of just saying, "Oh well, I'm entitled to first spot." No, you're not. You got to earn it here in Carolina. That's not how we do things here. And Bryce gets that automatically day one. I love that. He's not even in a uniform yet. And he gets that. Come on, y'all, figure it out.
yeah.
Oh, you training camp invites, figure it out because there's 1,000 other guys trying to take your job. Even Corbett said it earlier. He was like, "There's a guy trying to take my job."
Mhm. Indeed. Yeah. Oh, you're not wrong there.
Oh,
You're not wrong there.
and I'll speak to Bryce's humbleness because he was even more happy for CJ getting drafted than himself. If you
Facts.
watch the presser, I mean, he's
Facts.
a team guy, and if you watch that first interview, I mean, these were great questions, and I ran through that whole presser, that whole interview. I shouldn't say pressure; it was an interview, um, on my stream, and I loved it. I loved some of the questions and answers. I got everything I wanted out of them. First impressions are everything, not just on the field but off the field.
Yeah.
So I got a
Agreed.
great read off of him, just personality wise. I love it. He's soft spoken, but he carries a big stick. So when he gets on the field, boom,
Oh yeah. I can't wait.
boom, boom. That's what we're looking for.
Um, David says, just imagine how Carolina fans would react. Let's just say his jersey would sell out like crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It'd be about almost as popular as Cam's.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, cuz we gotta
Cam's will
think.
probably sell out more so than him because Cam is talked about, whether it's positive or negative. Cam is talked about. There's no question about that.
Yeah,
That's why those jerseys are still going to sell more.
and not to mention Panther fans, keep pounding nation. Ask yourselves this. Since Cam Newton, even before the second stint whatever, who else on that team was our biggest morale boost when it came to energy, when it came to morale, when it came to bringing the hype? If Bryce Young is the next one to do so, the tide is going to change in a big way.
I see what you did there. That was an unintentional pun, but I see what you did there. Big brain. hey, hey, Alabama fans, there you go. Much
So
love, y'all.
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful with you, David. I'm hopeful with you. Um. So overall, this is a winnable game. I could see this being a bounce back, being that we lost the last two seasons against them. I think uh be mindful of their defense and just really
Yeah,
we got to be in full attack mode with the execution of the offense. And then
right.
and then Carolina defense, like I said, JC, it's time to really we going to see if how far you've come along. You've done some good things. Um, not only that, we need you for that game.
We're gonna need all hands on deck.
Yes, like we just can't settle for another Tampa Bay debacle like we did with Mike Evans, but then with an even bigger threat in Justin Jefferson.
There's an even bigger problem. Around this time of the schedule is where we take that big loss that we shouldn't be taking to a trap game.
Exactly. But I'm gonna say
Eyes peeled, folks.
if they are on their P's and Q's, this should be a win.
Yeah, we said the same thing about the Giants last year. That's my warning to y'all.
Ouch.
Don't sleep on any of these teams. Don't sleep on any of them. Keep the gas pedal down.
Exactly.
Keep it down. Don't ever hit that brake during this time of the year and this schedule. I've looked at a few of these games going forward here. These are all trap games, 3 or 4 of them in a row. This is where we got to keep the pedal down, especially when we have injuries, especially when we were hit backed up against the corner. Don't ever take your foot off that gas. Let me tell you a story about Clemson. Okay,
Go
this is the tie-in here.
go for it.
Now, when Clemson won their first title under Sweeney,
hmm
okay, I could kind of sense this loss coming. That was to Syracuse that year. Big and why I say that is I kept noticing those offensive scores go down and down and down. And I said, wait a minute. What are y'all doing? Keep the foot on the pedal. Don't slow down. And it was a it was a reality check for the team.
mm,
And as soon as we went into that Syracuse game, I said, "Here we go. Any team that really brings the heat and brings everything in the kitchen sink is going to beat us." Boom! It happened. Everybody was shocked. Everybody was scared. They're like, "Oh, Clemson's lost their swagger. this and this and that all over the media. And we said, now, wait a minute now. We're still who we are. We're still who we are. We came back and we said, look at the championship. Look at the championship. It's beautiful. It's sitting in that trophy case right now. This is a lesson right here for everybody on this team. Wake up. Okay? Don't be caught sleeping. Don't be caught with your brain on the plane.
Facts.
We got to take the win.
Let them know.
I'm not settling for an L here. This ain't last year when we had the Eagles and no. Y'all ain't about to walk out there half dazed and let the Vikings beat y'all.
A win it
No.
is. A win it is.
We better win.
Pardon me. David
We
said it
better win or I'm
best.
gonna chew y'all out.
David said it best. I'm tired of being the cardiac cats. I want my team to scare everyone.
Facts. Like we did in 15. Big
Yeah.
facts. I want that team back. I want that swagger back. I want that never take your foot off the gas back. That's what we did in 15. Now you can't be perfect every game, and that's what happened. We had our low point against Atlanta, and we moved on, and we turned the corner, and we came back. We pulled that 180, and we came back in 2015, and we finished strong. We went in the playoffs strong, and we
If
peaked against Arizona in the NFC Championship. That's the type of team I am proud of. Put that product on the field.
if anything,
We
to
have the talent, we have the coaching staff. Put it on the field.
if anything, there are three specific players that come to mind when it comes to keep pounding and keeping the foot on the gas, that mentality. Of course, number one is the man behind keep pounding himself, and Sam Mills, may he rest in peace.
Facts.
Secondly, Thomas Davis. We're
Yep.
talking about somebody that continued his career after 3 ACL tears.
He played the Super Bowl hurt
Played the Super Bowl with
with a hurt ankle.
I thought it was forearm. Was it ankle?
Forearm?
Yeah,
Was it
it was forearm. It was forearm. Um,
forearm? Either way, the man played the Super Bowl.
yes. And all the plays that he's been able to make and just how he's bounced back.
Mm-hmm.
And third and finally, Mr. Agent 89 himself, Steve Smith, did not ever
Facts.
let his height get the best of him. He would stand up to you and small dog, but a ginormous bite.
Mm-hmm. I'll add Luke Kuechly to that list because when he was first put on the draft boards, people said, "Oh well, Luke Kuechly is small. He's this and this and that." On the draft boards, and people were surprised when we picked him. But once everybody got to know him, past that smile and that demeanor, in the press booth, this man was a monster. He was the Hulk on the field. He was an animal. Nobody could figure him out. He had them figured out way before you ever figured him out.
Yep.
He
And
was 5 moves ahead of you already. We're talking about a man that shut down 3/4 of Peyton Manning's audibles in the Super Bowl in one half.
yes.
That's how smart this man was. And Peyton Manning has made a career out of these audibles. Okay, a whole career. We're talking 14 plus years career.
It's like,
He had threaded defense with these audibles, and Luke Kuechly figured them out in one half. Who does that
not to mention, folks wonder why Peyton
after
Manning.
2 concussions?
Yeah, after all, Peyton Manning had a terrible game that Super Bowl. I mean, folks want to say, oh, it was
Oh, he
24.
was frustrated.
Because folks want to say, oh, but it was 24-10. Yeah, the defense beat us, not Peyton Manning. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it
Facts,
real.
facts, facts, dude. Peyton Manning was out of this game before he ever even got started. You get Luke Kuechly 2 weeks to prepare for Peyton Manning. He's ready in 1 week. Let's be real.
Indeed. And
With the amount of study this man did back then. Oh man.
oh, David confirmed. Yes, it was a broken arm. Thomas Davis, broken arm.
You give him 2 weeks, it's over.
Yeah. So like this team needs that mentality of those four
Yep.
players that we described. Like we
Yep.
got to keep the gas, like the foot on the gas the entire time. So
Mm-hmm.
we're both in agreement. Win for the Vikings.
Yep. Has to be a win. I want some leaders in his locker room this year. I want some leaders. I want somebody to speak up this year. Everybody was too quiet last year in that locker room. We had all a bunch of sheep, following some blind shepherd, last year that didn't know what he was doing in the coaching staff.
Yeah,
Wake up, become a leader in that locker room. Do something productive, man. I can see Frankie Louvu become one of them. I can
facts.
see it already. He's so quiet, man, and I just want him to take his time, develop that, and open it up
Indeed. David says I agree.
and
Peyton.
watch what happens. That man could hype up a locker room.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. David says I agree. Peyton didn't do squat. I mean, he got picked off one-handed by Coney Ely.
You know you're having a bad game when that happens.
Let that sink in. He snagged an
Cody
interception.
Ely does barely anything the entire year, and all of a sudden he gets this pick off of Peyton Manning. And he just goes, "I'm king of the world."
Dude, if that was me, like if that was me and the defense is coming up congratulating me, I'm like, give me hugs and high fives. Don't take this ball. I'm keeping this ball. No. I just
I'll put that maybe in a case.
I just picked off Peyton Manning in the Super Bowl. Y'all ain't touching this ball. Refs,
That's
I
right.
don't
You
care.
can't pay me enough.
I,
You
I'll,
can't pay me enough for this ball.
I'll take a penalty and a fine and whatnot. You ain't taking this ball out my. Shoot.
I can't say I blame him, man. I can't say I blame him. How many people can say
I, I mean,
they picked off Peyton Manning?
I,
Not many.
I mean, why do you think Jonathan Stewart, who got the
Oh,
only touchdown, was like, I love you, Cam, but you ain't giving this to the fans. I,
no,
I know,
no,
I know
no.
how you do, but nah, this mine, this mine.
Yep, yep. In the
Oh
Super Bowl, it just hits different, dog. It hits different.
yeah, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, week 5. We're gonna go back on the road. So the Vikings game is a home game. Week 5, that's October 8th, Sunday. That's a 1 p.m. We're gonna be back on the road to start a 2-game road stint with the Detroit Lions. Of course,
Ouch.
we did defeat the Lions last season in quite the showdown. Um, but the Lions are another team that has done some upgrading themselves.
Don't sleep
Um,
on this team.
I
I'm telling
mean,
y'all right now. Don't sleep on them.
so
They have
Detroit,
too many weapons.
yes. So of course we know that they drafted Hendon Hooker, so he'll be getting developed behind Jared Goff. Um, they got David Montgomery at running back. Uh, let's see. Um, Jamar Jefferson also at running back. And then wide receivers, Josh Reynolds, Marvin Jones Jr. That's right. Oh yeah, that's right. They did get Jamison Williams out of Alabama. That's right. They drafted Sam Laporta. Remember Sam
Yep, Sam
Laporta?
Laporta, who
Um,
actually visited us.
yep, sure did. Good memory. Um, and of
They got
course,
Hendon Hooker,
yep. And they got Panay Sewell. He's entering his second season.
who is still
Um,
being mismanaged, by the way, and it annoys me to no end.
oh yeah, good point.
They stole him from us. I'm still mad about that.
We were one pick away. Ugh, ugh.
I'm still mad at that. Detroit, we coming for you for that.
Oh yeah,
Make no mistake about it.
got to give him a follow up beat down. Um, defensively, I mean, Aiden Hutchinson's going into his sophomore season. Uh, Christian Covington at defensive tackle. I mean, they got a couple of names. Um,
Let's see what we got here.
Will Harris, Emmanuel Mosley.
Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'm going to start with that one.
Oh yeah, dang, I totally forgot to mention him. Amon St. Brown. Yeah.
6'0", 195, 3 years in the league. Very, very dangerous and fast wide receiver. Don't let him out of your sight, or he will burn you.
Indeed. Indeed.
Josh Reynolds, very, very dangerous, fast wide receiver. 6'3", 196, 7 years in the league. What do the Bullets have in common? They're fast.
Oh, they also got Khalif Raymond, another veteran. Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Small guy, but shifty.
Yep.
So,
Marvin Jones Jr., another fast guy. 6'2", 198, California. Are y'all seeing the pattern here?
yeah, they definitely they got some weapons on offense, and I mean, we got to also remember how high they stacked in their offensive rankings last season. So, I mean, a lot of people might say, "Man, these are some no names. They're not Pro Bowlers." Don't sleep on them.
Don't sleep on them. The second you do, they will burn you, and you'll be looking at a ton of yards, and you'll be wondering what the heck just happened.
I mean, even though we beat them last season, they still put up 23 points. So,
Keith Taylor, CJ, we're looking at you at corner. They burnt y'all the most.
yeah, exactly. So,
Yep. Don't look away. You know what you did. You let him out.
um,
You let him out. Shane Zylstra, tight end. Very dangerous tight end. 6'5", 215. Do not let this man out.
I think he scored on us in that game.
Yep. Yep. I warned y'all about Zylstra last year. I did. If you don't shut him down, he will hurt you.
Facts, facts. Oh, that's right. They acquired C.J. Gardner Johnson. Ooh.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, and they drafted Brian Branch. Yeah, the number one.
Yep.
And apparently he's a safety cornerback hybrid.
Yep.
Well, I don't know. What do you think, bro? I mean, I'm concerned for their offense. Defense, I mean, they got some notable pieces, but I mean, I
I'm
th-
still kind of going through this list a little bit. Um,
I mean, unless there's something that stood out to you on the defense.
CJ
Um,
Garner Johnson. Don't forget about him.
yeah, yeah, definitely him who just came from the
Let's see.
because he just played in the Super Bowl with the Eagles.
That's correct.
Um, and while you're going through that, another comment from David, actually a question. He says, would you consider DJ Johnson a Julius Peppers type of player or Clay Matthews? Just curious. The build and the way the man played the position reminded me of Peppers the way he played the game. Uh,
I don't know if I draw that conclusion yet. Again, it's a little early. Um, Although I have heard the comparisons, yes. Um, what you have to consider about Clay Matthews is the fact that he's in his winning years of his career now.
Right.
The last 4 or 5 have not been kind to him. And my thought process is put him in a different venue, in situation he will milk the last few years out of his career, with the right coaching and the right situation. It's still Clay Matthews at the end of the day. He's still got his intelligence.
Hmm.
He's a very, very smart man. And that's what people don't expect from him. They think, oh, well, it's just another pass rusher once you fall off the board, and you're in the winning years of your career.
Right.
Not necessarily. Some of these guys are incredibly intelligent and they can diagnose your play before you even run it.
Yep. Facts. Um, I'll say this. I can't wait to see him in action, personally.
Yeah.
And really see what the hype is about. But I am hopeful. Like I said, he put up some numbers his final year with Oregon. I will give him that. So, I mean, I would love him to turn out to be like the next Julius Peppers. I'm definitely not going to down somebody that brings forth that level of talent, especially playing
Right.
for us. Oh, I welcome that. But
Right.
but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I think it's a little early, but if he does, I am all for it.
Hmm.
I will not complain one bit. Um.
The
So,
biggest name that really stands out to me is Jamar Gibbs. If we don't fix that run defense of ours, Jamar Gibbs will run circles around us.
yeah, running back drafted out of Alabama. I
That's
forgot
a
about
problem.
him.
That's a
That's
big
right.
problem right there. I scouted him early, and he's a fast, athletic guy, and he will make you miss. He will push the pile. He will get those extra yards. He is that guy. You know.
Oh, and let's not forget their offensive coordinator, who a lot of folks were thinking that we were going to end up getting him. I forgot what his name was. Somebody in the
Mhm.
chat remind me of his name, but that their
I don't
offensive
remember either.
coordinator really helped contribute in increasing and bettering their offense. So
Yep.
that's that's another thing to keep an eye out for. Um, but
Well, you got Craig Reynolds as well in that running back crew. 5'11", 215. He's a smaller guy, but he's fast.
mhm,
That's the speed part of it. You know, you got Jamar Gibbs as the power back. With 200 pounds, 5'11", that
uh-huh.
will push a pile, and it is more balanced than power run. But he can do both very,
Yeah,
very effectively. He's essentially that Jonathan Stewart type,
yeah, and that'll
and
be
that's extremely dangerous when we have to go up against that.
that'll be quite a rotation. I mean, Jameer Gibbs, David Montgomery, Craig Reynolds. They could do something with that. They could
Mm-hmm.
definitely do something with that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, let's see. And like I said, defensively, I have to see how
I'm
all
not afraid of Goff. I'm not afraid of Hooker, really.
uh,
Hooker can be dangerous in short passing situations. So if we don't shut down those short passing lanes, he will try a bunch of check down passes and screens just to check to see where we are, you know. And
right.
then if he finds a soft spot, he's gonna hit it over and over and over again.
Gotcha. Um, also, oh, Aiden Hutchinson. Uh, we do have a guy on that D line and he got 9.5 sacks in his rookie year. So, and three
Mm-hmm.
picks, and actually 3 picks. So
Mm-hmm.
Aiden Hutchinson, is trying to bounce back and well, not bounce back, but have a great sophomore season. Um. Oh.
Jack
Uh.
Campbell.
David says he's gonna pass out for the night. Keep pounding. Love you guys. You guys are intelligent. Love your content. Keep pounding. Thank you so much, David, for stopping by. And uh,
Appreciate it, man.
yeah, we love you too. And we'll be in touch as well. We'll definitely be in touch.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Kevin McFarland, welcome to the stream. Says hello. How do you feel about this schedule? I think we could go 10-7 or even 11-6. We're still actually going through it. Right now we're at the Lions game, week 5, and we're looking at a 3-1 so far. Um, was there anything else you wanted to add, Corey, to Lions before we pick win or loss?
Uh, when you're talking about the Lions offense, they're probably going to start Jared Goff.
Hmm.
So I would be very aware of that. Um, which I'm not afraid of Jared Goff. We could find soft spots in their offensive line because they're not really using their players correctly. So we can find holes.
Hmm.
But if Hooker ever should end up starting at that point, we may want to guard the middle.
Okay.
Uh, uh, and again, that seems to be the common theme tonight, isn't it?
Yeah. Good point. Good reminder. Um, Defensively,
And,
I mean, Aiden Hutchinson for sure. Like we O-line's got to be on their A game. They got a veteran
mm-hmm,
at DT and Christian Covington. I mean, they got some hungry guys on that D line. Um,
yeah,
they got Charles Harris, Romeo Aquara. Um,
got Campbell.
Zach Campbell, yes, yes. Or I'm sorry, Jack
He was
Campbell.
highly
Yeah.
recommended throughout this whole month of April
Hmm.
by many Panthers fans.
And then their secondary. I mean, Emmanuel Mosley. They've drafted Brian Branch. They acquired C.J. Gardner Johnson.
Branch and Gardner Johnson are your biggest problems in that secondary now.
Yeah, not to mention Branch is a hybrid, can play safety and cornerback.
Right. You may get a few of them past him as a rookie in his rookie season, but you're not going to get that many by Gardner Johnson, though. Gardner Johnson's seen a lot. He's been
Yeah,
around the block a few times.
and honestly, I might be bold in saying this, but their starting safeties will probably be Branch and Gardner Johnson.
And I do want to warn people if our routes are too predictable, some of these veteran secondary people, such as the guy we just mentioned, will read these predictable plays, CJ Garner Johnson, and figure them out very quickly. Some of the younger guys too. So
Indeed.
you have to be very, very clever these days by changing up your playbook
Um,
and adapting.
Uh, Kevin says, I think Miles Sanders is a huge addition to our team, along with a tight end that is formidable in Hayden Hurst. Something we have not seen since Ed Dixon or Jericho Cotchery. Don't know how to spell his name. Oh, talking about Jericho Cotchery. Yeah. Um, Definitely agree with you there, especially on the tight end, getting Hayden Hurst that had more receiving yards than both of our tight ends combined. So
Mm-hmm.
he'll be a big help. Miles Sanders, I definitely believe adds to our running back core. And Chuba Hubbard also did his thing. Especially having to carry the load when Christian McCaffrey went down. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then of course
He
we,
put up numbers like a starter when he played 3/4 of the season,
yeah,
and he was up there in the top 10 at the end of the year, probably 12th, I believe. Definitely top 15
yeah,
among
and
running backs as a backup running back versus actual starters. That's impressive. You're not going to match CMC numbers, mind you, but he got up to 800 yards plus
true. And you got to
and throwing
also
and catching.
And this is also coming from a very patient running back. He has a very patient running style. Um, my thing is, he
Once
had,
he got his catching issues fixed and his fumbling issues fixed, it was off to the races.
yeah, yes. And his sophomore year, say what y'all want, but his catching did improve in his sophomore year.
Mm-hmm.
He might not have 4, 5, 600 yards receiving, but his hands did improve after his rookie season. Let's keep it real.
Yep. He hit that jug machine. There were a couple other wide receivers that needed to hit that jug machine too at the same time. I'm not going
Yes.
to mention any names right now, but they got their problems fixed.
And don't be surprised if our oh yeah, our running back out of App State, Cam Peoples.
Yeah, don't sleep on this dude.
Don't be surprised if he sneaks into the final 53.
Yep. He's going to be battling Spencer Brown for that spot, though. He's going to have to earn it in this training camp. I'm going to be watching that very closely.
Indeed, indeed. So, Lions. I'm gonna say win. I'm
I'm going to
gonna.
say win as well.
Okay, so that's 4-1. All right, going into the next part of the
Miami.
two games on the road. Ooh, the following Sunday, October 15th, 1 p.m. against the Miami Dolphins, who, yeah,
This
hadn't.
is a dangerous game right here. The Dolphins have been slowly improving. You know, you may not notice it on paper, but you'll notice it on the field.
Exactly. Um, we also
On
have
paper, they just look like a bunch of rinky dinks, but when you start looking at them on game tape, it's like totally different story.
not to mention they finished they've actually finished 9-8 two straight seasons in a row.
That's right.
And not only that, uh 10-6 in 2020. So they've done pretty dang on well. Like, I know playoffs and whatnot haven't really been a thing for them in a while, but they have finished more with more wins than losses the past handful of seasons. So, just something to keep in mind.
They recognize this is a marathon, not a sprint, while they're building their team, and they know that they have time to wait out Buffalo while Buffalo gets older in their roster and
Ex-
not younger.
exactly. Quick comment from Kevin McFarland. He says, just don't let Shy Smith do punt returns anymore. This is the most important position for next season to fill, right? I think Demir Bird is probably going to have that, but honestly, I'd rather have Shy Smith at punt returns than Chuba Hubbard.
At the moment, yeah, I agree.
Um, but But if it was up to me, punt returns, I'd say Demir Bird. I'd say put him there.
Yeah. I will argue Blackshear because Blackshear had a lot of success at
That is
kickoff returns and punt returns.
that is true. We still
That's
have
when
him.
we first noticed him in preseason too.
Yep, we still have Raheem Blackshear, so he
A lot of
he
people forget about him when we're talking running backs now. Don't sleep on him. I'm telling you, with some development, this dude could be a monster.
agreed. Agreed. Um okay, Miami Dolphins. Um which type of Tua are we going to get at that time? Are we going to get a
Good question.
are we going to get a healthy Tua? Not sure. Um
That's the question to ask right there.
And I know they did get Mike White, a former Jets backup quarterback, but I mean, that's what a lot
Yeah,
is going to be dependent on. I mean, is Tua going to
that's
be
where you
healthy?
start that.
So,
That's
uh,
where you start that conversation for sure. And a lot of it's going to depend on that Miami offensive line, which we're going to take a look at that in a minute.
yeah. Um, Weapons. Of course, Raheem Mostert and Jeff Wilson Jr. Of course, Jeff Wilson Jr. who used to be with the Niners. Now he's with the Finns.
Right.
Uh, they got I'm sorry, Chosen Anderson, which
Chosen Anderson.
I,
I'm never going to call him that. I'm sorry. That's Cam's kid's name.
oh yeah, that is right. Ugh, ugh.
Yeah, I'm never going to call him that. I'm just going to call him Robbie Anderson. Sorry.
But let's keep it real. He's not a threat. He's not a
No,
threat.
no, no.
9 times out of 10, he doesn't even want to run his routes. We found out the hard way. Um, uh, Braxton Berrios, which I will account for. Shout out to him. My older brother actually coached him little league. He's a Raleigh native. So
Interesting.
so yeah, they actually go back. Yeah, Capital City Steelers. My brother was coaching at the time, and yeah, Braxton Berrios was on that team. So
Yeah.
that's
I
a play.
noticed him in fantasy football, and that's how I first learned his name. And I started doing some research when he was with the Jets.
Yeah,
And very, very effective wide receiver.
yeah. He has been plagued by early injuries and started off mainly as
Mhm.
as a return specialist. I would like to really see how he does in a fully healthy season.
Right.
Um, Quick comment from Kevin McFarland said Steve Smith was the best for our team in terms of wide receiver and punt returns. Uh, yes,
Yeah.
but
Mm.
I will say this, Kevin McFarland,
Yeah.
Keola Polaris was another good guy, a name that's not mentioned a lot, but Keola Polaris was great
Hmm.
in the return game. Of course, he hate me, Rod Smart,
Yep.
and I gotta shout out. Oh, of course, Demir Bird. Also,
Yeah.
oh my goodness, what was there was another guy. I forgot what his name was that also had a kickoff return for us. But ultimately, as much as I love Steve Smith, I got to also include the man that was well known for return yardage and scoring and even went to the Pro Bowl because of this. Good old former Carolina Panther Michael Bates.
There he is.
So one could argue Steve Smith or Michael Bates when it comes to the return game. That's a fair argument.
Hmm.
Michael Bates went to the Pro Bowl solely on return specialists for a reason.
Yep.
So
Yep.
something to soak on, fans. Something to soak on. Because I remember the early days of Michael Bates.
Hmm.
Oh man. So okay. Uh, Weapons. Braxton Berrios. They got Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill's
Um,
the one that stands out to me because he was a former Kansas City Chief wide
correct.
receiver. Very,
Um,
very dangerous wide receiver lateral.
yep. Oh, Jalen Waddle, Alabama guy.
Oh yeah.
Cedric Wilson Jr., 4-year veteran, Boise State. Oh yeah, they still
Uh,
got Tyler Croft, tight end out of Rutgers.
hmm.
Yeah, they.
Miles Gaskin is somebody that's not really talked about much in that running back core.
Oh yeah, Miles Gaskin, 4-year veteran out of Washington. Um,
Devin Arcane just got drafted. Let's see. Who else is catching my attention here? Channing Tindall, the linebacker from Georgia.
And I will say, if you look at their games
Mike
last,
Reed.
if you look at their games that they, especially that they won last season, they've put up a lot of points. I mean, 20, 42, 21, 31, 35, 39. Like, this team can score.
Ooh, is that Bradley Chubb I see on this list? Interesting. Very interesting.
Oh, oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
NC State Wolfpack. I forgot. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and of course they got oh yeah, that's right. They got Taron Armstead. That's right, former New Orleans Saints at tackle. Um, but yeah, like you said, Bradley Chubb. Uh,
Elijah Campbell.
oh yeah.
Elijah Campbell's not talked about much, but yeah, he's dangerous too. Jalen Ramsey.
Oh yeah, they did get Jalen. Oh
Oh
Lord.
man,
Jalen Ramsey, Xavier
that's gonna
Howard,
be a nightmare to deal with.
and Cam Smith. Oh, we wanted Cam Smith too.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I forgot that they drafted Cam Smith.
Oh my gosh. I was so focused on what we were doing that I completely forgot about Cam Smith.
And they got Deshaun Elliott at safety. Oh,
Oh wow.
they got a secondary.
Oh man.
Strong linebacker presence in Jerome
Yep.
Baker and Bradley Chubb. Yeah, there. And you saw what they did to us when we had Cam Newton. He had his lowest stats of his career in that game.
Yep. And
Ooh,
this defense is only getting stronger.
yeah.
Jalen Phillips from Miami.
This could
That
definitely
would be.
be trap game for sure.
Yep, definitely.
And it's on the road.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
This is right before the bye as well.
Yep.
Ooh. Well,
That's good that it's right before the buys so we can heal up from this particular game here. We can heal up from any injuries that are happening.
true.
But at the same time, it's right in the mix there with Detroit, Minnesota, Seattle, right in there. I don't
Yeah.
like that. I don't like how they group that up.
So the bad feeling that I have is that the Dolphins defense might annihilate us to the point where all that their offense has to do is just clean up.
Yeah.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's gonna be a low scoring game.
Because that
It's gonna
defense,
be one on field goals
yeah, because that defense
right there.
from the linebackers to the secondary are they're loaded.
Absolutely, they are.
And like I remind folks, this is not a crap team. They've had two back-to-back 9-8 seasons, a 10-6 season,
Yep.
or excuse me, a 10-7 season before that. This is not a crap team.
Anybody that's coming in now that you know stopped watching for a few years because of COVID and all that other stuff, and they're expecting this to be the same Detroit team. Nope, not at all. Welcome to the party.
So I hate to say it, bro, but this may be against the Dolphins on the road. This may actually be a loss.
I'm still 50-50 on this one. I'm I'm retaining optimism because we don't know if Tua is going to be healthy or not, and which Tua that we're going to get. That's number one. Number two, by this point, we will have established how good we are and where our weaknesses and strengths are. It's week 6. We've established patterns. We've figured out who's injured, who isn't. We know who we are at this point. So
Okay.
it's a matter of coming in there and saying, are we prepared for this game or not?
hmm So,
And when you look back at the Seahawks and Vikings game, you say, okay, are we prepared for the future trap games once you get out of that Seattle game? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, we cruise on in there. We get that win over the Vikings.
hmm
We handle the Lions and we battle the Dolphins up to a front.
hmm
In a tight game. It's going to be a low scoring game now, but we're going to play them and we're going to battle them
but
and we're
but
going to try to win.
but for now, you're 50-50 on Dolphins.
Right.
Okay.
For now, I'm going to say loss because we have a tendency to lose these trap games when we know we shouldn't,
Right.
especially right before a week of rest of buys. That's a trap right there in and of itself
hmm
because
Okay.
that bye week takes away from your typical routines, as players, and it says, okay, well, we're not doing anything on Sunday, so we should just rest. So
hmm
sometimes these players can get a little bit ahead of themselves and think, oh well, this game doesn't matter as much as some of the rest of them. We can get that game back later, and start getting into the rest mode. During the fourth quarter, early fourth quarter, and they say, well, let's just lay off some plays, and they get tired, and that's where they start screwing up.
Yep. Good point.
That's where you get toasted. You say,
Um.
oh, well, we got a 10-point lead. We don't have anything to worry about. Wrong. This is the NFL.
Exactly.
No lead is safe in the NFL. And I'll say that again. No lead is safe in the NFL. The Falcons found that out the hard way in the Super Bowl.
Oh yes. Oh yes. um. Okay. Week 7 is the bye. What do you think? Too early?
I think it's right on time because we got the Texans following that, and the Texans are horrible. So that's going to be a simple game right there, a simple win coming off the bye, warm ourselves back up, you know, moving into the Colts game. So and that bye week is right after that tough Miami trap game. So I
hmm
think it's just at the right time.
Right
Uh,
time to heal up, recuperate.
right in the middle of the season where we are at our most vulnerable when we fall to trap games. We don't have all our players on the field. We just don't play our best game in
Yeah.
in the months of October and November.
And
Let's be real.
this is a big shifting because last season our bye week was week 13. So this is
Hmm?
definitely a big
I like this a lot better. This is right
gotcha.
when we need it.
Gotcha. Gotcha. On that note, let's tie right on into when we come off the bye week 8, October 29th at 1 p.m. We open up to start a 2-game home stint with the Houston Texans. Uh, the only thing that I can really say is y'all better not let CJ Stroud beat y'all. Don't do it. We should
That's
own
a fact.
we should own this team. To be honest with you, we should own this team. I know they had a lot of draft picks. I know they loaded up, but you know what? We should have this team. Dude, we haven't lost to the Texans. Now that I think about it, we haven't lost to them since we had Jake Delhomme.
That's a fact.
So, I mean, we beat this team when they had Deshaun Watson. We beat this team when they had uh, Davis Mills, and yeah, this honestly. Okay, let's look at who they have. Okay,
I'm
I
gonna I'm gonna quickly go through these draft picks real quick. The ones that are notable to me
yeah, go
are,
for it.
of course, C.J. Stroud.
Hmm.
You know, um, he's gonna be playing with a chip on his shoulder. He's gonna be angry, that he was not drafted first.
Right.
But he's got a lot to prove. Will Anderson Jr. possibly one of the best linebackers in that draft class at linebacker. You've got Henry Toto. I call him Henry Toto from the Wizard of Oz.
Ah.
They can never even get his name pronounced correctly on a stat sheet or anywhere else. They spelled it T-O apostrophes O-T-O apostrophe O, and it's just like, what? That's not right.
Oh wow.
But yeah, this man is mostly a run stopper, but he's still very, very dangerous. Um, yes, he can pass protect if you ask him to.
Hmm.
So, I've been scouting him since last year. So just to give you an idea, he was in last year's scouting department, uh, draft class, but he
Gotcha.
decided to forego and go into the draft this year, thereby getting drafted by Houston, and not a great place for him to end up. You got Jarrett Patterson.
Hmm.
Patterson, as I mentioned, many people know this name on my channel because I have been pounding the table for this man. You know, at tackle, guard. My bad.
Hmm.
That was before we signed the free agent uh, left guard. That I think it was McCall. Was it McCall?
Free. Justin McCray.
McCray. Thank you.
Hmm.
It's getting tougher to keep up with some of these mixed names, because I'm Irish and
Oh, I'm sorry.
I,
Justin McCrary. Justin McCrary. Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
Just McCrary. So once we filled that position, I was thinking, okay, let's shift the focus to tackle. And my that name kind of fell through the cracks. And what I noticed on the Texans page here is he's listed as a center. No, he's not. He's a guard. He's a left guard specifically if you look at his snap counts.
Ah.
And Chandler was my second choice behind him at left guard.
Okay.
However, both of these guys were heavily on my board, and I was not even looking at anybody else at left guard at all because the snap counts were not lining up, the talent was not lining up, none of it. You know, it was just okay. Well, it's these two guys or nothing at all. So we got one of them. I'm happy with that. So, but the other one went to Houston here. Not
Hmm.
a great place for him to land either. Xavier Hutchinson. I've been watching him throughout that draft process.
Hmm.
I scouted him, wide receiver from Iowa State. Uh, and if you look at these picks, Houston's been doing some trading. I
Yep.
mean, look,
That is true.
they got a round one from Arizona. They got a round two from Philadelphia. They got a round three pick from the Rams. Round four from Las Vegas. Then you got one from Minnesota in here, one from Buffalo, and then your round seven from Philadelphia. I mean, what what is going on here?
Mm.
And then you think back, oh, the Deshaun Watson trade.
Ah, yes, yes, indeed.
That explains everything to the people that are confused on where those picks came from.
Good breakdown. Good breakdown.
And then they had to make some trade ups and trade downs in the draft beyond that. And
Mm.
those other teams were what they did those trades with. Uh but those are the notables on that list for me.
Okay.
And CJ Stroud's the most dangerous out of that list.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be real with you.
I can agree with that. Um, Now when it comes to weapons. I mean, let's see. They got Devin Singletary. Um,
Robert Woods,
Robert Woods. Oh yeah, I thought we were gonna get him at one point.
Amari Rogers. They
Amari
got him.
Rogers. Yeah.
They got
Um.
him from the Packers. He was the golden boy of Aaron Rodgers up there. Aaron
Uh.
Rodgers loved him. John Mechie the third, very dangerous wide receiver from Alabama.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Dalton Schultz, former Cowboy.
Yep.
Um.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. They got Greg Little, former Carolina
Yes, they
Panther.
did.
Yep.
Yes, they did.
And Laramie Tunzel.
Oh my goodness.
Um, let's see. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot they got Kenyon Green from Texas A&M. It'll be interesting to see what CJ does with
Have
them.
Case Keenum too. Remember
Yeah.
him from the Vikings.
Oh yeah, Case Keenum. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um, now when it comes to defense, this is where things get a little sticky. Um, of course, Will Anderson Jr., former Carolina Panther Jermaine Carter,
Denzel
um,
Perryman.
Denzel Perryman, Corey Littleton.
Yep.
Uh,
What? They got Corey Littleton?
yeah, they did.
Oh no. Why Houston? Why?
Um, let's see. Oh yeah, they got Derek Stingley Jr. Not sure if he's healthy.
Christian Harris. That's the name that catches my eye right now. Christian Harris is incredibly dangerous.
Oh, linebacker out of Alabama. Okay.
Yes, incredibly dangerous. He's very intelligent out there.
Um. Oh yeah,
Jermaine
they got
Carter.
Jermaine Carter, Jimmy Ward at cornerback, Eric Murray at safety. So
Eric Stallworth, South Carolina native.
ah,
That
at
one caught my eye.
defensive tackle.
Let's see.
Ooh, Hassan Ridgeway. Ooh, Sheldon Rankins. I forgot they loaded up on the D line a little bit.
Damian Harris, Buffalo.
Ah, um, Jerry Hughes out of TCU, 13-year
Yep,
veteran.
yep, yep.
Uh, to be honest with you,
Dar Holman,
I think their defense
former Packer.
may be a little more of a threat.
I'll agree with that
Um,
from what we've seen so far.
but you know what? I think it'll be a good test to see where we're at coming out of the bye.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Are we resetting? Are we just stagnant? What are we? You know?
right. Um, but you know what? I am still confident this will be a win.
I'll agree with that. Yep.
Um, it might turn into an ugly win, but I think it'll be a win.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Ugly win still wins, my friend.
Indeed. Okay. Next up to continue the at home coming out of the bye. November 5th, our first November game. It's another, let's see, November 5th. That is first Sunday in November, and that
Indianapolis Colts.
4:05 p.m. against the Indianapolis Colts. So another quarterback will potentially see Anthony Richardson. Of course, they also did pick up Gardner Minshew as well. Uh, when was the last time we played the Colts in a regular season game, aside from,
It has been a minute, man.
yeah, it's been a hot minute. I know we recently played them in a preseason game, I think 2 seasons ago, but Yeah, I think since 2015. I think that's the last time we played them.
Mm-hmm. And that rainy, cold night.
Yep. Let's see. Um,
See what we got here.
Jonathan Taylor, of course, running back. Um, oh yeah, they did draft Josh Downs out of North Carolina.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Darius Rush.
Oh, they got Rush as well. Oh,
Yep.
oh, jeez. Okay.
And AA, the defensive tackle from Northwestern, who I can't even pronounce the name of.
Oh, Adamiwa,
Yep.
Adetomiwa. Oh yeah. Okay. Um,
Jalen Jones, the corner from Texas A&M.
gotcha. Oh, they got, I forgot they got Ryan Kelly, a 7-year veteran center out of Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Ogletree out of Youngstown State. Uh, well, Malik Turner at wide receiver. Um, Isaiah McKenzie. I mean,
Give me 1 second. Pull this up.
and then defense, Shaquille Leonard, linebacker.
Okay.
I mean,
Let's get this started. Vincent Smith, wide receiver, catches my attention. And Michael Pittman Jr.,
hmm
Isaiah McKenzie. Let's see. Ogletree catches my attention, a former 49er.
ah, um, oh, gotcha. Andrew Ogletree, yeah.
Yep, yep, yep.
Um,
Julian Blackman, the safety from Utah.
oh yeah, I forgot they got Pharaoh Brown, tight end, 5-year vet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Pharaoh's okay. He's nothing to write home about.
to be honest with you, bro, this should also be a win.
Absolutely.
Like, they got some,
Oh, they got Emo Icor. Emo,
uh,
I forget how to say his last name. Ikire? Ikire. The guard from Alabama. Great pickup
oh yeah,
also
yeah.
there. Because this dude, in my opinion, was the best right guard out there. I don't know why this dude fell out of the entire draft. I have no clue.
Oh, he was undrafted
Yep.
pickup. Oh wow.
Mm-hmm. Steal. No. They drafted him in the 7th round. They drafted him 7th
Oh, he
round.
was a 7th round pick.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Steal. Y'all,
Um,
absolute gem right there on your offensive line. Congratulations. I don't think we're gonna get much on that right side with him sitting there if he does get the starting job.
duly noted.
So we're gonna want to attack from the left side. Um, you could also attack the right tackle, but you may not yield as much results as the left side.
Now, should this potentially be a run heavy
Uh,
game for
let's
us?
let's see. Let me see. I want to quickly touch on Anthony Richardson.
And we,
When you're talking about Anthony Richardson's ability, um, and you saw it at the combine, you pretty much saw it on tape for yourselves.
hmm
Yes, the man has a beautiful deep ball,
yes, he does.
but it's like Happy Gilmore. Anybody see Happy Gilmore?
Yeah,
The movie Happy Gilmore?
it's a
Think of
classic.
that in terms of him throwing a football, you know, on the field. His long game is incredible, and that's what got him the attention he has. But the short game, embarrassing, and that's what's going to get him in trouble. because here's the thing: once he gets to the NFL level, and these defenses are very very smart and very quick to point this out, they're gonna see it first game on tape, and then they're gonna have a book on it. All you got to do is put deep coverage on him, put a couple linebackers in the middle, just in case he checks it down, and put everybody else on the line. Blitz, blitz, and blitz. This man will not be able to do anything but run for his life. With the O line that the Colts have right now, minus Emil, they're in trouble.
I like the sound of that. Indeed. I like the sound of that.
The
So,
second that Jeff Saturday, the Colts center, retired, that's when their Colts offensive line started going downhill. He was their anchor.
and we got to remember this is Frank Reich's former team. So,
Mm-hmm.
there's some extra that could be generated from that. But
That's a name that people don't talk about as Jeff Saturday. He was an absolute. He was one of the best centers out there, in my opinion.
oh yeah.
As soon as he went down, you know, eh, to retirement, nobody wanted to step up. Really, they tried to find. He was massive shoes to fill. People didn't realize how big those shoes were.
Yeah, that
You know,
much is
it's like trying to replace Ryan Khalil on our line. It's so impossibly hard to find shoes to fill that. And Bozeman has done a spectacular job of that, by the way.
yeah, indeed. I mean, because when you think about it, when it comes to Carolina's history of centers, yeah, Jeff Mitchell did his thing. Kevin
Yeah.
Donnelly did his thing. But
Yeah.
when it
Ryan
came,
Khalil changed the position forever
he
in Carolina.
owned, he owned that center position. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He
This man
owned.
kept everybody where they were supposed to go, signal caller, the whole 9 yards. It was beautiful. It was like a conductor, watching everything just fall right into place.
Not to
It was magical.
Not to mention, let me remind y'all that this dude not only was an all first team All American at USC, but we're talking about two-time first team All Pro, and
Yep.
not one, not two, not three, not four, but five-time Pro Bowl center.
And every one of them earned. Earned, not given to him. Earned.
When
That's
it
how much respect I got for this man.
when
In
it
fact, I'm
comes
thinking about getting his jersey next.
when it comes to one of the best, could argue best modern day center in the NFL, like
Mm-hmm.
it's a requirement.
Mm-hmm.
Not only a necessity, but a requirement that Ryan Khalil is in that discussion. Period.
So let's talk about that in terms of the Jets right now, because he's over on the Jets offensive line. You got a few years left on your career, right? Here comes a pissed off Aaron Rodgers with a laundry list of people. If I'm Ryan Khalil, I'm like, run for the hills.
Wait, is he back?
Nope.
Did
I'm not blocking for that man. Nope.
Wait, that was 2019. Because remember
Oh my goodness.
he was put on injured reserve. So I think he's back retired. Because remember that was 2019.
I haven't heard anything about his retirement unless somebody else has.
So he's
Fill me
still
in on that.
he still might be like he didn't. There's no word on if he re-retired, but that was only a 1 year contract with the Jets, and that was 2019. So
Ooh,
I
if he were still there, I'd say run for the hills, man.
yeah.
Go vote
Oh,
for Aaron Rodgers. I wouldn't want no part of that.
I tell you what though, if he would ever consider it, he he probably would earn himself some sort of offensive line coach of some sort. I'm
Position. Yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
coming from a guy that played the most important position on the offensive line,
How about
like,
an offensive line specialist,
oh, dude, like,
advisor? Mm-hmm.
because
Offensive line coach.
what folks have to keep in mind as the center, like, it's not just snapping the ball. Yes, that's a big part of
Yep.
it, but it's calling out potential blitzes, calling out potential like stunts, like,
Right.
yeah, like he's calling out directing protection and letting the quarterback know, hey, eyes on him. Wait, eyes on him. Like,
Yep.
there's a reason this man was a 5-time Pro Bowler and was an All American in
Mm-hmm.
college.
When that man spoke up, you listened. He didn't speak up much, but when he spoke up in that locker room, you listened. Ask some of the vets. They'll tell you. Ask Jonathan Stewart. Ask Cam Newton.
Not only that, 3 of those Pro Bowls were a hat trick 3 years
Mm-hmm.
in a row. '09,
Yep.
2010, 2011. Not to mention both times he was a the 2 Super Bowl runs, Pro Bowler.
Mm-hmm. Yep. What more do you want in a center? What more do you want? I mean, if I was going to craft the perfect center, he would be it.
Not to mention the dude is only 38 years old.
Facts. If he
Shoot.
hadn't gotten injured, he would still be going. Still be going strong.
And no
That's a durable guy right there.
and no disrespect to Matt Khalil. I know that's the brother, but
Mm-hmm.
I know that's the younger brother, and I know he had the one Pro Bowl, the one. You got
Yep.
one. I give you that. And I know,
Much love to Matt Khalil.
but
I got respect for you.
at the same time, you know, your big bro was better.
Just don't light a candle to your brother, man. You just
Yeah,
don't. It's not even close.
yeah. Big bro was definitely better. I know. Matt wasn't a center. I mean, he was a left tackle, still a very important position. But I think if we swap the roles, I think Ryan would be able to pick up the knowledge at left tackle a
I think so.
little quicker than than Matt would be at center. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I think so too. Mm-hmm.
Oh man. Okay, so Colts.
Yeah, win over the Colts.
Yeah.
I'm not even. I'm not even up for debate on this one. Win over the Colts. We're coming out of a bye week. We've come out of a a smooth sailing Texas gate. You know, come on,
Yeah, that was an easy
give
pick.
me that dub.
Just about as easy as calling Ryan Khalil one of the best center of all time.
And
Um,
if we shut down AR, it's easy from there on.
correct. I highly agree.
The
Content,
fact that I figured out AR's weakness in that short amount of time, come on. These NFL veterans that have been around the league for forever in a day, if they can't see that in tape, come on. You're really gonna fool these guys?
yeah, you make a good
After
point
about
there.
one game or two, they've got you. They've got you booked, bro. I'm sorry. Much love to you, AR, but you're in the wrong spot. You need somewhere where you can be protected.
Oh
That's the
yeah,
worst place you could go. Is Indianapolis? Worst place.
yeah. Oh, we're gonna make them feel that too. We're gonna make them feel that.
Oh, Brian Burns is gonna eat that game. Anybody that's got Brian Burns in fantasy that week, start him.
You heard
You
the
know I
man.
will.
You heard the
You
man.
know I will. I'm not even hesitating.
Okay, so two home games to open up from the bye. Now we get back on the road November 9th. So we had our first Monday night football game. Now we're about to have a Thursday nighter. Ooh, short week.
Oh,
November
against the Bears? Come on.
no, November 9th, 8:15 on the road against the Chicago Bears. Now, a, t-
Come on.
a team we haven't beaten in a couple of seasons. So this
Why are we taking losses to Chicago? Why? This makes no sense to me. This team has like a minuscule amount of talent on it in as many years. Why are we taking L's there?
that's the lucky $10 million question that
I
apparently.
have been so frustrated with those losses. You have no idea.
Yeah.
And this here we go with the Justin Fields stuff. Come on, get it out of your system. Get it out of your system.
Uh,
I know somebody's gonna put it in chat. Come on, get it out of your system.
you already
Let's
know
address
you
the
already
elephant in the
know
room
you already know
and get it
Bears
over with.
you already know Bears fans are talking and screaming and just showing clips of look at the connection Justin Fields DJ Moore it's starting early. I'm like, get the heck out of here with that,
What has this
please.
man done? What has this man done in Chicago
Justin Fields.
to merit what you want him to do? What has he done? Name one thing this man has done to warrant the attention and hype he is getting.
The only thing I'll give him last season, okay, played more games, threw over 2,000 yards, 17 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. Okay, I give him that. He got more touchdowns than in his rookie year. Guess what though? He got sacked even more times last season, 55 times.
Oh my gosh.
Not only that, when he ran the ball, fumbled 13 times. But I think some of those were strip sacks. I think some of those were strip sacks. But my thing
Grant you
is,
this. I'll
okay,
grant you this. Chicago's had a awful line for a number of years. So that's half your problem right there.
and not only that, okay, Justin Fields did better in his sophomore year. Okay, I give you that. But guess what? They still finished 3-14. And not to mention, rookie season, they finished 6-11. So when it came to him, they got worse. They got worse.
Now you tell me, why would they get worse if he was actually good? You take him out of Chicago and you put him behind a decent line, he is average at best. Average at best. That's his ceiling. Prove me wrong. I want y'all to.
Not to mention, let's see. He only has one, two, three, 4, 5, 6 total wins as a starting quarterback. Six, six,
uh,
six.
I don't understand people. I really don't. What are
And
y'all expecting him to be for you?
and I don't want to hear this. Oh, this is only his second year. He played 28 games.
28. Y'all heard the man.
Like,
I want to
don't
hear it, man.
don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that he doesn't have the potential to improve and bounce back. I mean, I say that for anybody. But you got so many folks out there crowning him like he did something. What?
If this man was a really, really good quarterback and he walked into Chicago, that team would be winning 9 games automatically right out of the gate. Come on, it's the Bears. The Bears have been god awful for years. You know, yeah, you would still be running for your life because of a terrible offensive line, but you'd still win 9 games because you would force that ball down the field into places where it probably shouldn't go, and you would still get catches, based on average wide receivers. A good quarterback can still pull that off. I mean, look at Teddy Bridgewater, look at all the bridge quarterbacks that we've had. Yes, these guys are bridge quarterbacks, but they can still turn a team like Chicago around and into a 8-8 situation or a 9-6 situation any given year with the weapons that Chicago has right now.
Not to mention, and you know the crazy thing,
Hmm.
like Fields, even in 2021, he actually had a couple of more games where he threw for over 200, 250 yards
Mm-hmm.
passing. But I mean, you look at last season, he only had he only had 2 games where he threw over 200 yards passing,
Right,
which was week 5 and week 13, which were both losses.
right.
I'm sorry, but I'm the, the 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 Justin Fields crowning makes no sense.
I agree.
I'm sorry, you played 15 games your sophomore year, and only 2 of those games you throw for over 200 yards passing? No, 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 no.
Nope.
I don't want to hear it. Nope.
I don't
Bears
either.
Bears fans, I don't want to hear it. So anyway, Chicago Bears. Man, we win that game. Shoot, I'm trying to think of some Bears fans that I know personally, cause okay, the Bears, Justin Fields, blah blah blah. Um, they did get PJ Walker. Oh, they also got Deontay Foreman.
Very true. They did.
Uh,
I'm looking through their draft picks right now.
oh yeah, they did draft Roshan Johnson out of Texas, running back.
Tyreek
Um,
Stevenson, Zach Pickens,
okay.
Noah Sewell.
Oh yeah, Panay's brother.
Yep. Those are the major ones for me. Um, and that tackle pick at pick 10 was a very curious one for me. They wanted protection for Justin Fields,
Hmm.
um, I can't fault them for that. You really want to protect your asset, a quarterback, no matter who it is. But
Yeah,
Justin Fields is Justin Fields at the end of the day.
yeah,
What are
agreed.
you really protecting? you know, who are you really protecting here?
Yeah, good point. Good point. I mean,
You protecting your bag of money or are you protecting an actual person? I don't know.
but
You need
I will give them this. They do have some offensive weapons. I mean, Chase Claypool, DJ Moore. Um, let's see. Cole Met, Robert Tonyan. I mean, they got some weapons on offense. I will say this: Carolina defense, I dare y'all to let DJ Moore run up on y'all. I I double dog dare y'all.
Here's the thing, man. I don't think he's got the nuts to do this, man. I don't think he's got the nuts to go against us. Because I mean, he goes up against these guys that practice every week, and it's just like, well, it's practice. Now it's for real. Now you playing for real. and,
Yeah.
and nine times out of 10, I feel like he's going to be soft, man. He's not going to pull. He's not going to throw that full game at you. He doesn't have that problem with us like Steve Smith did, or any of these other players that had a chip on their shoulder when they left us and that were pissed off at our management.
Yeah. Yeah. And not only that, if we attack the mess out of the pass rush and get to Justin Fields, oh, he's not going to have a chance to do jack.
Right. This is another game where Brian Burns is going to eat.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
and Justin
Again, if you got Brian Burns, start him that week
and
against the Bears.
and we all know Justin Fields knows what it felt like to be put in the dirt. Uh,
Yep.
how about 9 sacks in one game?
Oof. Oh, but he's such a great quarterback. Oh, he's the savior of the Bears. Right. 9 times in the ground. Should we go ahead and make him a coffin? Put 9 nails in it? Bury him 6 feet deep? Because that's what these defensive ends are going to do to him once they realize the Bears don't have an offensive line still.
Yep. um, and def
Oof.
and defense. Eh,
That's ugly.
eh. Tremaine Edmonds, I guess.
I'm going to
Um,
look through these names.
Dylan Cole,
None of these guys scare me right now. None of them.
I guess
Chase
DeMarcus
Claypool.
Walker.
I mean, come on. Nah. 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 Chase Allen. Nah. Come on. Donta Foreman. That's the only name that really actually is a problem. PJ Walker's still overthrowing and underthrowing balls. You're not going to fix that in Chicago.
Yeah.
They don't have the coaching for that. If we didn't have the coaching in Carolina, they definitely have worse coaching in Chicago. Good luck with that. You about to get worse, PJ. I'm sorry, but these might be the last few years in the league for you.
Oof.
You might want to start looking at like XFL, Canadian, and go back up there. Go dominate up there, man. Get a
Es-
fresh set of venue
Especially it
as
would
soon as you
hurt
can.
if he had to be put back in the spotlight because Justin Fields isn't pulling his weight.
That's a fact, man. And you know you're going to be sitting on that bench forever because they're going to keep playing Justin Fields. They're determined to run this man into the ground and get him buried. And I don't understand it. I don't get it. It baffles me to no end. So, PJ, please get yourself out of Chicago, man.
and
There are other NFL teams that you are better suited for, even if you got to sit on the bench for a year.
yeah, and like I said, the
Take
evidence
that
is
coaching advice.
and like I said, the evidence is there. Justin Fields went from getting sacked 36 times in his rookie year to 55 times in his sophomore year.
Take what you learned with you. That's always been my advice to all these players. When they leave, take that info that you learned with you. Take those life lessons with you.
Yep.
Alex Leatherwood on that line. Oof.
Oh
Looking
yeah.
weak. Looking weak. We got Doug Kramer. Come on. Braxton Jones. Come on. Who's scared of these guys? Dude, there are defensive ends that have eaten these guys alive.
Yeah. And I mean,
Come
and
on.
and the thing with Chase Claypool, he has a time of celebrating too early and costing.
And we haven't even talked about the defense yet. We haven't even gotten there yet. We're already.
I mean, I'm
This is bad.
I
If you're
mean,
a Chicago Bears fan, man, you're just cringing right now.
I mean the defense. I mean Tremaine Edmonds is really the only name that stands out at
Yeah,
linebacker.
yeah.
I mean, I mean,
Um,
I
yeah.
I guess Eddie Jackson, safety out of Alabama, sure, but I don't
Let me
know.
see if I recognize anybody.
I mean, coming off a three
Not
and 14,
Pickens.
coming off a 3-14 record. I mean, I,
Nope, nope. Don't recognize any of these guys.
I mean,
Nope,
I guess
nope.
we'll see how Noah Sewell does by that point. But
Elijah Hicks. I recognize that name.
hmm.
Beyond that, bunch of nobodies.
So you thinking win, bro?
Absolutely. Yep. Win.
Win.
Yep. I got a dub there.
So
You
three.
keeping track of both of ours? Good,
Yeah, yeah.
good.
So
Good
three.
man.
So three wins coming out of the bye. Then we head back home. Let's see. November
Ooh,
19th.
Dallas.
Okay, now it's time to get serious because this is Sunday, 1 p.m., November 19th, at home against the Dallas Cowboys, who've kind of had our number the last few seasons. Last time we beat them was the Thanksgiving game when we still had Cam, the Super Bowl run season.
There's a lot of Cowboys fans still pissed off about that, by the way.
Yeah, we embarrassed Tony Romo. I mean, Luke Kuechly got 2 picks, one of them being a pick six. Kurt Coleman got a pick six as well. Oh man, that was a delicious
Y'all know I don't
Thanksgiving.
have any love for the Cowboys fans out there, you know, or the team. Cheers.
Cheers. I mean, Cam Newton scored a touchdown and did the twist and the swim. I was like, dang.
Luke Kuechly caught that pick and he said, "Cheese,
Oh man. And
take my picture."
it's like, I mean, he threw that
Oh
he
yeah.
threw that pick six to Kuechly. He ran all the way down,
Oh
and
my god.
then he
This
threw
man
that.
hates getting tackled, so you can imagine. Like he does not like getting tackled. He did not want to catch that pick. He said that in an interview too. I was like,
Oh
oh
man.
man.
And then gonna turn right around and throw him another one. Kuechly's like, why you do that for? Why you do that for?
They probably heard him say that.
Like I can imagine on Kuechly's second
Who
pick.
does
I I can imagine Kuechly on his second pick of that game. He was just like, oh, here we go again.
that?
Oh man, and honestly, if he would have had
Let's
one or
test
two,
that theory.
if he would have had one or two more defenders, he probably would have gotten a second pick six.
Oh
Uh,
yes, he would.
but
God, what a magical game.
yeah, we had two pick sixes, one from Kuechly, one from Coleman.
Oh,
Oh
you
man,
know if that had happened in the bank, man, I would be in those seats. You know. You already know. With that record being what it was, if we were playing that game in Charlotte, I would be in that seat. Bet.
yeah, because I think the most, I think
100%.
I think the most the Cowboys got in that game was I think a early touchdown and a garbage touchdown, perhaps,
Yeah.
if if
That was
at
about
if at that. So
it.
so
Oh man, that was just sweet. Sweet karma. For all the times the Cowboys have beat us, man. It really was.
man, Romo only had 106 passing yards that game.
Oh, I enjoyed every second of that.
Uh McFadden 11 yards rushing.
Beautiful.
Oh my
God, those are
goodness.
gorgeous stats. Come on, come on, come on. How do you not love that? How do you not love that? Hit the like button for that game right there. Come on.
Seriously. I mean, dude, it was so bad. Cam Newton didn't even have to throw a touchdown pass.
Oh wow.
Like he only just had the rushing touchdown. He he was 16 of 27, 183 yards passing.
Oh
That
my god.
that's it. Cam was just
Can't believe
like,
he break a sweat during that game. He was just like, I'm not even trying. Come on, y'all, put up a fight. Put up a fight, please. Please do.
yeah. As a matter as a matter of fact, Cam scored the only offensive touchdown that game.
Yes, he did. Yes, he
Wow.
did, and it was magical.
And then of course Graham Gano, he got to eat.
Mm-hmm.
So Cam must have been like, okay, let me come on guys, let me just get one touchdown and then y'all can get back to it.
Yep.
Oh man.
Oh, you killing me, man.
But Dallas Cowboys now. Let's see. Okay. Dak Dak Prescott, of course,
Mm-hmm.
Dak is going to be Dak. Um
Yeah.
I know Tony Pollard's their main man now that they no longer have Zeke. um let's see. Still got CeeDee Lamb. Um Michael Gallup, who was kind of trying to make a surge back. I know recently he had dealt with injury woes, but
Mhm.
he's trying to bounce back. Um, eh, I mean, oh, they did draft Luke Schoonmaker. They did draft him out of Michigan. Um,
Yeah.
Alec Lindstrom, center out of Boston College. I mean,
Mm.
if anything, pressure on Dak is going to be the key.
Looking at these draft picks, I see Luke Schumacher.
Oh, I forgot. They also got Brandon Cooks. They got Brandon Cooks.
They got Overshown too.
Oh, they did draft Marshawn Overshawn. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
okay. Um,
And Deuce Vaughn. Deuce Vaughn was one of the best running backs still on that list when they picked him up in the sixth.
oh, out of Kansas State. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um,
Richards.
okay.
Uh,
Hmm,
but yeah, Overshown though. That's the biggest one for me.
that's the biggest one
I
for
was
you.
not happy when we saw that him go off the board to Dallas.
I know he was on your board. He was on your board.
Oh
Um,
yeah. I had multiple mocks where we traded down and targeted specifically him. This dude is
um,
a double threat. He can 60-40 coverage man. But he's a true
right.
middle linebacker. Watch out for him.
Okay. Of course.
Once they get him acclimated, and by this point they will.
Mhm.
We're
Um,
talking what, week 11? Yes. By this point they will have him acclimated.
They actually got quite the linebacking core. McKinley, Overshawn, Parsons, and Leighton Vander Esch.
Mm-hmm.
And oh crap, I forgot they got Stephon Gilmore.
Yep.
And Trayvon Diggs.
Mm-hmm. They've been slowly building.
Ooh, ooh. Um,
On
let-
offense, you got Brandon Cooks. You got let's see.
Brandon Cooks, C.D. Lamb.
Jake
Uh,
Ferguson's a pretty good backup tight end too for
gotcha. Um,
blocking purposes. Going down this list. Will Greer. Everybody everybody that's a Panthers fan during the time of the late Ron Rivera era will remember Will Greer.
Mm. Ugh, Will Greer.
Yep.
Ugh.
The West Virginia guy that everybody thought was such hot stuff, and he never even touched the field.
Mr. Oh, he's a gunslinger. And I think he
We
had
never even saw him touch the field. How do we even know that he can even do any of that stuff that you guys are
what
claiming he can do?
well actually remember he did have the one start. The one start and he
Oh,
was trash.
he was garbage,
Like
pure
when
garbage.
when Kyle Allen went down and then Taylor Heineke went down and we called up Will Greer. Oh my goodness, he was
And I mean, to a degree, you
gutter
could blame the
trash.
line for that, but to a degree, you could blame the line for that because the line was even more trash than him. But still,
True, true.
um, for the times that the line actually did their job, yeah, he was garbage.
Yeah. Um, I'm
Micah Parsons is very, very dangerous for this Dallas squad.
Yeah, their defense is dangerous. That group of linebackers and secondary, especially they acquired Stephon Gilmore.
Oh my god. How do we let Gilmore go to the Cowboys, man? How?
Dude, I'm still mad that we didn't pull
I'm
all
mad at
sorts of
that one right
strings
there.
that we didn't keep him. He wanted to stay. He's from Rock Hill.
Why?
He loved it. His wife loved it. His kids like he wanted to stay in the Carolinas. Ah.
That was our number 3 corner, and you just let him walk.
And we got him for
Let him walk.
we got him
Now
for
we're stuck with Keith Taylor. We're stuck with CJ Henderson, who
and
we know are going to allow a lot of wide receivers to burn them crispy. Plus, we got a bunch of no-name corners that we don't even know
not
really anything about them.
not to mention we got him
We
for
didn't sign Trey Flowers. We didn't get Trevor Hodges Tomlinson either.
not
Yo, drop the ball at corner.
yeah. Not only that, we originally got Stephon Gilmore for chump change. Chump change.
Oh my god.
And what did he do the moment he played? He got a pick. That Falcons game. He got the game sealing pick. And
Y'all let Trey Flowers sign with the Falcons.
yeah,
The
that
Falcons.
even after we gave him a workout, I believe.
I'm mad at that one. I'm
Oh
very
man.
angry at that one. You let him go to a division rival.
Uh, yeah,
What
that
are you looking for, Ajaro? A cookie in a cookie jar handed to you at corner? Come on, man. You had
whew.
5 chances, 5, this entire offseason to get this straight and get this right. And you couldn't even do it. We had every resource available under the sun to you. And you didn't want any of them.
Probably too fascinated with the DJ Johnson draft pick.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's gonna save our season. Let's go. He's gonna save our defense. Let's do it. Yeah,
Give him a hug and be done with it.
we'll see. We'll see. Uh, what are you thinking? When?
Loss.
Yeah, yeah. I
Dante Fowler. We got. I haven't even completed this list yet. Trevon Diggs. Oof.
the
Oh my God.
the defense scares me.
It does. It's nasty. If there's going to be any issues with O line health, it's going to be here.
Yeah, and unless we can stifle Dak to a terrible game, this going I can't see us
Cody
winning this.
Pollard. Oh my God. No. No. I don't see a win here. I don't see a win anywhere near here. You got Antonio Callaway? Are you serious?
Wide receiver, right? Oh yeah,
Yes.
out of Florida. Yeah.
How? This man was with the Chiefs.
Yep.
He's with
So,
the Cleveland Browns and with the Miami Dolphins. How did you manage to get this man? 5'11", 200. Man, come on. How do we let all of this go to Dallas, man? All this talent and
yeah,
not even lay a finger on any of it.
it's crazy. It's really, really
We're sitting
crazy.
here with $27 million in cap space right now. We have spent literally over $70 million in this offseason. And you're telling me you won't even touch any of those and try to re-sign Gilmore? Please.
Who wanted to stay? Who wanted to stay? And it's from the area. Super Bowl
I'm mad.
champion,
I'm
multi-time
mad.
Pro Bowler.
I'm mad. I might even go to that game just to cheer this team on against Dallas. I might just do it.
And then,
Just to
and
see
then,
what those tickets look like.
and then for some folks to say, oh, but he's old. He's old. Let me remind y'all of something. Let me remind y'all of something. We're talking about a Super Bowl champion. We're talking about just like Ryan Khalil, 5-time Pro Bowler. Let's see. Oh, Defensive Player of the Year, 2-time First Team All Pro.
Yep.
Is on
Yep.
the New England Patriots All 2010s team and All Dynasty teams.
Yep.
Interceptions co-leader of 2019. But he's too old. He's 32. Really? Really? Man.
Stop the cap on that. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Y'all gotta leave my man Gilmore alone, man.
It's ridiculous. So
We got him for a
ridiculous.
ham sandwich and a bag of chips at Subway in that trade. And y'all know it. Y'all know it. Don't even try to act like you don't.
Now, not to mention, I understand he only had 2 picks last season, but the dude had 53 solo tackles.
Yep. Former Patriot under the Bill Belichick system.
Not
I
to
mean,
mention,
that by itself should tell you we need this man.
he had a new career high record last season in solo tackles.
I don't understand it. What are you looking for at corner?
This dude
What?
has this dude has 29 career interceptions.
What do you want at corner at this point?
Ugh.
This is ridiculous. I mean, every single option was presented to you on a silver platter, and you didn't want any of them. Makes no sense.
And then folks go, he only played 8 games with Carolina. Did he not play all the entire season last season with
My
the
God.
Colts? Like
Hmm.
oh my God, man. Like
This 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 corner position has me mad, and I'm sitting here after 7 years saying, why can we still not get this right? Why is it taking this long to get this straightened out? I want a corner drafted every year. I want an offensive lineman drafted every year. Every single year. I don't care. Where in the draft you draft them. I want these guys rotated like a rotisserie chicken every year. I don't want to ever hear anything about us having O line problems or corner problems again. Ever again.
not to mention in those
Our scouting department.
not to mention in those 8 games with Carolina, I bet you didn't hear anything about him getting beat in any of those games. I bet you that didn't happen. I bet you didn't hear
Right.
anything about any receiver putting up over 100 yards receiving on him. I bet nobody
Facts.
heard anything like that.
Facts. Check my odds. I go over stats every game. Every post game, check my VODs,
Talking about Stephon Gilmore
check
too.
the boxes.
Talking about Stephon Gilmore too old. Man, folks that are like that need to grow up. Get out of here with that mess. Stephon Gilmore too old. Whatever.
Don't even get me started on Hodges Tomlinson right now because I'm already heated about that one too. That man was sitting right in front of us too. And don't tell me about the size because y'all tried that argument with Bryce Young and it didn't fly, did it? Don't start that. Don't start that argument because you will not win. I have visual proof on my VODs. I've risked copyright for this, y'all. I risked copyright infringement to put that on my stream to prove to y'all that height does not matter. So stop the cap on that one. Because y'all know you wild. You know you wilding on that one.
Yeah,
Don't
get him.
even try to tell me we didn't draft him because of that. I no ain't nobody buying that. Ain't nobody buying that, bro.
Not to mention, for somebody that size, 15 passes deflected, his career high 3 interceptions,
What more do you want?
career high 40 solo tackles. 40.
Preach. 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 What more do you want? You want
Yeah.
this man to have a gold medal at the Olympics too while you're at it? I mean,
And
come on.
and I'll help y'all out. This was somebody that until I met Corey, I didn't want to believe he was legit. And then I was humbled. I had to look at film and I had to look at the breakdown. I got humbled.
Yep. Y'all didn't do your homework on this man. And now he's a Ram.
Shoot, I learned the hard way.
Y'all didn't do your homework on this man, and now he's a Ram. This is how detailed I do work in April, y'all.
cause cause
I
I
take notes.
cause I came at Corey at first with a dude, he's 5'9". That's small for a cornerback. Then I looked at his stats in the film. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I see
Mm-hmm.
what you mean. I I
Don't judge a man too quickly on his size.
I had to stand as a man corrected.
There you go. What'd y'all learn today?
And I hey, I have no shame. I have no shame.
That's right.
Shoot. Um okay, so we set a loss for the Cowboys. Next up, okay, last game in
Yeah.
November, coming off after Thanksgiving and Black Friday. We got November 26th, 1 p.m. Last Sunday in November
Let's see.
at on the road against the Tennessee Titans.
The Titans, huh?
See, wait, how did they finish last season?
Not well.
7-10. Okay.
7-10. Mm,
I mean,
that's not great considering that division.
part of me feels like they may be trying to reestablish their identity, so to speak. Um, let's
Okay.
see. They still got Derrick Henry, right? As far as I
They
know,
do.
they still got
Mm-hmm.
Derrick Henry. And then, of course, well, we'll have to see. They may be giving up on Malik Willis since they drafted Will Levis. Um, got to see how much Ryan Tannehill still has left in the tank.
Mm-hmm.
Um, okay, Derrick Henry, a threat for sure.
Yep.
They did draft
I
Ty Spears out of Tulane. So
yeah.
they got a nice power speedy combo running back duo there.
I was about to mention that. Those running
Um,
backs are deadly.
yeah, they got some
That's
variety.
that's Henry's 1-2 punch, just like we had D'Angelo Williams and Jonathan Stewart right
Yeah,
there.
And like I said, don't sleep on Derrick Henry. Shoot, 6'3", 247 pounds. That
Mhm.
is a beast of a running back.
Yes, sir.
Um, Wide receiver. I mean, there's not really a name that sticks out other than Chris Moore.
I'm gonna look at that in a second.
Um, let's see. Uh,
The Titans have already agreed with the terms with 3 of their draft selections. By the way,
okay, gotcha.
yep, we've agreed with 2 of them so far.
Oh, I forgot they got Andre Dillard, former Philadelphia Eagle, on the O line. Um, uh, I think if we could shut down the running game, we should be fine.
That's a tall order by itself.
True. Um,
But the 3-4 is built to stop the run.
True.
The 4-3 is more tailored towards the passing game.
Okay. Um, let's see. Oh yeah, that's right. They drafted Peter Skrunsky, that tackle out of Northwestern. He was pretty high up on there, so yeah,
Yep.
yeah, they drafted him. Um, I guess they got a little something
Mm,
on the
I,
offense.
I feel like they stayed stagnant with
Yeah,
this draft. They played it safe and it cost them.
yeah.
When you're going into a draft like that with all that weaponry going into the 4th round, you got to be aggressive. You got to start picking people. You
What I
know,
and what I think is also going to come down to is we're probably going to get throughout this season a taste of what they're going to do with either Malik Willis or Will Levis, and really who's going to who's going to show up between the two. Um, that is, of course, depending on
let's
if
see here.
Tannehill is still there or if he goes down. Um,
None of these guys really scare me at the moment.
on
No,
on offense.
or defense at the moment.
Now for defense, we'll have to see if Caleb Fairley or Caleb Farley has
Mm,
recovered. Um,
yeah, but those health issues are costing them
yeah, that's the thing.
opportunities on the field.
They do have Sean Murphy Bunting. That's one name, but and
I mean, none of these names really mean that much to me, to be real with you.
yeah,
I mean,
and we beat the Titans last time we played them. Um,
Ben Neiman used to be a Kansas City Chief for a time.
oh,
Uh,
okay.
for
Oh,
about four years, then he ended up with the Cardinals. Then there. Um,
okay.
but you're dealing with a guy that has 148 tackles, career 89 assists, 237 total. So he's an open field tackler.
Okay.
He can solo tackle.
Okay.
He's not much of a sacker, not much of a pass deflector, but he did force fumble once. Um, but yeah, when I look at a guy at linebacker, the first thing I'm thinking of is tackles. You know,
Hmm.
open field tackling. Can you do it? Because you got to match up against tight ends. You got to match up against these slot receivers, all these weapons across the middle. You got to be ready.
Facts.
Not
Gotta.
to mention running backs on these screens too. If you're an outside linebacker, so
Mm-hmm. Good point.
but that name does ring a bell a little bit. Beyond the rest, I'm not too impressed.
Yeah. I can't say
Besides
that.
the ones you've already mentioned.
Yeah. In all honesty, we should have this game.
Oh yeah,
So I'm gonna say win.
yeah. I'm gonna go into details with these guys when we get to that game because a lot of these names I just don't know anything about. So we'll dig into them at the time because I feel like this might be one of those teams where a little more digging might be required to
Mm-hmm.
find out who these guys are, and we
Mm-hmm.
might find some hidden gem talent in there that we need to watch out for.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Gotcha.
always there's always that when you're dealing with teams that have a bunch of names that you're not familiar with. I'm gonna do the same thing with Pete Carroll's team too, because I got a feeling a lot of those no names might come back to bite us
Yeah,
in Seattle.
I definitely think you're onto something there. Definitely.
And if you're a Pro Bowl, player on the Panthers, and you're thinking, oh well, we don't have to prepare for these guys. These guys are no names. Wrong. Do your homework.
Yeah,
You will be
exactly.
glad you did. If you don't do your homework, it's going to show up on the field
Oh, it will. It
in ways that
definitely
you
will.
never expect it to happen. I mean, it's burned me, even as an analyst, a handful of times.
Hmm.
I'm not afraid to admit that. You guys have seen it on the VODs where I don't research a certain set of guys and all of a sudden all these names pop up on the stat sheet. I'm going, who were these guys? I didn't look at these guys. And that's exactly the problem. Should have been looking at them.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Okay, that takes care of November.
Yep.
Now we waltz in to the first game in December, December 3rd, 1 p.m. Our first meeting with the
Oh
Tampa
my
Bay with
God.
the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Here goes the division rivals. Right here. This is the beginning of them. Ouch. And this is two games on the road versus division rivals.
Yes. Um, that's right. This first game is on the road. Oh yeah, that's right. We're in the middle of a three game road trip. So
And this is the first time we're not seeing Tom Brady or Gronk
yep.
against them put
Uh,
together.
I'm gonna start off by saying this: Carolina Panthers, y'all better not let Baker Mayfield beat y'all.
As soon as I saw our division rivals pick up quarterbacks that we already used, that are in our trash can, I was like, really? Easy money. Especially with y'all's lines, man. Oh, Brian Burns is about to have a field day in December.
Indeed.
Oh, wait, ready for this.
So let's see. To break this down,
Y'all ain't
uh,
ready.
oh, I better ever never see Keith Taylor or CJ Henderson on Mike Evans. Coach Avero, you need to just go ahead and
Ever.
just scrap that part. If you even think
Facts.
about putting either of those two on Mike Evans, I I don't want to have to regret what I might say in response because but somebody because like I said, I give him credit. He was coaching Denver at the time, but somebody please give him that film to look at.
Please, for the love of everything green, give him that film.
Coach Avero I better not see either of those two cornerbacks anywhere near Mike Evans.
Facts.
Period.
Facts. Big facts.
We are talking about somebody that ever since his rookie year, 1,000-yard receiving seasons, and he's about to enter his 10th season.
He's been a career out of roasting rookies, man. He's been a career out of that.
I know we didn't have J.C. Horn before, and if the same sort of thing happens, I don't care what time it is, you call up a veteran cornerback ASAP.
Yep. Yep.
If you
We'll
got
trade whatever assets we got to trade.
if you got to trade an asset or give up the rest of the money in the so be it.
Facts. Facts. Pay whoever we got to pay.
I better not ever dare see a similar performance of that game again. Period.
Facts. Mm-hmm. Because not only will he chew you out, I'll chew you out too. And you know I'm not afraid to call players out. And coaches too. I'll give y'all the business.
Shoot, C.J. Henderson, Keith Taylor, y'all might want to take turns and guard like Russell Gage or somebody or something, or you know, put one of y'all on I don't know David Wells or something. But
Yeah. Put him on a slot receiver, but don't even touch Mike Evans. No. Never. Ever. I second that.
shoot, I if I was a head coach and I saw even an ounce of Keith Taylor or C.J. Henderson lineup, I would literally waste a timeout and just to chew out Coach Avero and be like,
Yep.
either you change the play or I'm pulling rank for this game. I'm not gonna say he's fired, but you're not coaching the rest of this game. I'm sorry.
Facts.
I'm sorry, but there's certain things that you just don't do.
Facts.
Th- Three deep bomb touchdowns on the same side of the field. That is some Madden crap. I never would have imagined in my longest time of watching NFL or even college football that
My
that
God.
I thought the Benet Ben Wickery Julio Jones mess was just a one time only in my lifetime.
I was just about to mention that.
But
Right. That's some bad memories.
you let Mike Evans on two different defenders
Good
on all on
God, man.
the same side of the field. Same side of the field. Who who somebody tell me how does that happen?
I
Like
I wish I had answer for you, man.
okay, let me
I chewed him out too. I chewed him out too. Let it be known. It's in my VODs.
dude
As much as he's been chewing out Keith Taylor and and all of this, that's double that. I've been chewing out Scott Chandler for like triple that right there. Don't
oh
even get me started on Scott Chandler. Oh, will he be here an
oh dude, I lost my voice that game. Like
Oh, you ain't lying. I went
like
horse.
first touchdown,
I went horse.
I was like, ooh, that's not good. And then second touchdown, I was like, okay, Wilkes, dude, step in, please. Like switch it up. Third
Why?
third touchdown, I was like, are you freaking kidding me? You just
That man had no business being on the field at all.
y'all just literally.
And Arizona knew exactly what they were giving us too. They knew exactly what they were giving us.
I was like,
That man is responsible for 24 points in one season in an overtime loss. How do you let that happen? That is the most horrendous coaching I've ever heard in my life.
I'm sorry, but man was
That
never
is horrendous.
man was never good at making adjustments. And
Adjustments, heck, the man was in Narnia half the time. His mind was in Narnia.
and I'll say this one last thing, and then I'll move on to the breakdown of this game.
Yeah.
But I've said it before. I've said it so many times, and I'll say it again. If he was that good, why is he not a head coach right now? Hmm? Hmm?
Ding, ding, ding.
Why is he not a head coach? Hmm? I would think if not us, other teams would have saw. You know what? That he did such a great job. You know what? Let's get him. Let's
Oh.
get. But no. Still ended up defensive coordinator. I wonder why.
Hmm.
Let's see.
Hmm.
Didn't have a good head coaching record. The one time he was a head coach in college.
Yep.
Let's see. Didn't have a good record with the Arizona Cardinals, and
Check.
he
Check.
he had 2 wins better than Matt Rule. I
Check.
mean, okay.
When you have 2 wins more than Matt Rule, that that should be enough to tell you right there. That should be enough right there. I mean, stop the list right there. That's it for me. You sold me on that.
And don't get me wrong, defense, the dude, defensive coordinator, I sure, anytime, any day. But all this crowning over a guy that has a 9-19 head coaching record. I'm sorry, but there's no defending that.
Facts.
Period.
Facts.
Like, morale boost, sure. Does he have a voice? Sure. Locker room?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I give him
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to business and what wins, losses, what's going to get us to the promised land, 9-19 is not attractive, nor will it get the job done. Period.
Facts.
And he had opportunity to get the job done, and he failed. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I like the guy. I don't hate him. I like the guy. He's magnificent. He's a North Carolinian.
Mm-hmm.
But facts are facts. He didn't get the job done. Plain and simple
Yeah.
as that. May,
Yeah.
I wish him the best with San Fran. Maybe he'll get another shot at it in the future. Who knows? But head coaching right now, not his forte.
Yeah. He's not ready for that yet. As much as I thought originally that he was, he checked a lot of different boxes down the list for me. Um, good with the press, good one as far as like not giving up like stupid timeouts and clock management, which I mean was Ron Rivera's problem in the last year. I gave him absolute fire for that. That was a major pet peeve for me with Ron Rivera in his last year. But let's continue on. He checked all those boxes and he
Yeah,
he did well. Now, and as far as like getting through the season, he did what he had to do.
yeah.
And I mean, we took losses where we had to take losses, and we got wins where we needed to get the wins.
Yeah,
based on the schedule, to get us to the promised land.
and
And
agreed. And to be fair, okay, I'll give you this. Did he coach a full season? No. Yeah, I'll give y'all that. Fair,
mhm,
fair point. Fair point. But at the end of the day, his name was called on to step in. You know, you don't make excuses. Oh, but I didn't get to coach a full season. You don't make excuses.
right,
Your name is called. You step in. Is it going to be easy? No. But your name is
right,
called. It's your responsibility to step in and work.
yeah,
Plain and simple as that. I mean,
yeah. He had the command of the locker room, which I give you that's tough to get in
exactly. I mean,
Carolina.
I mean,
Um,
I mean, think about it.
and
I
like
mean,
he did a lot of things right. But when it came to that job interview, that's where he screwed up. The man the man came in there and when asked about the defense, he said, "Okay, we want to do this, 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 and this, and this, and this." And it was like, "Okay, cool." Tepper's like, "All right, cool." Then he asked about the offense, and that's where it hit the fan for him
yep,
because he had no clue what to do with it. He said, "Let's just go with the flow." And Tepper's just like, "No, no. You want to be a head coach, you got to balance all three sides.
yep,
You can't just be a defensive coordinator as a head coach. That was John Fox's mistake. That
yep.
was Ron Rivera's mistake. John Fox was a defensive coordinator all day. He was never a head coach. I'm sorry. For anybody that thinks he was a head coach, no. Stop. Stop. This man was a defensive coordinator all day long,
Mm,
but he knew nothing about offense. He put everything in the hands of the offensive coordinator and just said, go to it.
yep,
Ron Rivera knew some stuff about offense, but he knew enough to let the leaders lead the offense. You know what I mean? And he had a lot of weapons, on offense. So he said, "Okay, I know how to build an offense, but I don't know how to lead an offense. So I'll let my leaders in the locker room handle that."
right.
And that's what you don't do. You don't let you know uh, you don't let these guys in the locker room dictate what goes on with your team if you're a head coach. I'm sorry, you don't do that. No.
Exactly.
If you are a
Exactly.
head coach, you control all three sides. Period.
And I'll say this one thing. I'll say this one last thing, and I promise we'll get back on topic.
Yep.
For those out there that want to clown on Frank Reich because he got fired from Indianapolis, and just if you're not a fan of him as a coach, so be it. But to make the argument, oh, a good a good head coach, you know, wouldn't have gotten fired. Where where the heck was that same energy when Ron Rivera got fired, who was a former coach of the year? Hmm?
Facts.
Where
Facts.
where was that
Thank
same energy
you.
when he got fired? Hmm?
Thank you. And I'll say,
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
still waiting on that answer, by the way, y'all. Still waiting. We'll be here all week.
Anyways, Buccane-
When it comes to
Buccaneers.
Frank, like he walked into that office and he knew exactly what he wanted to do. And he laid it out. It was like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. This is what I'm going to do with this offense. Point blank. This
Yep.
is what we're doing with the defense. A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Now,
That's why the man won the job. Come on.
yeah. Not to mention, we're talking about somebody with a 40, 33, and 1 record that has been to the playoffs versus a 9 and 19 that's never sniffed the playoffs.
Yep. He's got the record to prove it. That's what being prepared and having a proper resume gets you. And we're not just talking about football here, folks. We're talking about life. Okay? Be prepared when you go into your job interviews, please.
Yep.
don't walk in there and be like, oh well, I'll just lazily do the job. Put in
Exactly.
110% and prove it.
Exactly. Um, okay, Bucks. Um, Mike Evans, y'all better D him up. Um, Chris Godwin, also a name to keep an eye out for. Russell Gage doesn't really threaten me.
Right.
Um, they're
Gage can be dangerous if you let him.
right. Um, they did get Chase Edmonds because remember they no longer have Leonard Fournette.
Yep.
Um, eh, they got a little something on offense, just a little something something. Um,
Let's see what we got here. Do, 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 do.
they did tweak their O line a little bit, so I expect their O line will be a little bit better, just a little bit better. But um,
Give me one moment.
um, go ahead and get your words. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, but I'll be right back. But keep talking, keep talking. Right.
Absolutely. I am currently looking up the draft picks right now. Uh, let's see what we got here. So we have, as far as notable names, I see Yaya from Louisville. I see Josh Hayes, the DB, and realistically, I'm not that impressed with this draft. To be real with y'all, um, Tampa didn't really move that much as far as like what they had before. You could argue maybe Savanica Dennis, with the 94 tackles and 7 sacks, but realistically, I mean, none of these guys really stand out to me except for the ones I already mentioned. Um, well, there is Cansey with 27 and a half tackles for a loss,
All right,
but
I'm back.
that's over a course of 2 years. So you,
All
you
righty.
got a couple of names here.
Okay.
Uh, you got Yaya from Louisville, offensive linebacker. You got Cansey, who I just mentioned, with the 27 and a half tackles for a loss, 14 and a half sacks career wise.
Key.
As far as the draftees,
Gotcha.
Veronica Dennis, you could argue with the 94 tackles and the 7 sacks. That's pretty good numbers.
Yeah,
Um,
I would agree.
Jose Ramirez, you got 12 sacks, 19 and a half tackles for a loss. So realistically, I see a jump on defense, but I don't see a jump on offense. That's my thing with this draft.
Um,
Man,
I think overall, see, I think the weapons kind of account on offense because I mean Baker Mayfield, we stifle him. He's got no chance. Um,
absolutely.
Defense, I think we gotta be a little bit more weary of. Vita Vea, Shaquille Barrett, Levante David. Good
Right.
good strong linebacker room there. Of course, with Yaya, you mentioned Yaya. Um, let's see, Jose
Antoine
Ramirez.
Winfield Jr. is a name I recognize.
Yep, Jamil Dean as well.
Yeah. Let's see. Kyle Trask. Remember when Kyle Trask was a big name in that draft?
Oh yeah, Florida quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Let's see.
Suppo-
Whoa.
Supposedly was named the starter, but then they picked up Baker Mayfield, so they may compete.
Mm-hmm.
But
Levante David is always a major problem
Yeah.
every year.
Yeah, their linebacking crew, they got a good lineup with Levante David, Shaquille Barrett.
Hmm. I'm not seeing really any big ones that stand out to me besides the ones we've already mentioned.
Oh,
Um,
as I said before, I'm calling this a sweep.
yep, me too. As long as we don't let Mike Evans out and we contain Russell Gage, we don't let Godwin get like 10 catches on us or some garbage like that, we should be
Hmm.
fine.
Yep. And like I said, for Evans, no C.J. Henderson, no Keith Taylor. You better not.
And here's the issue again. Like I said, that 3-4 defense is tailored towards run defense. It's not
Right.
tailored towards pass defense anymore. So we're not running the 4-3. So everybody that thinks we're running the 4-3, when y'all start watching these games and you haven't taken note of what we're doing, shifting people around, you're missing a lot.
Right.
And you're going to be confused when you come into a bunch of our chats going, weren't we covering the da-da-da-da-da? And yeah, we're going to tell you, watch the VODs because there's a lot of information that's going to be covered once I get somebody in here that understands the 3-4 defense. And I'm going to direct you straight to that VOD. I'm going to put that link in my chat when we do that stream for y'all to watch. I might even clip some stuff out of it and put it on YouTube.
Ah, good call. Good call. Right on. So,
Depends on what we can show
oh
on
yeah,
screen because I don't want to get copyrighted again.
understandable. Um, okay, so we're both in agreement. Win over the Bucks. Okay, and then we have last stop on the road of this three-game on road stint. December 10th, Sunday, December 10th, 1 p.m. back against the Saints.
Yep.
Um, Now I know we originally picked a win in the first meeting, which was at home. Uh, for this one, possibly
That's a split for me.
a split. Yeah. So I would say, so
When the
loss.
chips are down in December, we always split with the Saints when it comes to the dome.
Yeah. Good.
There's only one year where that did not happen, in the last memory of 7 years here.
Hmm. Yeah. Agreed.
And you'd have to go all the way back to the Super Bowl year to call for a sweep, for the Saints.
Right. Good point.
That's scary stuff. Um, and the division will be on the line right there, which will make that Week 15 against the Falcons critical.
True.
Critical, ladies and gentlemen. I need y'all to come out for this game. I need y'all to come out for this game because no matter what our record is, we're going to be in contention by this point. Get your butts in the seat in Charlotte. I'm going
You
to try to come out for that one too.
the Week 15 Falcons game, or
Mm-hmm.
okay.
I might
Um.
try to come out for that one, depending on when it is.
Yeah. Right now they have it listed as a TBD. So they don't even have a date for it. So
Yeah,
it could.
I'll be looking at that one. I'll be looking at that one, y'all.
But with that being said, it is a home game against the Falcons. We originally had we opened up the season on the road against the Falcons.
That's a win.
So
At
you're
home, at home, Bank of America Stadium against the Falcons in December. That's a win.
we're going for
Always is.
the sweep over the Falcons.
Yep.
All right. Haven't done a sweep over the Falcons in a while, so this will be
That has
great.
traditionally been a win right there.
Yep. Okay. And then week 16, we got ourselves a Christmas Eve game. Okay, Christmas Eve. at home, 1 p.m. against the Green Bay Packers. Okay, we got to dig into
And
this
before
one.
we begin digging into this Green Bay thing, I just want to say where these next two games are is a beautiful on this schedule. Beautiful. That means we don't have to deal with the Packers while we're trying to fight for a division title. That means we don't have to deal with the Jags while we're fighting for a division title.
Yeah.
Once we beat the Falcons, we've already got it. You know what I mean?
So you're picking that as the seal the deal game.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
That's the key game. We gotta have it. We gotta have it.
Good call. Good
We're
call.
gonna take. We're gonna get a few wins in between here. You know, in between the division title teams here,
Hmm.
and it's gonna be enough to propel us to take that division.
Yeah, indeed.
That way, we won't have to deal with the Green Bay Packers. We won't have to deal with the Jags. Those will be bonus games, and we can just do whatever we need to do there.
Yeah. Yeah, the only other factor that can play in is, we get that, then it's just, playing for number one in the conference.
Yeah,
Uh,
and Green Bay is a major trap game. If these guys become a factor, I'd rather play the Packers than the Jaguars at this point when I'm trying to get a division title run, and I need one more game.
here's the thing
I'd
about
much rather play Green Bay.
here's the thing with Green Bay. No more Aaron Rodgers. I think what scares me a little bit is the unknowns of what we might be coming across with this team.
All right, let's get into it then.
So let's see. So I guess it's safe to say that maybe we can expect Jordan Love will be the starting quarterback for Green Bay.
Yep,
Um, and then for their running back core, I mean, they got Aaron Jones. They got
I'll get into the quarterback situation later on, but let's
okay.
continue.
Um, for
Remind me.
for receivers, I mean, uh, they did draft Dontavion Wicks, that wide receiver out of Virginia. Um, Jaden Reed. They got a lot of rookie, like their wide receiving core. I mean, no more Randall Cobb, no more Devontae Adams. I mean, there's
The
not. Oh yeah, they did draft Luke
reason
Musgrave.
I'm saying that this could become a trap game is because they've got enough weapons to threaten us with. Plus the fact that they're coming off games with New York, the New York Giants, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers before they play us.
Ah, um,
That's soft schedule before they play us.
I mean, the saving grace is this is a home game, so
They got the Vikings after that, you know, and they're not even worried about the Bears. So they're focused on us and the Vikings at that point.
hmm
So they're going to bring whatever they've got left. If they're trying to win that division, they're going to bring whatever they got left in that to that game right there against us or the Vikings. And I have a feeling if they're saving their best for the Vikings, which typically that's what happens,
hmm
that means we caught a break.
Good point.
So watch how they react, you know,
hmm
around that time period. If they come off as a little bit lazy, take advantage of it.
Oh yeah, we
Use it.
must. We must.
Use it.
Um, so there are some names on defense though. Um, Lucas Van Ness,
Oh,
they drafted the edge out of Iowa. Um, let's see, they still got Kenny Clark, defensive tackle, veteran defensive tackle. Um,
let's see these draft picks.
Devondre Campbell at linebacker.
Sorry.
Preston Smith at linebacker. So they got a handful of veterans. Jair Alexander. Eric Wilson. Jair was a cornerback. Oh
Pass.
yeah, I forgot they got former Panther Rasul Douglas. Oh,
Oh no.
who also
They
played with
got
the
Douglas?
Eagles. Who also played with the Eagles when they went to
Oh
this
my
when
god.
they won the Super Bowl, I believe. Yeah.
Oh my god. That's not good.
So they got
Did
some.
they just pick him up this year?
Ye- mm, Actually, that's a good question. Let me see. Um, Actually, no, he played with them last year.
Yeah.
Actually, ooh, he got better with Green Bay. Actually, 5 interceptions in 2021, 4 in 2022. Oof.
Let me see his contract.
Had 69 solo tackles, a forced fumble, 13 passes deflected, and 4 picks last season. And he played all 17 games last season.
Let's see. Contracts wise, he got picked up for a 3-year contract with Green Bay this
Ah,
year
ah,
for $21 million. 5.3 signing bonus, $7 million average salary per
uh-huh.
year, $5.3 million guaranteed at signing.
Gotcha.
We could have afforded that.
They also
What
got
y'all doing, management?
they also got Rudy Ford at safety. Um,
This is
yeah,
yet again another scenario where we failed at corner.
yeah,
Bradbury was out there. Bradbury was out there, guys. We
yeah,
let Bradbury get away again. We let the we let that man get re-signed by the Eagles.
yep.
I'm just sitting here like, really?
It's crazy.
Oh my god, man. All right, so Green Bay picks up let's see. Lucas Van Ness, Luke
Hmm.
Musgrave.
Yep.
I knew that pick was going to happen because Luke Musgrave goes to the Packers in every single mock draft that I was running in April. Every one of them.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
Yep. Aaron Reed, Tucker Kraft, Sean Clifford. Uh, what do we know about Wicks from Virginia, the round 5 pick? Dontavian Wicks,
Yeah, wide receiver.
Carl Brooks, and Green Bay picks a kicker in the 6th round. They get a corner from Kentucky and a running back from Central Michigan and a safety. Granted Bose. Okay. Wow. Okay. Y'all really had that many picks, huh?
Mm.
Green Bay had a ridiculous amount of picks. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 players. 13 players. Golly. Y'all pulling a St. Louis Rams over here. Y'all got man, these teams need to stop this nonsense, man. Y'all need to stop this. For real. Y'all need to stop this. I
Yeah.
don't know how y'all keep getting these 13 picks. There ain't no way y'all get that many doggone compensatory picks. I'm sorry. Nah, this joke's got to come from trades or something. But y'all got to stop building an entire doggone secondary out of these 14 picks, man. Yeah, jeez.
Yeah, like seriously.
Don't even get me started on the Rams. We ain't even playing the Rams. We ain't here to talk about that right now.
Yeah, fair point. Um, I feel like Carolina Panthers defense just need to be in straight up attack mode, and I think they can really do some damage on that Green Bay offense. As far as
So we're dealing with Grant DeBose. Hmm. Let me see who I pick out of here that rings a bell.
mhm,
Uh, hmm. Tree Carpenter. That name sounds vaguely familiar. Georgia Tech, huh? We probably played against him.
and also I forgot they finished 8-9 last season.
8 and 9. Ooh,
Yeah, yeah,
that's ooh.
because they had a rough October um, into November. They lost five straight.
Oof. Yeah, I remember that. That was bad.
Yeah,
I'm sitting there like, okay, when is the other shoe gonna hit? For Green Bay, when are they gonna turn it around and win the division again?
yeah,
When's it gonna happen? And it never did.
yeah.
And I'm sitting there like, wow,
They
huh?
they went 3-1 after the bye, but it was too late.
Devontae Campbell from Minnesota catches my eye. That's a
Okay,
name I'm not gonna forget.
gotcha. Um,
Chris Slayton, defensive lineman. As far as people that they already have, most of these players have left Green Bay by now.
true.
The ones that everybody's familiar with, you're not gonna find any like big names on there anymore because
Right.
once everybody starts seeing, oh well, Rogers is pissed off, and we're never gonna get anywhere with Rogers being like this and all of this, everybody's just like, nah, we're gone, we're gone.
We gone.
We're we're sensing a toxic environment here. We're out, and they haven't been able to sign anybody big since. You noticed it in these off seasons the last couple of years, ever since Rogers started his stuff with the management.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
So,
So, I guess what you thinking? Win loss?
as I said, this is a trap game. Be careful. Just because there's a lot of new names on this list doesn't mean somebody can't come up and hurt you. It's
Yeah.
still Green Bay. Remember who the coach is. Remember the weaponry that we've seen before in Green Bay. Don't be fooled.
To
This
beat
is not just a walk into Charlotte and get a win over Green Bay game.
right.
No, this isn't 2015 anymore.
To,
When they can walk into Charlotte and they have to try to beat us, you know.
yeah.
No, this is not that mentality anymore.
Hmm.
Now, I want to warn people: this game could turn into that rubber match. If
Mm.
we don't get enough wins, this could turn into the rubber match. And if we don't get this win here, we got to deal with Jacksonville. And trust me, you do not want to deal with Jacksonville as a rubber match. You will lose, and we will miss out on the playoffs if that turns out to be the case. Do not let that happen. Do
Yeah.
not put yourselves in a position where that would have to happen.
So,
And we have kept doing that every single year because we're the Carolina Panthers. No longer. No longer. This is a new coaching staff. This is a new team. This is a new day.
Right.
Y'all have no excuses. I'm riding y'all hard this year. I'm riding y'all harder than the last few staffs. I'm giving the rest of these guys a very, very long leash.
Yeah.
But you guys are getting a short one. Show
So
up, get it done.
so for the most part I'm 50-50 on this. Just the
I'm
unknown.
50-50 on it too. It depends on injuries. It depends on um, how we're looking as a team, as a whole, walking into this.
Hmm.
What is our playoff situation looking like? It's way too early to try to predict this one. Uh, at first glance, I say 60-40 favorite to win right now
Hmm.
because they have a bunch of players that we don't really know much about.
Hmm.
But until we do the research and we really dig into that roster and find out what we're looking at, you know,
Hmm.
um, really dig into the textbook here, then we'll find out. But
I,
right now, it's 1,000 pages of what in the world are we doing with right now?
I'm going to lean towards the positive, and for now, I'm gonna say this is a win, but this could totally change by the time we get to this matchup and really see where we're at. But for now, on paper, I'm gonna say a win.
Yeah, on paper, win. I agree with that.
Okay, we're we're getting into the final stretch. New Year's Eve,
Oh my god,
December
we're
31st.
really playing these guys on New Year's Eve.
December 31st, our final away game of the season against the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I just want to say first of all, I'm glad that this game is on New Year's Eve, so they won't watch us get bashed by Trevor Lawrence.
Oh
Secondly,
man.
I do want to make a couple of comments about that Green Bay Packers management situation with the quarterbacks.
Oh yeah, go for it.
All right, so Aaron Rodgers could have handled that situation a lot better, but he's not the first quarterback to get screwed over by that management.
Hmm.
And I'm not talking about the people that own the team. I'm talking about the management because I actually know somebody that has a share of the ownership. They do shares, um, and she's a very very nice lady.
Hmm.
So shout out to her if she happens to be watching either one of our streams. Appreciate you. Much love to you. Um, but no, it's the management, and I think she would probably agree with that.
Hmm.
Because Brett Favre got screwed over by that management as well, and that got ugly too. Brett Favre could have handled that situation a lot better too, but uh, it's just a mess, man. And I want to warn Jordan Love, you're next.
Oof.
You're next. Be warned. This management does not screw around. They are vicious attack dogs. So if you play well enough to reach that level and reach that status, you will want to get out of there as soon as humanly possible before you get screwed over too.
There it
And
is.
that management has caused a lot of problems with them trying to get free agencies
Hmm.
pickups in the past 7 years, with Aaron Rodgers. And it happened back in the day with Brett Favre too. I was around for that. I was watching that, and I was watching every detail of that. And wouldn't you know it, when you look at the free agency market, when you go back and look at it during the Brett Favre part, it was terrible then too.
Hmm.
They couldn't get anything then either. Gee, I wonder if that's a pattern in Green Bay. There's no way that could be a coincidence. Man, Packers management, y'all got to get it together. This is some garbage. Quit doing your quarterbacks like that.
It's a nasty
Please
pattern.
stop doing your quarterbacks like that.
Is
Be better.
got to. I mean, it's a
Better.
it's a nasty pattern that they gotta get cleaned up. Um.
Now I grant you that Aaron Rodgers was kind of a jerk, to
Mhm.
put it in a nice way.
Mhm.
But you can't, honestly, you can't keep screwing over quarterbacks, man.
Agreed.
Because it's going to tell every quarterback in the draft and in free agency, don't go to Green Bay. That's exactly what it's telling y'all. Red flag, don't go to Green Bay. That's the worst place you want to land. I was saying it during the entire draft process too. I was like, if you're a quarterback, be warned. Don't pull a Philip Rivers if you have to. Get the heck out of there. You don't
Yeah.
want any part of that because they will screw you over too if you become the next Brett Favre or the next Aaron Rodgers. So yeah, Mr. Love, I'm so sorry, but you are next on The Price is Right.
Oh man. Do
I hate that for you, but you're next.
do your
Watch yourself.
best. Do your best on
Hire
your
yourself a good lawyer if you plan on staying there. You're
yeah.
gonna need a team of them.
Do your best on your showcase showdown. Oh man. Um.
All right, so Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence and Etienne, I am very familiar with these two and how much these two are deadly when they're healthy together.
Not to mention, let me paint a picture for y'all. We're talking about a team that last season went into their bye at a record of 3-7 and made the freaking playoffs.
I told you that's the Trevor Lawrence difference with Etienne. I warned y'all as soon as those two got picked. I warned y'all.
This team went into the bye week at 3-7 and finished the rest of the season with a record of 9-8, coming out of the bye week winning 6 games and only one loss.
I'm gonna
Not
tell y'all right now. I'm gonna make a prediction right now. Don't be surprised if you see Jacksonville in those final four in the AFC
in the AFC Championship.
next year. Final four teams,
Oof.
divisionals. They're gonna have to battle it out with Cincinnati and Buffalo and KC and whoever randomly pops up. But I think they're the third team in line right now.
Not to mention one
They
of
could knock off Buffalo at some point down the road and surprise them. They're
it,
not going to even see it coming. It's going to be like a knife in the back.
exactly. Not to mention not only that impressive comeback, but also comeback and winning a playoff game after going into halftime with a score of 27-7,
Uh
and they
huh.
and they came back and won
I told
Thir-
y'all when Trevor
31
learns that system, y'all are
31
screwed.
to 30 after only giving up a field goal in the second half.
And y'all wonder why I'm scared of this team this year. This is the only one I'm legit scared of. I do not want to play Jacksonville.
And then, and then folks want to talk about Justin Fields. Please.
Man, please. Justin Fields doesn't want a candle to Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is a quarterback worth trading up to number one for. Y'all want to trade number ones, number twos? I'll trade whatever you want me to trade to get Trevor Lawrence. I want this man in a Panther uniform. I don't care. Come talk to me. Present your offer, and we'll talk.
Yep. Oh, and by the way, they came into the league at the
And
same
once that
time.
man has tasted success at a team that he gets drafted at, that's it. That's it. It's too late now. Plus, you get ETN up there too. Oh, it's over. They
Oh,
won that first round.
oh, and
They
by
won that first round of that draft.
oh, and by the way, both quarterbacks came into the league at the same time, so no excuses.
Facts. Trevor is miles better. Look at the numbers. Better situation. I keep telling y'all, better situation and better quarterback.
Yep.
As soon as those two went up the board that first round, I was like, Jacksonville's about to build. Jacksonville's about to build a monstrous Leviathan team. Y'all better watch your butts. I knew it as soon as I saw those two go off the board. I was like, oh, we're in trouble.
And and and
AFC teams, be warned, y'all are in trouble. That whole division's in trouble now.
and then folks got nerve enough to say, "Oh, but they were a better team." I'm like, did they not go into the bye week 3-7? What did
That's what a great quarterback does. He goes in there and he turns around a 3-7 record into that and makes the playoffs. That's what a great quarterback does.
it's
Not
called
Justin Fields.
it's called making adjustments.
Thank you. Thank you. Preach. That's what a good quarterback does. He makes a terrible team great with what he has. He made lemonade out of lemons and absolute garbage out of the restaurant garbage can.
Cause let's keep it real. 3-7 going into the bye. The Bears finished the season with the same number of wins, 3-3.
Yeah.
But what was the difference? Oh yeah, adjustments.
And let me remind you, Jacksonville was absolutely atrocious before they picked up Trevor.
Yep.
Absolutely atrocious. They didn't have a line, they didn't have wide receivers, they didn't have nothing. Nothing. The only thing they could really claim was Fournette. And what did Trevor do? Turns a 3-7 team into a playoff team. That is a quarterback we're trading up to number one for.
Yep. And also, by the way, Trevor Lawrence's rookie season, despite his efforts, they went 3-14. So I don't want to hear any more excuses about Justin Fields.
And Trevor had to learn the system in his rookie year. You got to give him time.
Yeah.
Plus, he did not have Etienne with him. Etienne was hurt for most of that year. But once those two got put together and that chemistry was reestablished, bingo.
Yeah.
Now you got Jacksonville drafted like an offensive tackle and a guard to protect Trevor. Now you got him picking up wide receivers for him to add weapons to. I mean, this is just such a nasty team right now.
Let's
Let's dig into
let's
this.
let's let's dive in.
This is like a Golden Corral buffet right here. This is what this is.
I mean, not only Trevor's going to do his
Well, I'm about to
thing,
have fun with this.
but Travis Etienne, and they picked up Tank Bigsby.
Oh my God. Etienne and Take Bigsby back to back.
And they
20
got Dearness Johnson. And they got Quadri Allison.
Oh my God.
And then wide receiver core.
After we're done with our schedule, I kind of want to just go through theirs just for the fun of it.
Jamal Agnew, Zay Jones, Kristen Kirk.
Just for the fun of it, man.
Oh man. Um, Calvin. Oh yeah, they got Calvin Ridley, and he's been
Yep.
reinstated. Oh
Yep.
crap.
Uh-huh. That's another weapon for Trevor. Y'all
Oh
pay
man.
attention.
And
This team gonna be a top 4 team next year.
Calvin Ridley, y'all forget that's a big body, 6'1", 190 pounds, and can put up stats.
And he's the reason I didn't have a third fantasy ring. But I'm not going to talk about that right now.
Oh man. And
He's gambling.
Evan Ingram on their tight end core as usual.
Christian Kirk.
Christian Kirk. Oh yeah, they did get
Oh
Christian
my god.
Kirk.
Elijah Cooks.
Yep.
Ben Austin Jr. Jamal Agnew. Dude, I remember Agnew, man. That name rings a lot of bells. I love this dude.
Uh oh yeah, Brandon Sheriff. Still got him.
Evan Ingram.
Yep. Um
Oh man.
got Anton Harrison out of Oklahoma, offensive tackle.
Oh my gosh.
The only negative is Cam Robinson is most likely going to go through a suspension for the PEDs,
Yeah.
but that's really only a minor loss
Yeah.
for them. Let's keep it real.
Yeah.
Um,
Brandon Sheriff.
yeah.
Brand Yeah, Brandon Sheriff's a name that people should remember. Daryl Williams. Do y'all remember Daryl Williams?
Actually, this is a different one. This is a different Daryl Williams.
Okay, different Daryl Williams. Got
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Um,
Let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
oh, Josh Wells, that tackle out of James Madison,
Oh
veteran
yeah,
veteran
Ventrell
tackle.
Miller, the new draft pick. Devin Lloyd.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh
Jeez.
man,
Dude, their offense is
Yasur
stacked.
Abdullah. That's that new linebacker from Louisville.
Oh yeah, that's right. Um, let's see.
Raymond, the defensive tackle from North Carolina.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yep.
Roy Roberts,
Mhm.
Roy Robertson Harris, out of UTEP's, veteran. Uh,
Oh man, look what we got here, folks. This is some dangerous stuff that we're playing with right here.
Trey Herndon at cornerback.
Yep.
Rayshawn Jenkins. I mean, Darius Williams. I mean, I know some of the
Yep.
names might not be, right off the top of your head familiar, but
Right.
don't sleep on the Jaguars defense. It was a big part of their surge.
Facts.
I mean, the offense did their thing, but their defense had a big surge in that comeback season to make the playoffs. Don't sleep on that defense.
That's a fact. Oh, this is a definite loss. This is a
Because
definite loss. I'm sorry. This is a loss. We're not winning this one. We're
and
not winning this one.
and not only that, let me actually remind folks of that let me remind folks of that comeback that they made after the bye week. Look at who they beat. Baltimore, Tennessee, Dallas, New York, Houston, Tennessee. I
Good
mean I
God.
mean I mean just wipe the floor with Tennessee. I mean that's two divisional wins right there.
Yep.
You
That
know,
game was close.
they beat Dallas in overtime, beat Baltimore. Like
And Baltimore, let me remind people, always shows up every now and then with this playoff team. Out of the blue, it becomes like a wild card or a divisional round opponent and puts the fear of everything into these teams there in the playoffs.
like Trevor
That's the
Lawrence
dark horse team, man.
like Trevor Lawrence legit put his overdrive hat on coming out of that bye and just went off.
Yeah,
Like we will not settle for a 3-7 and just hang our heads. Season's over. Nope. Nope.
right.
That's why reasons like that is why I keep telling my friends it is not over until we are officially eliminated from playoff contention. It's not over
Yeah,
until it's over.
that's a fact.
But unfortunately, dude, I have to say this is a loss.
Definitely a loss. I'm not even hesitating on this one.
Just what they've done in the last season and just what they built along the way. Like, don't be surprised if we see the Jaguars like consistently in the divisional to AFC Championship.
Fact,
I
fact.
mean,
I wouldn't be surprised if it was Jags versus Chiefs at some point down the road,
ooh, now
either this year or next year.
that would be a great test for Trevor Lawrence.
Yep,
Really,
probably next year. Once Jacksonville is fully loaded, I could see it.
mm.
There'll be a real test for Cincinnati too.
And then we will close out the regular season. This is another TBD, but it will be our final home game against the Bucks, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm already putting a W for that.
Yeah. Keep in mind, we're probably not going to be playing all of our starters, and neither are they.
Right, right. So
So that last game is always hard to predict because of that. But at that point, it's not going to matter.
yeah, and it's the Bucks, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
screw the Bucks. Okay, so with that being said, just on paper, record is, let's see, 2, 6, 12-5.
That's what we like to see. Mm-hmm.
So 12-5 on paper. With
At worst, 10 wins.
Yeah, at worst 10 wins. And just a review of the
That's
lot.
first glance.
Yeah. So, and just a review, the losses we initially picked were to the Seahawks, to the Dolphins,
Mm,
to the Cowboys,
yep.
to the Saints,
Yep.
and to the Jaguars.
Yep.
So,
That sounds right.
yeah. So, of course, we have a record like that that's playoff bound. Um,
Yep.
and even I think we should be able to do it even with 10, even with 10 and
Mm-hmm. And keep in mind the magic number is probably 8 or 9 wins for the division right now. That magic number came down from 10 to 8 because you don't have Tom Brady there anymore.
yeah,
All that weaponry is gone in the South.
yeah. Shout out to Joe Valesco that joined in. Joe Valesco, what are your thoughts? If you got a chance to look at the schedule, comment what your thoughts. But yeah, like I said, the only loss that we had down for NFC South was the one loss against the Saints on the road,
Mm-hmm.
because I think we're definitely should sweep the Bucks and the Falcons. Like I said, we're gonna get an early taste being that first game on the road, but I think it's also a good test, a tough one starting out given our history, but a good opportunity to start off on the right foot and show others in the division we mean business.
Yep. And that we're not going away this time. We've become the predator,
Yes,
not the prey anymore.
like this is the opportunity for the Panthers to legit become a threat.
We can't wait anymore. We can't we can't gamble on question marks anymore. Now is the time to strike if we want this division. We can't sit on it. We can't relax. No. Keep the pedal down. I want wins.
Now, One question that I know, I was talking to some of my friends about this as we were gearing up for the release of the schedule, and one of
Right.
the questions that came up was how much of a difference, say the worst case scenario, and Andy Dalton is the main starter a lot longer than we expect. Is he still capable of being productive to contribute to the wins?
Um, yes, but to a certain extent. I mean,
That's
Andy Dalton can get you wins.
that's
You know,
fair.
it just depends on who you start him against.
Hmm.
You don't want him floating around during the trap games, though. We got to have we got to have Bryce ready for those.
Right.
By that point, Bryce should be ready.
And here's the thing folks got to keep in mind. I'm not expecting Pro Bowl Andy Dalton to show up at any point. I mean, the last time he did it was 2016. It's been a hot minute.
Yeah,
So,
true. I'm expecting bridge quarterback Andy Dalton to show up.
yeah, if he can get us, 1 to 2 passing touchdowns and the running game can get theirs,
Mm-hmm.
defense can get a takeaway here there that translate. Like if it can be kept simple, like defense gets us off the field, we manage on field positioning and we can capitalize, even if it means a touchdown here or there with a handful of field goals. If we utilize the defense getting off the field and the offense doing their jobs, because that was the one thing that stood out is defense did the best they could, but got gassed because they were on there so much because offense couldn't deliver. If that
Mm-hmm.
can really turn around, even if it meant Andy Dalton's is the guy, all he'll have to do is clean up.
Mm-hmm.
And that will make his job so much easier.
Yep.
Because
If we get Bryce clean, uh, developed properly, then that's exactly what's going to happen.
um, Joe Valesco says the only losses that he can see are the Cowboys, Saints, Jaguars, Dolphins, Lions, and probably the Titans. That's fair.
Titans,
Um,
interesting one. Hmm. What do you think
yeah,
of the Titans, Joe?
yeah. Joe Valesco. Any particular reason why the Titans were on your list? Lions.
Got my attention.
Lions. Okay, I can understand you picking Lions. Dolphins were in
To a
agreement.
degree.
Jaguars were in agreement. Um,
Yeah.
Saints, I assume on the road, right? And Cowboys were in agreement.
Yeah. Yeah. Saints, it's got to be on the road, Saints.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah. But the Titans, that's an interesting one, Joe Valesco. Can you elaborate when you get a chance? Um, but yeah, that's really what I see if it comes down to, Bryce not being ready and whatnot. Um,
What I see as a realistic scenario is what if we have a lot of injuries and we have a lot of setbacks and we drop more of these trap games than we need to. Then what? Like I said, Green Bay will become that rubber match.
mhm.
And I hope we never have to do that. Because if we drop Green Bay as well, Jacksonville becomes the rubber match and we're done.
Ooh, that is not what we want.
Yep. And history has shown in Panthers history in the last 7 to 8 years, that's exactly what's happened.
Because
Drop these
realistically,
trap games. Simple as that.
because I think the only advantage that we might can gain that would help us to beat the Jaguars, we have to get takeovers or takeaways like crazy.
Yep.
Like, we just
Yep.
have to be a step ahead and just get mad takeaways. That's
I
really the
will
only
say
chance.
this: Trevor can be picked off, but you have to be very clever. You have to really read his plays and understand where he's throwing that ball. And I believe there were 3 or 4 teams college west that managed to pull that off. Bama was one of them.
Hmm.
Obviously, it's Nick Saban.
Right.
Um, I think Louisville was one of them because we played a absolute gunslinger of a game against Louisville with Trevor Lawrence.
Hmm.
I may have been thinking about Deshaun Watson instead of him, but I think it was Trevor. I have to double check that. But yeah, Louisville has had our number as far as figured out like a few of our plays. Um, and they threw Trevor off on a couple of plays, and it happened.
Hmm.
But it's very rare when that man throws a pick. It's a little less rare in the NFL, of course, but you when you got the Jags and you got a bad O line, but still, it can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And folks have to also remember Mr. Lawrence is a big guy who can run.
Oh yeah,
Who can run. We're talking somebody six
he
six
can
two.
run more so than Watson ever could. He's
Yeah,
more dangerous than Watson was.
exactly. I mean, dude has 7 career rushing touchdowns in the NFL, so don't sleep on him. Every now and then put a spy on him because
Facts.
Trevor can take off and run.
Yep. Do we have somebody designated as a spy
Oof.
in the three
Um.
more?
Ooh.
That
Uh,
that raises a good question. I'm glad you pointed that out.
and the reason why I make note of it is because that's how Kyler Murray last got us.
Facts. Yep. Murray ran circles around us. Oh my
Yeah.
god, it was awful.
And the crazy thing is he's much smaller than Trevor Lawrence. And then you put
Oh my
Trevor
god,
Lawrence, who can run and he's a bigger body. Shoot.
man. We let an average quarterback run circles around this defense at the time, let alone Kyler Murray, and we're not even on the Trevor Lawrence level yet.
Because, I mean, it's
That was embarrassing.
it's already scary that this man threw 4 picks and still found a way to throw 4 touchdowns and come back and win the playoff game.
I mean, that's just who Trevor is. If you've watched Trevor in Clemson for a number of years, you know that's who he is. That's his identity. And he's carried that into Jacksonville, which is even more terrifying.
Dude, I can't even imagine what was said at halftime. Like just a flat out, we're gonna come back and win this game. Like, I mean, so good to the point that all their opponents got was a field goal in the second half. That's a crazy turnaround.
And that is the Clemson difference. This is why I keep telling people draft Clemson players. You
I
won't be
mean,
disappointed.
oof.
They won 2 national titles for a reason, folks, and several ACC titles for a reason. They're not just growing championship players, they're growing grown men in Clemson.
Because one thing's for sure, Joe Burrow, despite having the season-ending injury, that man still bounced back and established his identity. That is an NFL quarterback right now.
Yep. And Bryce Young is being compared to that.
Yep. And Trevor's about to enter his 3rd year, and he's not that far behind.
I read an article about recruiting, one of the guys that Clemson is recruiting right now, and they said, this dude could have chosen Georgia. Oh wait, it was Trevor. Oh, this makes it even juicier.
Oh
Okay.
man.
This makes it even juicier. This dude was choosing between Clemson and Georgia coming out of high school,
Hmm.
and he chooses Clemson. Let me tell you why. Because the culture, the culture. He recognized that, yes, Georgia had a great program building, you know, and he said, I want to be a part of that.
Yeah.
At the same time, once he visited Clemson, he saw the environment and he saw that people actually cared about him. And it was the culture, it was the family environment. And that's what we're building here in Carolina. And that's why people want to come here. They see what we're building here. They don't just see that, they see the culture that we're building.
Hmm.
And it's beautiful. This is what we've been needing for 8 years. 8 years, y'all. And it's finally happened. And I can't even tell you the amount of joy in my heart right now. It's about more than just football, y'all.
Yep. He's also a man of God too. He is man of God as well. Trevor Lawrence. William
Yep.
Trevor Lawrence.
Yep. That's what you want leading your team.
And we have a great opportunity to really evolve and get that established with Bryce Young.
Yep. Yep.
And if that works out like we hope it will, folks aren't going to be talking about size anymore.
No. No. Definitely not.
So,
Yeah, man.
shoot. But that is the 2023 regular season schedule. And
I just want to see who Jacksonville's playing this year, just for the fun of it.
you know what? Let's pull it up. Jacksonville Jaguars. Um. Oh,
And lastly, I want to look at the Saints' schedule as well because that's going to matter.
Joe Valesco responded. He said, "We cannot sleep on the Titans properly. Derrick Henry going to have a bounce back year. Probably Traylon Burks going to have a breakout season. Uh, to be honest with you, Derrick Henry's really like the main bright spot of that offense.
Yeah.
We shut him down. It's a wrap.
And let me remind y'all when we had that 4-3 defense last year, the first 4 weeks, we were shutting down running backs left and right. But
Yep.
as soon as they figured out that they could go around us, it was open season.
Yep. This is
As soon
true.
as they figured out our weakness up the middle, it was open season. Everybody had 200 yards rushing on us. It was disgusting. Even the quarterbacks had 100 yards rushing. I was like,
Let's
what are we doing?
let's see. The Jaguars open up against the Colts, then
Hmm,
then two
that's a win.
then two straight at home against the Chiefs and the Texans,
Lost to the Chiefs, win over the Texans. 2-1.
and then the two international games in a row, Atlanta and Buffalo,
Win over Atlanta, lost to Buffalo.
and then they return back home against the Colts,
Win over the Colts.
then two straight away games against the Saints and the Steelers before the bye.
Uh, say again, I'm having tech issues.
Two straight away games before the bye against the Saints and the Steelers.
Ooh, win over the Saints. Question mark on the Steelers.
Okay. So week 9 is their bye week. Uh, and then they come out of the bye week with 2 straight home games against the 49ers, then the Titans.
Hmm. Niners and Jags is going to be a good game.
Agreed.
I want to watch. I want to watch that one. I'm going to scout this Jacksonville team with that one. We're going to get a good read on these guys off of that game.
Mm.
We're going to
Um,
find out exactly where they are with that. Um, so it's San Fran and who?
and the Titans.
Oh yeah, win over the Titans.
Okay.
Close.
And then back on the road against the Texans.
Win.
And then Monday Nighter at home, the Bengals.
Ooh. Now that's a real test. I got to see that game. Oh
Yep.
yeah. That's the mammoth game of the year right there for Jacksonville. I'm watching that one. Uh I don't think they've got enough in the tank to take down Cincinnati right now.
Okay.
I'm going to say loss for right now,
Hmm.
but we'll see how many injuries both teams eat, by that point.
Good point.
What they both look like by that point.
And then they hop back on the road against the Browns.
Hmm. Win over the Browns.
Okay. And then back at home against the Ravens. It's a Sunday night game.
Now here's the most dangerous thing you have on your schedule is the Ravens at home, battling for a wild card spot. That is a spot you don't want on your schedule. That is when the Ravens are at their most dangerous.
Yeah, especially prime time.
Is that in Baltimore?
No, it's at home. It's in Jacksonville.
Ooh, you got lucky, Jacksonville. You got lucky. Because if that was in Baltimore, ooh, I might have to go the other way. I might
Oh,
have to. You never bet against Baltimore at home during the playoff race. You just don't when
good.
they've got players.
And of course, Lamar Jackson just got paid.
Oh yeah, that
Um,
just motivated Lamar, man.
yeah.
And
Um,
they're starting to build a couple weapons back too.
what were you thinking of that one? Win or loss? Ravens at home for Jags.
That's a tough one. I gotta go win.
Okay.
That's at home,
And
but it's
then
gonna be close.
and then next on the road, Christmas Eve, the Buccaneers.
Win.
Yeah.
Bucks don't have enough in the tank to handle Trevor. There's no way. Trevor shreds that secondary.
Yeah. And the secondary and defense shreds Baker Mayfield.
Mm-hmm.
And then New Year's Eve, at home against us, Carolina Panthers.
Yeah. Win over us.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And then they finish out the regular season on my mom's birthday, January 7th, on the road against the Titans.
This is where the Titans might have an advantage because the Jags will be resting their starters because they know that they've got the division locked up. So they might get sloppy
Hmm.
and cough up a dub there. So I'm going to say tentative loss because
Okay.
that is such an unpredictable week.
Okay.
So what
So,
do we got?
so lost to Kansas City, lost to Buffalo. Um, you
This is just a way too early read, people. So don't read too much into this, but just judging by what we know about these teams right now
so you have it
versus what we're gonna find out.
So you have for sure at least four losses, which were to Kansas City, Buffalo, Cincinnati, and Tennessee. The second meeting of Tennessee.
Yeah.
Um, Pittsburgh, I think you were still a little up in the air about. Same thing with San Francisco.
Oh, I think San Fran actually wins that game.
Okay, so five losses.
Yeah, San Fran's got some weaponry. I don't know that Trevor can buy his way out of that one
Hmm.
necessarily. He's going to have to rely on his defense heavily on that game.
And then Pittsburgh, I mean, you don't want to sleep on Mike Tomlin. I mean,
Exactly. And Pittsburgh has been known to pull off some upsets against teams like this
right.
when they're not expecting it. That's a trap game for Jacksonville.
So potentially six losses.
Yep,
Yeah. Which hey, that would be less than they had last season. So hey,
that's the division.
yeah, good point.
I warned y'all, be careful of Jacksonville. I warned y'all. I warned
Um,
everybody.
Joe Valesco says we need another pass rusher. Who should we sign? I mean, I wouldn't be
People are
against.
talking about Clowney right now.
I wouldn't be against Jadeveon Clowney. Um,
That's the first name that pops up. But I mean, if you guys have other suggestions, throw them at us. We'll take them.
yeah,
We'll take them into consideration.
because
We've
I
got the money. It's not about the money. It's about who it is now.
yeah, exactly.
Because any unused money is going into next year.
There is also Yannick Ngagwe. That was another name that was floating around. I don't think anybody has picked him up yet.
Mm,
So,
for right now, I'm going to say no, since I don't know enough about him. I'll do a little digging.
okay. But I guess first choice would be Jadeveon Clowney.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, that's the number that's the name
And, you know,
and the number that everybody's going to come up with first.
not to mention just like Stephon Gilmore, he's a Rock Hill guy.
Yep. We've been trying to. I've been hearing from people in the fan base that have been wanting him to come here for the longest time.
Oh,
And most of these people are just Gamecocks fans, but still, come on. It's Clowney.
yeah.
The guy is an animal.
I mean, could you imagine how big of a boost that would give our D line? Oh my God.
Yep. He could
Shoot.
teach this whole line some tricks and trades. He's been around the block a few times.
40.
Bad situation in Houston, but I mean,
Yeah. Still racked up 43.
he could still teach you some stuff.
Yeah, 43 career sacks, 13 forced fumbles.
Yep.
Whew. Goodness gracious.
Yep.
So we definitely got a lot of work to do. And like I said, they say that we got the fourth weakest schedule.
Let's look at the Falcons and the Saints. What are
Oh,
their schedules going to look like?
okay. Let's
Those are going to be the two that are going to be the biggest threats. I'm not worried about Tampa at this point.
okay. So for the Falcons, of course, they open up at home against us. Um,
Wait a minute. Just for a second. The Jacksonville one when they played Tampa Bay, that's around the time that we played Tampa Bay. I want to point that out. Mm-hmm.
Uh, oh yeah,
Huh?
because we play Tampa Bay Christmas Eve, and they play them right. before or afterwards?
Ooh,
Um. Oh,
Carolina
they.
sensing an opportunity here.
Oh no, they play. They play. Tampa Bay Christmas Eve, and then they play us on New Year's Eve.
Oh, so
We play the Packers on Christmas Eve.
right.
Okay,
What I'm
gotcha.
saying is, we're about to have some tape on these people.
Yep, good point.
We're
It's
about to have some tape on them.
very
I sense
necessary.
an opportunity right there. Hey, management, you paying attention? Don't waste that opportunity, man.
Yeah, they most
All right,
definitely
so
need to grab some tape on that.
I noticed it.
Okay, so Falcons schedule.
Let's go. Yep.
So they opened up with two straight home games against us and the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
Then they go on the road for the first time against the Lions.
Hmm.
And then they play international game against the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, that's definitely a loss for the Falcons.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, we're marking that Jacksonville down as an
Hmm.
L.
Let's see.
As far as the Detroit Lions game, um, you are dealing with Stafford still.
Yep.
Oh no, wait. That's Goff. Goff.
Goff, yes.
Yeah, I'm just not used to that yet. I'm still not used to that even after that Super Bowl. But anyway, yeah, Goff. Um, I don't know. That's a tight game, man.
Yeah, yeah, that much is true. Um, and then Green Bay, which, yeah, they might have Green Bay. I don't know.
Mm, I
Let
say Green Bay takes Atlanta.
Yeah, okay.
Where is it?
It's a home game for Atlanta.
Ooh.
Yeah, their first two games are home games against the Panthers and the Packers.
Hmm. I was gonna say if that was an away game in Green Bay, they're sunk.
Yeah, so they might have a shot because it's never
Yeah.
easy playing at
Yeah.
Lambeau. Yeah, Lambeau you don't want to mess with.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We
um,
learned this in the hard way.
let's see. So after the Jacksonville game, they come back two straight home games against the Texans and the Commanders.
Ooh. Commanders are one team we haven't talked about yet.
Yeah.
Texans game will be a win. They'll beat the Texans.
Mm-hmm. Washington, eh, that could probably go either way.
Yeah, that defense of Washington's is excellent, but their offense just can't get it going
Right,
because, again, like we said, it's Ron Rivera.
right. Um, let's see. And then they have their second division game, this time on the road against the Bucks.
Yeah, this time they're gonna win.
Hmm.
That's the Buccaneers. Yeah,
And then another away game, this time against the Titans.
Derrick Henry's gonna run circles around those linebackers.
Hmm, good point.
That's a loss.
And then they go back home and play the Vikings.
Vikings have more weapons than they do.
Yep.
That's an L.
And then their last game before their bye week is on the road against the Cardinals.
That Cardinals team is a very fascinating one because it's there's so much nonsense going on in Arizona right now. Um, that management is just driving away all the good talent out of Arizona,
Fair point.
and I don't even know what's left in Arizona anymore.
Mm,
You,
fair
you
point.
drive away DeAndre Hopkins, you're pretty much, you know. And what started that downfall was Larry Fitzgerald retiring.
Oh yeah, big
Once he
man.
retired, the whole organization fell apart. They didn't know what to do. He was their golden apple.
Yep. Oh yeah.
He was their golden goose.
That
Once he
is
stopped laying eggs, it's over.
that is definitely a fact.
Yeah.
Um, let's see. And then they week 11 is their bye. Week 11 is their bye.
Okay.
Then they come out week 12 on the at home against the Saints.
They'll be rested. Saints will be beat up.
Hmm.
That could be a surprise upset right there.
Okay.
Could
Um,
be. Could be.
and then the
Depends on how the Saints decide to play that game.
oh, okay, gotcha.
If the Saints decide to come out aggressively swinging, then yeah, that's going to be a battle, and the Saints are going to win that one because the Saints usually win that battle.
Hmm. Facts, facts. Then they go on the road against the Jets.
Come on, it's the Jets. Come on. The only thing you have to worry about with the Jets is Rodgers. Literally, he will shred your secondary, but I mean, that's about all he can do. If you put heat on him, he's going to be running for his life. He's an old man now.
Yeah, he's on his
He can't
last.
run.
Yeah.
He's more of a pocket passer. So if you make him run, you got him. Yeah,
Um.
I'm looking at least 3 sacks in that game.
Hmm, gotcha. Um. Then back at
If
home.
Atlanta's got any pass rushers at all,
Oh yeah, that is a good point. And then back at home against the Bucks. Second meeting.
this is where the Bucks come back and they say, "No, we're not doing this again."
Ah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, we're looking at a split here.
Okay. And then they get back on the road in December against us.
Yeah, we're gonna beat them.
Yep. And then they play Christmas Eve at home, their final game at home against the Colts.
That's a win over the Colts. Colts don't have anything.
And then for their final two games, New Year's Eve on the road against the Bears,
Win over the Bears.
and then their last game of the season on the road against the Saints.
That's another L to the Saints. And it's not going to matter if people are subbed in or out when it comes to the Saints game because we're going to be winning the division.
Hmm.
So the Saints, that game will not have any relevance.
Fair
That'll be
point.
like that'll be like okay, who's taking third place here? You know, if my
So,
theory is right.
so you're looking at 6 to 7 losses
Mm-hmm.
for Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
9-6 record. Hmm.
Quick comment from Joe Valesco. He says, I really like Jadavion Clowney, Melvin Ingram, and Frank Clark. And
Ingram?
yeah, and
Interesting.
are you going to a game this season? That's the plan.
If I'm able to, yes.
Yep. There you go. Shall we? I think you also said the Saints schedule you wanted to see.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here.
Ingram, huh? Hmm. Can
Oh,
somebody get me the latest contract info on Ingram?
Melvin Ingram. Yeah.
Yeah. My laptop's glitching out right now, but
Oh,
I can talk to you.
you're good.
We're still working.
Um. Okay. Saints schedule.
Yep.
So they open up at home against the Titans.
Mm-hmm.
Um. And then first game on the road, Monday Night Football against us.
Okay, so let's start with those two. Saints against Titans. To me, um, really, you got Derrick Henry versus that Saints defense. That's realistically what you're dealing with.
Right.
And with that new running back that they picked up in Tennessee, he's going to be splitting carries, but not many.
Okay.
But it's going to be a true test right out of the gate. How strong are your linebackers? How strong are your defensive tackles in New Orleans? And that is an excellent, excellent thing for us to look at on game tape.
Good point. Good point. Um. And then of course we picked a win for Carolina week
Yeah.
2, and then they
I
continue.
say they get a win against Tennessee, and then somehow they lose to us. You know,
Okay. Then third game on the road against the Packers.
against the Packers. Could be an interesting game. Um,
Probably could
it's
go
in
either
Green
way.
Bay. I'm calling that a loss.
Oh yeah, that is in Lambeau. Um,
Keep in mind that weather. That Saints are a dome team.
yep. Um, let's see. Oh, Joe Valesco says he signed a 1-year, $5 million contract with the Dolphins. Melvin Ingram.
You got to be kidding me. The Dolphins got another one?
Mm, yikes.
Dang it. That's a big name right there.
Yep. Um,
Hmm.
let's see. Oh, they got to turn around and play the other Bay. So the 2 straight Bay games against Green Bay and then against Tampa Bay. The Tampa Bay game is at home.
That's a win.
Okay. Um,
Tampa's not ready for that one.
and then they go on the road and play. Ooh, they play the New England Patriots.
Ooh. Okay. That game is going to be predicated on how good are the Patriots doing. Now, as many people know, the Patriots are trying to shop their quarterback right now.
Oh yeah, Mac Jones.
Yeah, Mac Jones has been awful. So they're trying to shop him. Obviously they drafted somebody else. Uh I got a question. What happened to Zappy?
Oh, Bailey Zappi.
Yeah,
That is a good question. Um,
because the Patriots drafted him. What happened to him? He was third
um,
string for the longest.
he's still on there. His
Really?
yeah, his stats from last year: 781 yards passing, 5 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
Interesting.
Played in 4 games last season.
You think they're gonna gamble with him until that new rookie's ready?
Uh,
Good question there, isn't it?
yeah. Are we talking Malik Cunningham out of Louisville?
I believe so.
I
They
mean,
drafted a quarterback this year, I believe. if I remember right.
Yeah, yeah, that was him. That was him, I
Yep,
believe.
that was a
Um,
good pick by Belichick, by the way. Man's got a knack for it.
I mean, looking at their
That's your new
roster,
face of the Patriots right there.
um, oh yeah,
Count on it.
they got the combo of Mike Gesicki and Hunter Henry at tight end. They did get Juju. They got Juju.
I'm not worried
Um,
about Juju by himself, but Juju with Hardman, that's dangerous.
yeah, good point. Um,
But Juju by himself, if you don't put a weapon on the other side, nah, harmless. He's an average Joe.
and they got Devontae Parker. Um,
Good pickup.
and then defense, I mean, still got Lawrence Guy. Um,
Mm.
Joe Valesco was saying that was his.
There's a lot of holes in that New England secondary.
Joe Valesco was saying that was Melvin Ingram's contract from last season. So yeah, he's a free agent, as in Melvin Ingram.
Is he?
Yeah,
Ooh, only 5 mil?
yeah, 5 mil.
What are we doing? Pick up the phone. It's Melvin Ingram. Pick up the phone. Get in touch with his agent. What are we doing? What are $5 million versus Clowney's contract? Come on. This is a no brainer.
Yep, it is true. He is a
This is a
unrestricted
no
free
brainer.
unrestricted free agent.
I don't even know why the management's even wasting this much time right now.
Oh,
Go pay the man.
what does this dude have? Let me see what Melvin.
How many years you reckon Ingram has left?
Um, I think he's still got a few, maybe two, if he can stay healthy, maybe three. Um,
Agreed. I was
wait a
going to say 3 or 4.
wait a minute. This dude had 6 sacks last year. Shoot,
Yep.
and played all 17 games.
Oh, yeah.
This
Three or
dude,
four games max, at least.
hold up. This dude has 57 total career. What the heck? Okay, why are we not like
Pick up the phone, management. I'm telling you.
and all he wanted was 5 million less. Shoot.
As soon as I heard that number and I heard that name, I was like, "Yep, we're all over it. Let's go. Just pick up the phone. Go grab him."
Dude, that would really seal the mess out of our linebacking core.
Oh my God, yes.
I
Oh
mean,
my gosh. I mean, we've
wow.
already got linebackers out the wazoo though, and we're not sure what we're even doing with half of them. That's the thing.
Goodness gracious. I mean, just
If you want him as a pass rusher though, pick up the phone. It's that simple.
yeah, good call, Joe Valesco. Good call on the info there. Wow.
Good job, Joe. Proud of you for that one. Proud of you for that. Much love to you. I'm going to shout you out on my stream too later on.
Yep.
You especially get credit if we get him signed.
But yep, that's Joe Valesco. Been a
Yep,
long time sub of. Um, okay.
I
So
like it.
so the Saints. So that New England game that
Mm,
that could be a weird one because
it is. There's a lot of unknowns there.
let's see, what was their record last season? The
Good question.
Patriots. They finished 8-9.
Yep.
I mean,
The Bills are fully loaded. The Dolphins are building, and New England is not going to be sitting around forever. They're
True.
going to be building as well.
Yeah, especially not with, Mr. Belichick
So,
still at the
Jets
helm.
ball is in your court. Are you guys going to improve or not?
Yeah, but
I mean, Rodgers does not count as an improvement. I'm sorry. You
oh,
you got to get you got to build a line. You got to get wide receivers. That's no. You guys aren't one quarterback away from winning.
right. So I guess maybe because this is on the road, maybe New England possibly beats the Saints, but eh.
Yeah. Uh, Surprise upsets happen all the time. I'm going to call Saints on this one. I'm going to take a leap.
Gotcha. And then they get another away game against the Texans.
Win.
Win. And then they have a Thursday nighter at home against.
Texans ain't doing nothing.
Yeah, agreed. And then week 7, Thursday night prime time game at home, they play the Jaguars.
Loss.
Okay. Um,
Definitely a loss. Trevor is going to walk all over that secondary.
and then we
So is UTN.
and then we
That's
got
a dual threat.
then they're back on the road, this time against the Colts. They'll Saints will probably beat the Colts.
Yeah, Saints can beat the Colts. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Once everybody figures out AR's problem,
Right.
it's just a matter of time.
And then the Saints are back at home against the Bears.
Saints win that one. They have
Okay.
a huge record over the Bears right now.
Gotcha. And then they get back on the road.
Humongous.
Their last game before the bye week, they're on the road against the Vikings.
Mm, I'm going to say Saints surprise people and get a win there.
Really? Interesting. Okay.
Surprise upset. Vikings will be caught, you know, in a strange scenario where it's going to be a trap game for them, and they're going to fall for the trap.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Um, so week 11 is their bye week, and then
Yep.
they open up on the road against Atlanta. Their first meeting with Atlanta.
Yep. Saints win that one.
Okay. And then they get 2 games at home. First against the Lions.
Lions have been prepared for everybody. They've been just lying in wait.
hmm
Lions win that one.
Okay. And then their second home game against us, Carolina.
Loss. We're going to take that one at home
Yep.
in Charlotte.
And then
You better take that one at home in Charlotte.
yeah,
Y'all hear management?
got
Y'all
gotta
hear that locker room? Take that game.
gotta protect Bank of America.
We
Um,
must protect this house.
and then they're at home again, so 3 straight home games, and they uh this home game is against the Giants. Ooh.
Giants are a very curious team.
They had last season coach of the year, so
Hmm. This is one of those situations again where you have surprising upsets, but um this game could go either way. It could be a 50-50 game.
okay.
It's going to be determined by field goals because they're both awful.
Hmm.
um but of course Daniel Jones is more awful, so versus a Saints secondary that knows what they're doing by this point. Saints.
Saints, okay.
Yep.
And then their final 2 games on the road. First against the Rams. That's a Thursday night.
Rams slaughter them.
That's a Thursday nighter.
Oh, that's not even gonna be close. Rams win by 14
Okay.
at least. Rams have so much weaponry. It's not even funny right now.
Yeah.
Rams are going to be in the top 3 teams this year. We're going to be up there as well. Um, so yeah, Rams play a landslide.
Okay. And then their final away game is against the Buccaneers.
Win to finish up.
Okay. And then their final home game, their last game of the season, at home against the Falcons.
That's where you start to see the Saints get too comfortable, thinking they have a wild card spot chance. And you know they start resting players, and they think they've got a wild card spot easily. And that's where the Falcons get them for the split right there, because they think that they've got everything going for them, and it goes the other way.
Okay. So you have about 5 losses.
Yeah, that sounds about right for the Saints.
Um, so yeah, they definitely and it makes sense because I feel like that's the other NFC South team I feel that's going to compete.
Yeah, same.
Um,
Some people are saying Falcons. I say Saints
yeah,
because the Saints are always more of a competitor than the Falcons are at the end of the day when you're
yeah,
talking division
but
titles.
but I think we're definitely going to see that first game. I mean, on the road against the Falcons, that's going to really be the trendsetter.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Joe Valesco says, and also Melvin Ingram will be a great mentor for this young defense. Oh, yes,
True.
yes, absolutely.
Very true. That man spent time with playoff teams
I mean, we're talking about
in Baltimore.
we're talking about a 12-year veteran. Absolutely.
He's been on several playoff teams with the Baltimore Ravens. This is true. Oh, not to mention Steve Smith has battled against him.
Yep,
So you want to
indeed.
talk about some experience and all the stuff he's learned from Steve Smith carried back to Carolina? Ding, 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 ding. It's easy. Sign the man.
Exactly,
Pen and paper
exactly.
ready.
And actually, 10-year veteran, 10-year veteran, but still double digits.
Oh,
But
yeah.
but yeah. So that's you. You sure you don't want to look at the Bucks?
If you want to, go for it.
Yeah, we'll finish up taking a glance at this Bucks schedule, but
Right.
you know, let's
I
see.
am thorough. So go for it.
Oh man, this one's gonna hurt. Oh my God. The Bucks open up on the road against the Vikings.
Oh, ouch. Vikings win.
Yeah. And then their first game at home is against the Bears.
Win, actually.
Okay. And then their next home game, prime time, Monday Night Football against the Eagles.
Eagles slaughter them. I don't even know why that's a primetime game. What do y'all even thinking putting that as a primetime game?
Hmm, probably to embarrass Baker Mayfield on Monday night on ABC.
Y'all just hate our players, don't you?
Oh man.
Y'all just hate our players. I don't understand this. What did we do to you? Other than bucking the system.
And then they're back on the road against the Saints.
Saints win that one.
Okay. Yo, bro, their bye week is week 5.
What?
Yeah,
Oh God.
and then they come.
Oh Tampa, you're so done.
The, dude, week 5? Wow.
Tampa, I feel bad for y'all, man. I feel bad for the Tampa fans right now, man.
Oh man, that's super early.
Strap
That's
yourselves in. This is gonna get ugly from here on.
goodness gracious. Like at first I was thinking week 7 was early, but dang, week
Oh my
5?
God.
Holy crap. Um so they open up back after the bye at home against the Lions.
Ooh, that's definitely not gonna help them. Plus, you got injuries going on too.
Yeah.
No, that's a loss.
And
Mm-mm.
and then afterwards another home game against the Falcons. Their first meeting with the Falcons.
Mm.
Actually, this is their first meeting with the Falcons.
First meeting with the Falcons. This is where I kind of said Atlanta should win that one, right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
said that before. Yeah.
hmm
I just want to make sure to double up.
Okay. And then they go back on the road. Ooh, Thursday nighter against the Bills. Oof.
Loss. Definite loss by 14 points or more.
Okay. And then they stay on the road this time against the Texans.
I'm gonna say mm,
Trap game?
no win over the Texans.
Oh, okay. um, and then they come back home against the Texans. Or I'm sorry, not the Texans, the Titans. The Titans.
Derrick Henry finds a way to run through that secondary, and again, Buccaneers are out of luck.
Okay.
That's a loss.
And then they are back on the road against the 49ers.
Oh, definite loss. God, ouch.
Mm. And then uh, they stay on the road and will play the Colts next.
Now that's a possible win for Tampa because once AR gets found out, by that point it should have happened,
hmm
and everybody will have a book on them. It'll be on tape. It'll be everywhere. So Tampa has been renowned for having a strong pass rush.
hmm
That's why I was kind of hesitant on that Texans one because they're going to put a lot of heat on CJ, but
Right.
CJ is going to rise above that and find ways to find holes in that Tampa secondary, but it's not going to be enough, you
Okay.
know. But AR is not going to be able to pull that same shenanigans.
Okay.
So yeah, that's a win over the Colts, I think.
Okay. And then they come back home and play the Panthers.
Loss.
Yep.
We're going to take that one.
And then
We
they're
better take that one.
yeah. And then they are back on the road for 2 straight games. First up against the Falcons.
Ooh. And this is one I was kind of like flip flopping on. Like it could be like one of the surprise upsets.
hmm
Um, but Tampa doesn't really have an offense. That's the problem. And Atlanta does. Oh man. But Tampa's got those pass rushers.
Yeah.
So Atlanta's got a good secondary. It's going to be a low scoring game. It's going to be a very defensive battle, and they're
hmm
both going to find holes in each other's defense, and it's just going to go back and forth on a field position battle
Okay.
until somebody wins on field goals or one. one
Hmm.
touchdown.
Okay.
That's what I'm feeling right now. I mean, first look, I need to see what these rookies look like, but right now, that's what I'm feeling.
Okay.
Uh, shoot. God, that's tough. I have to go lost to Atlanta there.
Okay. Um, and
Did I
then
go on record with that same before with the Falcons?
I think the first meetup at home, I think you said win, and then you're saying loss for Tampa on the road against the Falcons.
Yeah.
Okay. And then they're back on the road again against the Packers.
Ooh.
So they'll be in Lambeau.
Green Bay's got more weapons than Tampa does.
And then they return home Christmas Eve against the Jaguars.
Loss.
Okay. And then their final home game, uh, New Year's Eve against the Saints.
Hmm. I mean, miracles can happen on New Year's, but not this time.
All right. So a loss there. And then final game of the season is on the road against us, the Panthers.
Loss.
So pretty much that's. Wait,
That's not going to matter because
um did you have them beating the Bears or losing to the Bears?
uh, when was that?
Week 2.
Oh, I didn't even hear that one.
Yeah, week
Again, tech issues. Sorry about that.
yeah,
Um,
week 2 at home against the Bears, their first home game.
they're gonna put a lot of pressure on Fields, but I feel like if Fields is even halfway good at all, he will find ways to get into that secondary of Tampa.
Okay.
But I think that's a win for Tampa.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, potentially 11 losses for Tampa Bay.
Ouch. That is a nasty schedule. Now do
Yeah,
y'all see why I'm ruling Tampa out?
I mean, especially considering they got to play Minnesota, the
Oh my
the
god.
Eagles, the
The
Lions, the
Bills?
Bills, the 49ers, the Jaguars.
I mean, y'all put yourselves in this position by winning that Super Bowl. I'm just saying. They make these schedules 3 years ahead of time.
Yeah,
Y'all put yourselves in this spot.
but man, 2 primetime games, Philadelphia and
That's what
Buffalo.
happens when you get Tom Brady and you win them.
Yeah. Oh, Tom Brady can't save them now.
Nope. They are screwed.
How the heck they go from Tom
To quote
Brady
Waterboy,
to
oh no, we suck again.
mm, they went from Tom Brady to Baker Mayfield. Ugh.
Oh no. I feel so bad for saying that to Buccaneers fans right now. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all didn't deserve that.
I mean,
I got nothing against y'all's team.
I mean that's keeping it real. It's keeping it real.
But I mean, it's right though.
But but yeah. So that has been the breakdown of these schedules. Like I said, still got a lot to look forward to. I think they got rookie mini camp getting ready to start up. It's gonna be nice and awesome. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, any
I'm gonna run through a stream of my own where I'm going through a few of these teams' schedules and seeing who might be a potential threat to us in the playoffs at some point down the road. but it's too early for that right now.
Gotcha. Agreed. Definitely agreed. But final thoughts on this schedule release for Carolina. Any final thoughts?
Um, I don't like the fact that we've got 3 or 4 trap games in a row. That
Right.
bothers me. I was hoping that would get spaced out. Um, the good news is we don't have to deal with Jacksonville
True.
in our
That's
playoff push. That's
yeah.
good news.
Yeah.
Very, very good news because that's going to put us in a bad spot.
Yeah. If we play
It
our
will
cards
kill our
right.
momentum.
If we play our cards right, that shouldn't be an issue. We should have the division sealed and, you know, we can still fight for that number 1 seed. That's true, but at least in having the division sealed, we can at least breathe a little bit. At least breathe a little bit. So,
I don't care about that number 1 seed right now. All I care about is making that playoffs
true. True.
at this point. I just want a seat to the table.
Yeah. And
The rest
especially
will take care of itself.
indeed. And of course, can't nothing take that away. Once we win the division, once we seal that, I mean that's in the bag. So
Once we're at the adult table, we'll go from there.
yes. Um I'll say that first off it's good to, have a Monday night football game again. It's been a hot minute.
Yep.
Um Definitely got to take advantage of that given our history with Monday night football games.
Mm-hmm.
Um And honestly, I mean, it's been said so much. This division is up for grabs. We need to take
It is.
advantage. Um, there's no reason why we can't win this division.
Do you want to win the division or do you want to win it with an iron fist?
Uh, with an iron fist. I mean,
Bingo.
on
That's what I need to see from everybody in this locker room and this management from here on in. I need that mentality to go through the locker room from top
indeed.
to bottom. I don't
So,
care if you're a placeholder, carry that mentality because that's what's going to get us through these rough games of these trap games.
yep. And we need to have that right from the jump because we open on the road against Atlanta.
Learn from Clemson's mistake. Keep the pedal down. Once we put it down, keep it down.
Exactly. It's very necessary. And
Stay healthy if you can with any preventative measures that you can because we're going to need everybody in those trap games. We're going to need a we're going to need everybody on deck, especially for the Atlanta game. That's going to be a rough one. And the
yeah,
Dirty Birds are notorious for causing injuries.
yep.
They play nasty, man.
I,
So do the Saints.
it's
So any preventative measures that you could take them.
indeed.
Any ways that you could prevent preventable injuries, take them.
And like I said, get you, especially early preseason, get those reps in, please. Like coaching staff,
Yep,
get the reps in. Like even
yep.
even with our rookie draft picks, undrafted rookies, Deontay
I need
Brown.
I
Let's
need him to get reps immediately in
let's
training camp. Immediately.
let's get those reps in. Like don't not just
Yep,
preseason games, training camp,
yep.
like rookie mini camp. Like let's get it in. Bryce Young, glad to have you, but it's time to go to work.
My advice to all the rookies and people coming into Carolina, watch your technique, watch your footwork, watch your hands, because that's what the coaches are going to be keying in on. And this is not going to be your average Panthers training camp coming up in July. Y'all got to work. They're going to be keying in on everything this year. They're not screwing around this time.
I'll
I want that scrutiny.
I'll
I
also
want y'all to be hungry. Be hungry, man.
I'll
Want your spot because otherwise you're out just as quickly.
I'll also add this. If any veterans get on your case, just please understand, do not take it personal.
Right. They're just trying to help you.
Yes, like I know how easy it is to, bite back on emotions, but
Yep.
don't take it personal. They're
Yep.
veterans for a reason and they want to help. The whole thing is synergy,
Yep.
chemistry.
Yep.
Like I know that, you know, Chandler Zavala got a chance to get on that starting offensive line. Definitely, I mean, can take, a little something, something from what Icky has experienced his first year. But the veterans, the veterans that have been to the big dance, that are used to this, like take as much wisdom as possible. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I understand that Andy Dalton is not everybody's favorite quarterback, but Bryce, take in as much as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Like I I don't think that will be a problem for him, but reminders are always good. Like wisdom, feed
Mm-hmm.
feed from it, feed from
Mm-hmm.
it, and just like I said, keep pounding. Like that's why we have keep pounding. You know,
Yep.
you play
Yep.
every game 100% until the final whistle. You keep your
I want 110% effort out of everybody.
yeah,
That's what I want.
like you
You'd
keep
be surprised how much your life will change when you put 110% into everything you do.
exactly, exactly, and
If
keep
you're one of the people that gets cut, take that wisdom with you.
exactly.
Take it to heart, learn from it, and take that into the next interview with. For the management, be careful who you cut because these players will come back to bite you every single time. This is the advice for the new management now. Be careful who you cut. And if you're going to move somebody and they have value, trade them. I want picks, not just money, picks.
Yeah, indeed. And
Value for value.
and
I'm
also
tired of settling on that.
and also please, please be ready to make adjustments.
Facts.
Sometimes pregame, sometimes on the fly. Both are necessary, but
Mm-hmm.
be ready to make adjustments. It,
Yep.
it's it's a it's an essential necessity. And one last thing specifically for Bryce Young, interceptions. Do not panic. Like if you got to
Yep.
quick discipline, sure, so be it, but lock in, refocus.
Have a short memory,
Yes,
as they say in football. Yes, I completely agree.
because I know how that can stifle, but you're in the NFL, you have an opportunity to bounce back, learn from your mistakes. Trevor Lawrence did it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Justin Herbert ended up being offensive rookie of the year, had a slow start, but
Mm-hmm.
little by little, and and he gets it. He gets it, and just like you said, 110% all the way. You know,
Be who you are.
and pressure, is it there? Sure, but at the end of the day, take the positives from it. you are in a prime position to help turn this franchise around.
You've been given a unique opportunity to work with a great coaching staff. Take advantage of it. Be hungry when you go into training camp. Do not settle for anything less than getting that spot on that 53-man roster. That's the mentality you got to come in there with. You got to be a dog. Because there's 100 other players that wish that they could have your spot, and they're more dog than you are. Trust me.
And players, doesn't matter if you're in the lead or not. If you see something out of the ordinary, call it out.
Yep.
Be a Luke Kuechly. Call it out. If it's
Yep.
if it's one thing that he is remembered for as part of his intelligence, he did not hesitate. As soon as he saw something, he what? Called it out.
Mm-hmm.
Communication, very, very
Right.
key.
Yep. We've had a lot of issues with that in the past. And don't beat yourself. If there's one thing from Matt Rule's tenure that we learned, don't beat yourself.
Yep. But that's all I got.
Same here.
I want to thank everybody for coming in and the chat for chiming in. This has
Yep.
been it's been a lot of fun. Corey,
Mm-hmm.
I want to thank you for joining me for this NFL schedule reveal. Um,
Absolutely. My pleasure.
if you're willing to, would you like to let the folks know where can they find you? Because it's not all about me. You're a guest here, but where can they also find you to support you as well as me?
The best place you can find me is in the Facebook group pages. Keep pounding in all capital letters because I've heard some people say they can't find me on the YouTube channel. I'm on both, but it's the same name for the YouTube channel. It's a little buried if on the YouTube channel, so if you scroll up, you'll find that. But if you look on the Facebook group page for Keep Pounding in all caps, that's where you're going to find me.
There you have it. The man has spoken. And like I said, there will be more of these as well, whether it's him over here or me over there.
Absolutely. We're going to be working together a lot for sure.
But to the Keep Pounding Nation, also be sure to also check out the link in the description for Game Beauty for an awesome lineup of video game themed makeup and cosmetic products. If you see something you're interested in, want to make a purchase, don't forget to use the promo code BlitzballChamp, all in caps. You get 10% off of your order. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Those that are catching us later, all feedback and comments are welcomed. But keep pounding, get excited.
Give
It's
this man some likes and subs, guys.
would appreciate it, but get excited, keep pounding. We are going to get through this. One way or another, we are going to get through this. Keep
The
the
future is right now.
Yep, let's do this. Keep the faith, be positive,
Mm-hmm.
and let's cheer our team and turn in the season around.
Yep.
For another Carolina Panthers Talk video brought to you by Blitzball Champ Gaming here on the YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. I'm your host, Blitzball Champ Jason Ingram. And once again, want to thank my special guest from Keep Pounding and also the man behind Shadow Warrior Gaming, Corey. Thank you so much once again. We will see y'all next time. God bless.
Stay happy, healthy, and well.
Indeed. And everybody enjoy their weekend. We are out. Peace.